Welcome to the SAC pre-show for this wonderful finals day. I am Raised, joined as always by Jeannie and a very special guest this morning, J-Man.
Hey, how's it going?
We got some fun stuff on the docket today. We're going to be talking about all the teams who made it to top 8 in finals, and we're going to do a little bit of review and preview, and watch all the trailers that have been posted up on Twitter. Let's get right into it.
Let's get to our first team. Our first team that we are going to be seeing will be SynRG. This is the last trailer that we just posted. I believe it was this morning or
yesterday.
Night.
Yesterday was Yesterday was SynRG's.
Awesome, and we gotta say, J-Man, thank you so much for putting all these trailers together. You did. You did so much work for this.
I was working on like multiple projects at the time, and I really enjoyed actually just being able to, put a little more on my workload and being able to do the SAC trailers. But for future note, for teams, if we ever do this again, check the quality of your videos before you send them to Jeannie, please. Because some of the clips are like, I'm sure you'll see it in a few of the trailers here, but some of the clips are really like low quality for whatever reason. I tried to fix them as best I could, but there are certain things I just couldn't do when I was making them.
Yeah. We were given what you were given, but you know what? I just say it's awesome. Thank you to all of our teams who got their things in on time by a deadline. Can you believe it? Splatoon teams made a deadline, and they stuck to it, and they got it in.
I was shocked when you sent me the last team, literally the deadline day. I'm like, that is insane. This is perfect. Everything is like exactly where we wanted it to be. So yeah, that's a huge W for the Splatoon comp scene.
All right, so Rays, if you want to start about our first team, I don't know if you want to be the one that leads off on it, but I think.
Whoa.
Yeah, no. Quick introductions. Sanctuary playing today. Zacian, Joshi, Riaz, Devor, and Ozuna. So, Zacian, T-Tech, Tri-Wiper, Weapon Pool, Joshi on the Splash/52 Gal, Riaz, another 52 Gal Splash player, and then Devor, V-Shot, T-Tech. So a bunch of shooter players so far, and then to round it out, we have Ozuna on Zap, Tri, Brush. So pretty close to meta comp. Like, they just taking all of their shooter weapons and they're saying, let's do it.
Yeah, and I think they have they have to go for a loser's run. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. Their first opponents are Mercy, No Mercy. That's their opponent in round 1. The overall dominant favorite by far. So for SynRG, I feel like if they want a chance, they gotta hope that Mercy is a team that needs some wins under their belt, but they're an EU team, and EU teams don't usually have to worry about that.
Yeah.
They usually have to go into like double elimination brackets off the hop, so I don't feel like they're gonna have a slow start.
No, and I gotta mention as well, Jeannie, obviously SynRG here, back in Qualifier 4, they are playing No Mercy in round 1 here in our finals, and in Qualifier 4, they lost to Mercy 0-2 in Swiss, and then they lost to them in bracket in the same tournament.
Yeah. Not the greatest, but you know what, that was okay. I don't exactly remember how tight those 2-0s were, because a 2-0 scoreline and a best of 3 can either mean it was 2 knockouts and didn't look close at all, or both games came down to 1 point. I can't remember. There's too many games overall in my head, but I do know that not being able to take a game off of a team that you're going up first round. If I'm SynRG, I am not looking at press results. I'm looking forward. I'm looking ahead.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the only place to really be looking. Now, moving forward, team number 7, Silly Kitties, Zengoose on Stamper, Ferrari, Machine, Slusher, Tri, L3, Woomy, Splat Dualies, just across the board. You name a dually, they'll play it. Zenith, who we had on the podcast last week, and then playing Wiper, and then Redcap on Tetra Splash 52.
Yeah, Yeah, Red Cap is an absolute menace on this team, especially with the 52 gal. That's definitely going to be something to look out for if you are a fan of Silly Kitties today. Red Cap's 52 is very powerful, as well as their T-Tech when they can play it, and if they choose to play it.
This is a team that's played in all 4 of our qualifiers, which is nice. They had a lot of up and down results. They've beaten like Healthy Diet food groups. They've beaten Armageddon. They've also lost to them, but overall, this has been a pretty healthy run for them. Pretty healthy run. And I gotta say congratulations on their Div 4 win. They were clearly, in my opinion, the best team in Div 4. There was a clear divide. There was like 5 teams that were competing for the top like second spot, and then there was them, Silly Kitties, who have honestly been playing up to Division 2 levels.
No, for sure. Now, team number 6, Rabid, featuring Squid on Neo Splash, C Junior, V Junior, or Flingza, Adapt on Try, the new Try Nouveau, V Slosher or Machine. Then Koro on Neo Splash, Squeezer, and then Aaron on CJet, Z plus F Scope 96, and V Rapid. Solid.
I love this thing. That thing is cool and it's funny, and if you can really master the wall placements, you can do a lot of damage with that.
For sure. It also gives you a chance to be really aggressive as the anchor player, which isn't something that can normally get done.
Oh, for sure.
What do you mean, Raze? I'm not running by being in their spawn as the healer.
Well, I hope you're not trying to do it as the healer. I hope you're trying to do it as the ZF Charger. Instructions unclear.
Instructions unclear. Forgetting that I don't have Kraken and can't just pop it and get out. Or don't have 8 million burst bombs to just bail me out of every situation.
Today is not the day to talk about S1, but if it were, leader would be the topic of
we have Kraken now, right?
Yeah.
No.
So we know we might see it today in final.
Oh, I hope we do for one. I hope we do see Kraken. However, I'm probably the only one.
Why? Because like, I don't really have a good argument for that.
You don't have a good argument for Kraken, huh?
No. Because like, I think it's I really like it, but I also don't think it's great. But then else again, I don't think Crab's great. Then again, Power Creep, and then I don't know. But is it fun? At the end of the day, for me, my opinion on Splatoon things is if it's broken, give it to more things so more people can have fun breaking the game. I'm too much of a casual player to take comp seriously, but I'm too competitive to be accepted in hide and seek teams.
Oh my
because
word!
I just like I know that you're in a patch of ink and I'll just snipe you off.
I'm too casual not be competitive, but I'm too competitive not be considered a casual. That's exactly what Genie is saying right there. Right there.
Yeah. Genie, you're wild.
I am wild. I'm not an overfisher, but people call me overfisher, and then I play with the overfishers, and I get called a casual.
All right. Well, speaking about wild, next up, Armageddon, Genesis on the Carbon Deco 52er machine, Lewis on Rapid, Slosher or Flingza, Kipu on the Hydra Splatling, Heavy or Ballpoint, Gray bringing in Splasher, T-Tech, and Kelpers playing Splasher Junior. A team we've definitely talked about a lot this season, but that's because they deserve to get talked about.
They are a very strong team, Raze. I mean, the synergy that they have with all their teammates is absolutely incredible. The weapon comps they bring to synergize with their teammates as well is absolutely devastating. And I gotta admit, on a personal note, when I made their trailer, that is currently playing. I really enjoyed the whole salmon run aesthetic that they added to it. So I put a little bit of that in the trailer, and it was really funny that they gave me clickbait big run version the same weekend that there was a big run.
Yeah, you uploaded this one on the Friday of when Big Run was starting, right? Or was it Saturday? It was like, yeah, perfect timing. It's also just a great song, and it just shows the mad chaos of this team. The song really captures that. I really love it.
Yeah. So, Armageddon, another thing to note about them. Healthy Diet Food Groups and Armageddon, they've been talking it up all season. Will we actually get to see the head-to-head today? What are the bets? Do we think we will?
Okay, so I think we have a chance. So if Armageddon beats SynRG, they go to...
They're on opposite sides of the bracket, so you wouldn't...
They're on opposite sides of the bracket, so realistically, if we do see them, it's either in losers round 3 or losers round 2, where one of them wins their first round match and one of them loses their first round match. And then whoever loses their first round match has to win their second round. And then whoever wins the first round has to lose their second round. So,
for sure.
Then we can see that. And luckily for all of you, I will guarantee you, if that match is happening, we will have it on our second stream on Tourney tonight. Falco will be providing that match if it happens. We've been waiting all season for qualifiers for this, and they have not played each other. The number of times that these two teams have gone at it on Twitter, in Twitch chat, in podcast chat, in tournament chat, even in scrims. They've sent me pictures of scrims about Armageddon versus Healthy Diet mid group. Bro, we will have that match for you. Luckily, we have a second stream, so we'll guarantee to have it.
And that's gonna
if it's there.
That's huge today too, Genie, because again, as you said, they've never played against each other, and the shade is on. They're throwing shade at each other, obviously through social medias and Twitch chats and stuff like that. Today's the day to prove it if they do meet. So it'll be interesting to see if they match up or when they match up here today, who comes out on top.
Yeah, and before we move a little bit too quickly, because we are pacing ourselves quite quickly. We do have a little bit of a time limit before we end this, because we've got a surprise for you. We still have some more time to talk about Armageddon. I'm worried about them. I'm straight up worried about them overall. Luckily for them, their first round is SynRG, a team that we'll talk about actually right up after this. But Armageddon does not have a good record against other teams in the top 8. They do not. They've lost to SynRG. They did beat Silly Kitties in Tournament 1, but then lost them in the most recent one. They lost to Sanctuary, thank you. I was going to say IDK. They've lost to the Sanctuary twice. They've lost to Silly Kitties twice since they already beat them. And didn't have great tournaments. They've also lost to Mercy, but everybody's lost to Mercy.
Yeah, Mercy's definitely... I mean, that's why Mercy's our number 1 team today, and we'll get to them when we get to them. But yeah, that Armageddon is definitely, it's going to be, they have an uphill battle going forward for today for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. Can you speak onto that? Because I'm looking at this, 1 win against another top 8 team and 6 losses, not a good record.
So I'm actually not that worried about them, because they're in a really nice starting position where they get a nice challenging match early, so they can switch on without facing the 1 seed, without facing someone like a No Mercy, or statistically they just shouldn't be there. So I think Armageddon starting with a SynRG, who we'll talk about later, or trailers will play later. So starting with the SynRG, I think is going to be a good thing all in all. Even if they don't have a positive record, it will give them a challenging match to try and get the competition going, and then they can take that momentum into losers bracket and have a nice run if they even lose. Because one thing that I'm going to bring up, SynRG didn't do that well in Tournament 4.
And
yeah, I'm gonna actually take a look at their stat now.
Yeah.
And as we do that, let's take a look at SynRG going.
Let's go to
forward
SynRG
here.
now.
Let's jump right in the conversation with SynRG. You're right. They did not have a good tournament 4. Losing to Mercy, losing to the Flying Dutchman, losing to Sanguine Seas. They had losing 0-3 to Data. They had a very rough final tournament, but this team is still a pretty formidable force on the offensive side.
Yeah, so they had super strong tournament 1 through 3. A little introduction to their members: Cap, V-Shot, Gal, Splash, T-Tech Jr., your all-around shooter player, Half, Splash Machine, Flingza, Respect on the Squeezer, Forge, or 96 Gal, Noob on the Machine, Splash, or Blaster, and then Pose on any Slosher, Machine, or Try. So
Yeah.
This is going to be a good
double
team.
bucket comp for SynRG. If they really wanted to run it, they could do it, and they do it effectively. I thought we've seen it. If I'm correct, we saw it in one tournament in our qualifiers they did run. I believe it was Double Machine at the time, and they steamrolled their opponent in that game.
Yeah. My biggest concern is I look at the results. I love their team and I love what they've done for the first half. I see a gold first, which they reverse swept Armageddon. I see a third place overall. Then I see a third place in silver. Then I see a fourth place in bronze. Which, when I say first, third, fourth, forgetting that we were actually going down another 8 teams every time there's a tournament, which is not something you want to see going on in the season. If you see that going the opposite way, where you start in bronze, go to silver, go to gold, and then you win gold, I would be saying that this team is the team to beat. But they're cooling off.
Yeah. Well, so one thing to say about SynRG is, like I said, because this match is projected to be close, they also have the chance to turn on when they face Armageddon. They have a nice, what I would say, not easy match, but I think a good introduction match to the bracket. It's not someone who's like super strong, like a No Mercy, but it's someone challenging enough that I think they could just turn on the afterburner jets. And the one thing I will say is, I think SynRG still playing in these tournaments while getting silver and bronze bracket, that to me says they have a strong mental. That they're not shaken by having an off week. So if there is a team who's shaken by the pressure of finals, I wouldn't expect it to be SynRG. And I think that will do them well if my assumption is correct.
And let's not forget, in the third tournament, Genie, as well, and to add to your point, Raze, SynRG missed gold bracket, I believe, in the third tournament by literally just one match because we had such a close third tournament, which is why they were put in silver bracket for the third tournament. But going into the bronze bracket in the last tournament, you're right, there is some questions to be asked if you are a fan of SynRG of, is this team good enough to make it or make a run in the finals here?
Yeah, and something to also talk about, going into that fourth tournament, SynRG was playing to just get points.
Oh yeah.
Like, if one of the players of SynRG just walked up to me and said, oh yeah, we were just goofing off because we know as long as we made a bracket, we were good, I would completely believe them. Because that's all they had to do, Genie, when we did the podcast before Tournament 4 and we were talking about points and predictions, that's what we said. We said SynRG literally just needs to show up and they're locked in. And they showed up. And
they got the second least amount of total points that were offered on our point distribution chart.
And I think there is definitely something to be said about that.
Yes. Yeah, just show up. That reminds me back of back when I played. I just pretty much told our team, play the match. I don't care that our captain's away. I don't care that I'm at Genesis 6. Play the match. Just make sure we're there and make sure you don't drop. Get the points. We lock up first seed. That's all they had to do. We absolutely threw. They tanked. They barely got any points. But they got enough that we beat out Disease Gang by enough points just because of that fight, that qualifier number 6. Back when we had 6 qualifiers. Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like for overall, my opinion is Armageddon, SynRG. Those are the two teams that I had the biggest question marks on. Like, can they hold their own in top 8? Luckily, they're going up against each other, because if they were going up against any other of these 6 teams in the top 8, I would be like, yeah, they're out. but they're going up against each other, and
they're going. Yeah, they're going up against each other first. Like you said, they're going to be the stream match, and I think it's definitely going to be very entertaining. Like, the hard part is going to be predicting the winner. So, I expect predictions to be all over the place. Unless there's some scrim bucks that I don't know about, like, I have this match down to be a 50-50.
Absolutely, it's going to be a 50-50. And again, as to Genie's point, again, having 2 question marks above these teams. But a team that we honestly haven't seen have question marks above their heads this season is a team that's only gotten better as the season has gone on, and that is our number 3 team here, Healthy Diet Food Groups. Notable placements with Healthy Diet Food Groups. They were first in the bronze bracket in the first qualifier, then 5th in the silver bracket in our second qualifier, took the 3rd tournament to an absolute W in gold bracket, and then placed 3rd in gold in our final tournament. This is a team that has improved constantly throughout the season, and one that you have to watch out for today.
Yeah, Healthy Diet Food Group, a fan favorite, comprised of Eevee on Carbon Deco, or Carbon, or Splash, then Blop on Firefit E-Leader or Bamboo, Ziff on V Junior or T-Tech, Genora on Bow or QT Pie, on the V Dooley or Tetra.
Tetra Carbon is a disgusting combo if you really think about it, and especially with the way Funky Eevee plays it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then throw a Charger in there too. As the opponent, you don't know where to look, because if you start looking at the Charger, the Carbon's gonna bonk you. If you start looking at the Carbon who's trying to bonk you, the Charger is going to snap you at long range.
Or the Tetras will smoke you as well on top of that. But we have to kind of talk about the choice of Chargers we really see on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Blop's been playing Bamboo. I feel like more than we've seen them play any other Charger these last few tournaments.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. But I recently had a scrim with Healthy Diet Food Group where they were playing the new Charger Z plus F. It was terrifying. It was actually terrifying. Yeah, no, I got some scrim bucks on HDFG.
Okay.
Like, if you cannot shut them down, they just take over the game. And granted, that could be said about anyone, but, like, Blop especially is not afraid to roll up the sleeves and walk into your team and try to get 4 with Charger. And that confidence is terrifying.
A confident Charger is a dangerous Charger, and we know that. And that only compounds with the aggressiveness of the Tetra combo with the Carbon as well. That really puts a very strong presence up front for Healthy Diet Food Groups. And honestly, their overall results, not just like their final results in the qualifiers, but the sets they've played with other teams in the top 8 have, for the most part, always gone to 3 games. Losing to Watermelon in qualifier 2, 1-2, losing to Silly Kitties in qualifier 1, 1-2, beating Mercy in qualifier 3-1, and again beating Watermelon back at 3-1. I mean, they beat
everybody. They beat Watermelon twice. They beat Mercy twice in that tournament. They beat our ninth place team and our 11th place team in tournament 3. Their tournament 3 run was by far and wide the toughest tournament that any team to win the tournament has had to play in. Playing against the number 1 and number 2 seeds twice and beating them twice, qualifier 3 was a goated tournament for them. We need to see that team come out today.
Yeah, and Healthy Diet Food Group's in a good chance to win this tournament. I believe they're one of the only teams who has squared up with Mercy and won.
Only team.
So statistically, if no Mercy is not going to win this tournament, Healthy Diet Food Groups is in second, because if they make it to finals against No Mercy, they have a winning record. The 2 times they've faced No Mercy, they've won both of them. So definitely a very large contender to win it all.
I gotta watch out for Healthy Diet Food Groups. If teams have been playing top 8 and realize what they're going to most likely be playing against with the teams that are here, we've got Tetra players throughout the teams. A couple teams have Tetra players, or like wipers, so they're used to that fast-paced close-up style. And there's 2 really good Carbon players. If you don't know how to play against Carbon, you're not going to have a fun time against Armageddon or Healthy Diet Food Groups. So if you are smart, you've been practicing against Carbon or trying to do your best to have a strategy against Carbon if Carbon shreds your team up, which proves to be difficult for Healthy Diet Food Groups, because if the team that they're facing knows how to play against Carbon, it shuts them down. It also shuts Armageddon down, which for the top 8 teams, if you're smart, you knock out two of the other 7 teams, leaving 5 remaining. That's pretty good for you. Just 2 birds with 1 stone by learning how to play around Carbon. I feel like that's something that we have to take note of.
Oh, for sure. And we've seen it in games as well, where Funky EV playing Carbon just absolutely falls apart, and then they really struggle to kind of get back in ways, because Funky EV can't move around the map as much as they'd like to, even with like Tetras as their backup or a Splash as their backup. You're right. If teams can find a way to shut down Carbon players, it's not going to be good for the teams that do run one, as you said.
And that's about a good time to end off on our Healthy Diet Food Groups. We should probably move on to our second seed. We've been talking about them a lot. Centopia. It's time for Centopia. They used to go by the name of Watermelon.
My personal favorite trailer. Nick's personal favorite trailer. They absolutely banger song they gave me for this one. I made it count, to say the least. And what a team they have as a group. Yaru, an absolute menace on the Splash and Machine. Kirby, also on dual Splash and Machine. They also have just Alf, who I don't think submitted any clips for the trailer that you're seeing right now, but Alf is playing with Centopia today.
Yeah, because they did have one of their members not able. I believe it was Marsh, who's not playing today at all. So I know that this team is a more recently formed team. Watermelon was a pickup name, and now because of SAC, they've kind of become more of a team.
Huge. That's exactly what we want from SAC. Now, the last person who J-Man didn't mention, Machuru, on Machine and Squeezer. Something to notice. All of them play Machine. So when you see a Machine load into a Centopia lobby, you have literally no idea who it is. It could be any one of the 4 people playing. And they could all have distinctly different styles, so you always have to be switched on. You always have to be aware of who that Machine player is, otherwise there's a chance that they just destroy you because you weren't aware. You autopiloted into the Machine like, oh, last time this worked, and then you try it again and it doesn't work this time, and you're just left with question marks.
Yeah, and you're right about that, Ray. Seeing on just literally looking at their player list, seeing every player on Machine, that is a scary thing to look at. And if you notice from the clips, Kirby was playing a little bit of Stamper and Wiper. I believe it's a weapon they've been picking up a lot recently. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them try and pull it out here. Especially with the new season, the new weapons and stuff. There could be some change in comps that we might see from teams today. But I gotta give a quick shout out to Marsh, who is not playing with Centopia today. Did not have any Splatoon 3 clips. Sent Bubble Blower clips from Splatoon 2 for the trailer.
Just so good. Apparently, from what I was getting DMs for was Marsh only had like 3 clips total. So we got 2 of them. Something like one of them was from I don't even know what. You're funny in DMs. My goodness. Yeah, their song was. We could talk about their song, but I'm actually gonna talk about their points breakdown. Having a great first overall in silver, a top 8, and then 2 second places in golds. I'm feeling it. They've lost. The only teams that they've lost to in the finals. One time was Healthy Diet Food Groups, and another time was Mercy. They have not beaten Mercy. No team has beaten Mercy besides Healthy Diet Food Groups. And luckily for Centopia, they have at least beaten Healthy Diet Food Groups once in the past.
Yeah. So Centopia has played really well consistently throughout the entire season. This is one of the teams that I don't think anyone is worried about. If you have a point of concern for Centopia, it's that they're running like the core meta comp like a lot of splashes, a lot of machines, and they can all do it interchangeably. So it makes them very like predictable, but it's very strong because that's what the meta is it's really, really strong. So coming into this, like, I think Centopia is kind of the model team to beat.
Yeah.
Where if you don't know these matchups, then you're not making deep tournament runs. And like, this is the top 8. All of these teams have made deep tournament runs. So if I'm asking any questions, it's going to be, can Centopia just stick it out? Will they stay on their meta composition and continue to just decimate everything? Or are they going to get dethroned today?
It's a big question mark. I do know that, again, as they are a primarily EU team, from what tournaments they normally run into are a lot of double elim. So this is not a format that's very surprising to them. And the difference between running like Swiss to start a tournament and then in the single elim bracket, you have some time to build up SynRG and time to build up, like, to get the engines moving. Double elim, if you don't start fast, you're down you have 1 life remaining. So yeah, they came 3rd or 4th to No Mercy actually in the last paddling pool this week. Unfortunately, I'm so mad at them. They dropped. They were gonna play No Mercy. I was gonna be so excited. I was gonna watch the game, but then they dropped. But
They realized they had to play No Mercy though, Genie, and that's
yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
Good
they
decision or
wanted
bad
to
decision?
save. Maybe they wanted to save it for today because, as you know, Mercy's the top team.
True. Like, is it worth it getting 3rd place in paddling pool, or is it worth it saving your strat so they don't steal them?
I will say, in SAC, Centopia has faced No Mercy 3 times and has lost all of them. Centopia has not won a single game against Mercy.
No, they have not.
So,
I'm actually
honestly,
looking at it right now. Yeah, they have not won a
if
single
I'm
game against
Centopia, I would have played No Mercy in paddling pool to get a better feel for what's going on for SAC. Unless it's just a case of they think No Mercy is just like mechanically just they're shooting better, and there's no point in potentially leaking strats, like you said, Genie. But if there's any chance that No Mercy pulls out a strat, I would have liked to see it in paddling pool as Centopia, just to get a better feel for what I'm probably going to have to face in SAC.
True. I have to agree with you there. I do have to agree with you there. That's a big point. And going back on J-Man's point, any team that takes out Centopia today will get a big crown, a very, very big crown. They've had some very, very good results overall, and for being just a pickup that said, let's play in this tournament qualifier 1, and said, hey, we didn't do half bad, let's play in the next one and try and round up people again. They've done really well. They've had not every single tournament. I'm pretty sure from what I've seen by their rosters, they've fielded a different roster for all tournaments and finals. That is 5 different rosters.
Yeah, it does lead to a little bit of strategy though, but it also can lead to some, I think, uncoordinated play at times, especially because you have to be used to every person's playstyle in your pickup, and if you have to interchange one, you immediately have to switch your strategy to complement the player joining in, or that player joining in has to complement the rest of the team, and that can be kind of hard, especially if you're a pickup. But you're right, Genie and Raze, they have just absolutely proven that you can just be a pickup in SAC and just destroy people.
And with that, I feel like we should probably move on to our last team. I don't feel like they need an introduction, so we'll just let the trailer do its thing, honestly.
Yeah, and with that, as well as the trailer is going, let us finish.
No.
Yeah, I do. We'll let her finish first.
So, No Mercy, the team who needs no introduction, but I will give them one anyway. Knaves on Machine Splash or 96, Eric on Neo Splash, Try, T-Tech or Machine, Moment on Orange Zap or Splash Neo, and then Apple on 52 Splash or V-Shot. So a lot of shooters coming out from No Mercy. They have been the most dominant team in the league, I think, bar none. Yeah, bar none. So
No,
this
factual. Like they've lost to one team in all of SAC. If that doesn't say dominance, then I don't know what does.
I wonder if they could 3v4.
I feel like they could have, not against top 8. That's you can't disrespect top 8 like that.
All right, that's fair.
Against some of our teams who, like, I love all you guys who come from low ink to come up and play in these tournaments. But the differential between the top of SAC and the bottom of SAC, yes, they could.
Well, so J-Man just had to dip out. So quick thank you to J-Man for joining us today. I appreciate it.
All the trailers.
Yeah.
All of them were J-Man. We have to say thank you so much. Our final surprise was not compiled by J-Man, but all of the things that you've seen on Twitter so far, I got the clips for J-Man, sent them over, and he, within, I want to say 6 hours, as of me sending the clips, he had a trailer, and he's got a life where he's doing other things, which I find crazy. Amazing work.
So I want to talk a little bit about No Mercy's 4th qualifier, because it's crazy. So they beat SynRG 2-0, and they beat Centopia 2-0, then they beat Watermelon 2-0, then a match after that, they beat Centopia again 2-0, and then beat Watermelon 3-0 in finals.
You're saying Centopia is Watermelon, Sanctuary is IDK. You just said Watermelon 4 times in a row. So they beat IDK, formerly IDK, Sanctuary, then they beat Centopia, then they beat again Sanctuary, then Centopia again. That's Raze's point. There you go, Raze.
Yeah. Moral of the story, they faced top 8 teams in Tournament 4. They played 9 matches, and they faced other top 8 teams
5 times.
in 6 of them. 5. And beat them without dropping a game. Like, No Mercy is the team to beat, and I don't want to give anyone else the illusion otherwise. They didn't even play in Qualifier 1. They didn't even play in the first qualifier. They got 0 points, goose egg from that first tournament, and they still got enough points in the next 3 tournaments to qualify in first position.
It's so easy because you look at the teams that they've beaten. They beat in tournament 2. They beat 1, 2, 3 teams that were just on the outside of top 8 looking in. They just are, I believe it was our 11th and our 10th seed teams. Then they beat SynRG 2-0. Then they beat Centopia. Then they beat Rabid. What? And I gotta say, that qualifier 2, I was commentating with that with Waki, it looked like a scrim with Rabid. It looked like they were trying comps in grand finals of a tournament. That's how dominant it was.
Yeah. So, like,
only losing to healthy diet food groups, and might I say, 2-1 twice. That is all their losses in SAC.
So, Healthy Diet Food Groups is the only team so far to even beat No Mercy.
Or even look close at them eye to eye. Naywall looked close as well, but Naywall's not here.
Yeah. Do you think, and I'm just kind of pulling things from my imagination, but I'm just imagining, and it's really funny that like 6 teams from SAC, like, okay, look, we just can't let No Mercy win. One of us has to beat them.
I feel like here's my game plan, because we got like maybe a minute on the clock here that we have. No Mercy, they have dropped a lot of games to Carbon Rollers. They've lost to Healthy Diet Food Groups, and they lost a game, and it was a close set against Armageddon in Qualifier 3. They struggled with Carbon Rollers. They might be able to face Carbon, like, if they have a Carbon problem, looking overall at the bracket, if it goes down in a way that I think it could go down, if Armageddon beats SynRG, No Mercy moves on, they face a Carbon. And if Healthy Diet Food Groups moves on past Centopia and everyone else on that the second side of the top side of bracket, that could be 2 Carbon games back to back, which if they struggle against it, they might have a solution for it. But also, they could just get obliterated by it. Because I'm looking at that, and that's a lot of games drop to Carbons, and not a lot of games drop to non-Carbon teams.
Yeah, so the interesting thing with that is there are a lot of shooter players on No Mercy, and shooters, at least traditionally, have been kind of the anti-Carbon matchup, because as long as you're painting the map actively and thinking about, I just need to make sure this Carbon can't shark in any predictable positions, and forcing that Carbon player to be more creative, generally they're kind of easy to keep on a short leash. No, not easy. They're, I don't want to say easy, but I don't have a better word for it.
Walks like a fish?
No, generally they're controllable. In terms of, you can't shark in this position, but I am going to let you shark here, but I'm going to know you're sharking there, so I can avoid it. And that's what a lot of shooters are good at, corralling rollers. That's the word I was looking for. So if No Mercy has a Carbon problem, like you're suggesting, then I think it's a very easy fix. Which, if that's the case, I don't think there's anyone who can beat No Mercy.
Hey, why did you have to give the strats, bro? You just, like, ruined the tournament. We were gonna have so many, like, fun, cool matches.
Do you think No Mercy is watching?
Oh, sure, they're not watching.
They're warming up. They should be warming up. No Mercy, if you're in chat, why are you here? Why are you not warming up? Are you just so confident in your ability that you're like, yeah, let's just go watch the pre-show, because we don't need to warm up. We're just gonna roll. Like, is that what's going on here? Or am I just putting words in your mouth? Like,
you and the genie put words in their mouth. But yeah, I gotta say that our top 8 has been so entertaining, so awesome. Sending us our clips, talking with us, making sure, like, for media availability, they've been really good. It's not like the pro leagues where nobody wants to go to the pedestal and talk. They've all been willing to be like, yeah, we'll say something. If it lines up with the schedule. But overall, I feel like No Mercy rolling around, it's like the Yankees. Or if currently PSG walks in your house, it's like, dang, we've got the team team to beat just showed up, and they're a big intimidation factor.
Absolutely. So, I think that wraps up our team preview.
Yeah, it does. Predictions, Rays. Who's gonna have, like, a big surprise for you?
Who's gonna have a big surprise?
Good or bad?
Good or bad? I hope my big surprise is No Mercy losing to their round 1 and then making a loser run. I want to see No Mercy make a loser run. I want to see if they can do it. They've never been in a position where they're really under pressure. And I want to see them sweat.
In FIC, they could do that Wednesdays on Dapple, like, whenever they want. But here on IPL, no. I feel like my big surprise is Armageddon beats No Mercy in round 2 winners. And I want to say, for another crazy thing, Rabid goes on a loser's bracket run of the lifetime. They lose to Healthy Diet Food Groups round 1, and they just run with it, and we see them in losers finals.
Yeah.
My predictions. With that, I want to give an update. Sorry, Rays. Before we do our closing remarks, I want to tell people we do have on Tourney tonight, Falco's channel. We will have a second stream. I would recommend having the IPL stream open as the main stream. But if you have a device which can support multiple Twitches or just open multiple tabs, please watch that stream as well. We want you to watch as much action to get as much possible. but I can't legally tell you to go away. Oh, see, I didn't sign anything, so I shouldn't tell you to leave the IPL channel, but like if there's a break, definitely go watch it. We've got great action. I will be over there for the first rounds, then be back to commentate Grands. But with that, Raze, I gotta say thank you so much for all this podcasting. Do you have anything to say, because this is our final time?
I'm biased towards Healthy Diet Food Groups. I hope they win it all. And minor correction, it is Splatoon tourney, not tourney tonight. So if you're going to watch the extra SAC production, go to Splatoon tourney, not tourney tonight.
I did half Ludi tonight in Splatoon tourney.
Yeah, you fused them a little bit, but we got that correction, so it's all good. I am biased towards Healthy Diet Food Group. I hope they win. Those are all my closing remarks.
And with that, thanks to Bong for doing all of our streams for our previous podcast, and thank you Elemental for doing today and the rest of the day. And I believe we've got a beautiful thing to show you guys before the main tournament. So don't go anywhere. We've got a nice little trailer for you to get you ready for the main event. See you then, everyone.
So they are going to get called out and have to back off. And meanwhile, it looks like there is an opening up the middle. Still got to watch that flank though. He's still behind him. It's like he did get taken out, but here comes a crowd. Here's Gray, the hero at the beginning of the game. Will he be here at the end? No, he gets taken out as well. Now it's the machine. And this is a really nice patient push here. It looks like, or are they going to... Oh, no.
They really need to just hold back and get specials. They see that T-Tech has their aim strike.
Right.
They just want to get another special here so that they might be able to push in. Not much time left. Now trying to go on right side with this Tri-Strike.
Oh, the Tri-Strike will get it!
A huge amount of paint. Here comes the grab tank really soon. Able to get a lot more space, but there's a retake, and the Scorchers are down. This is much less paint on them, but Splash goes down, and
No way!
so much paint.
Oh, and the members of Defrost, they fall in zone. They couldn't pop that crab. There's no way. They were just trying to stay alive, and as soon as you pop that crab to the splash, you will not have enough to paint to contest that zone. And that's going to be, with the 2-point victory.
If they're able to get just one Clayman, that will be the game. So there is time ticking down, 30 seconds left, and just the Pity Clan coming up. It is not over for the Solid Pepper. They need to get mid now. The Whale coming out and trying to get a bit more paint here, but Rush goes down. The Whale trying to get a pick on this heavy. Gao goes down. Not much time. They have to get it in now, and it gets thrown.
Oh, wow.
As the game ends.
The only thing I'm worried about here, if you're silly kitties, is where's the slush? The slush is down from SynRG. That's your Tri-Strike. What are you supposed to do? Red Cap gone. The 3 down. Silly kitties still alive, still fighting. They can get through the second checkpoint. That would be good. B Bunny does not have Tri-Strike at the ready. Missiles are out for kitties. What can they do? Wumi's going in, finds Papa Hotel, looking for B Bunny. The tower is fallen. Who's going to get back on it? Can anybody get there? Who's going to get closer? Is the lead going to swap 31, 39, 38? 1 point, 1 point. Who's going to jump on it? 1 point. No, SynRG gets on it at the last second, and the kitties can't come up with a victory. Insane clutch from SynRG.
Wow, and that's going to be a crucial pick. That's one of their splashes down as the Killer Whale's going to come out. They have an opportunity to make the jump here. As Genesis goes up, they get a crucial pick here. They're going to be able to make the jump. They're not able to get the lead off it, though. At the moment, 3 members, though, of SynRG are down, but it's not going to be enough time as Armageddon was the last team to hold the Rainmaker, and the clock hit 0.
Falling, Armageddon. This is their chance to take back the lead for themselves.
They have to, but the Genie, they have 10 seconds, and they have to break that second checkpoint.
Ooh, great,
The second checkpoint is going to come down to the game, but SynRG breaking through that second checkpoint might be the deciding factor here as Armageddon on their final push of the match here. Kipu are obviously going to be riding the tower. Going to see if they can get a pick here. Respect has to challenge Kipu here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to. Going to be forced to back up as Genesis pushes up here. This is really dangerous. Respect goes down. 3 members of SynRG go down. The tower goes down. Papa Hotel! Unbelievable!
No way Papa Hotel gets on tower! There's a Killer Whale that goes out and gets the splat! Gets the spot from beyond the grave from the members of SynRG. What a insane way! This is a reverse sweep!
Unbelievable!
Of course, now, with only 1 count on the board remaining for Expresso, Frostbite is gonna have to make the run all the way to the opponent base and dunk it down, but with 2 down on the side of Expresso and being pushed by this killer whale, it looks like they're gonna have a hard time making that happen. They're now getting the don't retreat. That timer is ticking down on the Rainmaker, and they only have 30 more counts to push this.
Yeah, and you can tell Reborn's getting chased now by that machine player and getting cornered, unfortunately getting taken down right in that corner. And the machine did an excellent job of being able to kind of sneak around through mid. 17 seconds left for Flying Dutchman to try to make a move here with their Pity Clam and to try to get some points in.
Yes, excellent play there from Silly Kitties on that push. I think you saw that they took excellent advantage of their man-up scenario and were able to come kind of from 2 different sides to collapse their offense down onto the remaining members of Flying Dutchman. But with about 10-15 seconds left here, 2 Flower Clams on the side of Flying Dutchman as they're going to try to make it forward, but they go down. There's the wipeout on the side of the Silly Kitties, but Moo is the only one up, going to try to get this second Power Clam in to end the game, and they are able to take the win. The Moo solo capping, or solo throwing those clams into the basket before it closes. An incredible play there.
But right now, Kaka has that man advantage. They got 2 dead on the side of Rabid. Help is on that Rainmaker, that Eviator not helping on the push, and Rabid knows, and Kaka knows it. They're breaking first checkpoint. Rabid are still 2 dead, but the T-Tech is holding those tri-strikes. This is devastating to keep the Rainmaker just at bay a little bit longer, but the T-Tech gets picked by Mega on the machine. Beautiful play, gets the double as well. It's just the bucket alive for Rabid, but the bucket gets the double kill from Adapt on that bucket, and it gets the wiper with the Rainmaker, and now Kaka is in no position to get it. Beautiful play from Rabid to take the set 2-0.
You know, the cards they're trying to stack the cards in their favor to get this push going. They are trying to break through the checkpoint right now, but they are being pressured a little bit from afar from the Splash-O-Matic, but you know, they do get a bit further. The E-Leader picks off a few players and is going to continue to really try to get the tower. You know, they're just dancing here, and it's only the T-Tech, but unfortunately the game does go to Healthy Diet Food Groups in the end.
Lead! They got the lead! Sweet Shop won!
Wait, what?
They won it!
Wait! I thought
they got the lead at the very end! The dancing dueling sculpture and Vernon on that T-Tech just barely got on the tower in time.
I thought that the timer ran out and that somebody from the other team had gotten on there, but no, they did take the lead. Sweet Shop takes the 2-0 against Healthy Diet Food Groups despite the odds in that last game. Oh my god, sorry about that.
Aaron's going to come in to try to help. It is going to be 2 taken down on both sides right there as Adapt now try to get the kill into Eric, but they're not going to be able to do much onto the tower right there as Mercy is going to be able to take the game 3-1. And not only that, there are SAC Season 6 Tournament 2 Grand Finals champion.
Data not going to be able to dunk here because they don't have the clams, so Flying Dutchman really does have all the fire underneath the feet, and they are running out of time. The specials are flying. They are trying to move forward. We do see Toba with the power clam. Lee trying to take a fight here. The power clam is exchanged, but smoke and no fire. There will be no members of Flying Dutchman able to get that clam in time and bring it all the way, but can they break the second checkpoint? Because it can all be over right here. The only stable point of defense that Armageddon has is that Wavebreaker. That Wavebreaker is going to be on top left. The Wavebreaker is popped. Silly Kitties at this 3rd checkpoint. They are 1 point away from a lead as that Booyah Bomb comes out. Can they get a body on the tower? No, because Kippo shuts it down.
Force Rabid out because SynRG knows they're the ones with the momentum here. They're the ones that have the lead, and they can play a little more defensively and try to turtle just a little bit. But Respect gets pushed a little too far forward. Candy gets the pick, blocking those tri-strikes. SynRG is now 2 dead, and the power clam is approaching the basket of SynRG.
Oh, and they are going to be able to get a score here. They are going to be able to take the lead, and it's going to be a knockout already for Rabid. I was about to comment that Rabid is playing this extremely patiently. They did, if you notice, they were sitting all kind of behind mid for the members of Armageddon. If Mercy can hang on just long enough, it's going to be great. 2 members of Armageddon go down. Kippu's trying to squid roll through all these Rainmaker shots. One of the members of Mercy's going down. The bomb! And Mercy with the disconnect saves the set.
Cutie Pie able to move forward. Nobody on this tower though, as Funky EVA is able to tap it for a second, but they need to just get a few more points, and it's just that flash up, and that's going to be lead to Healthy Diet Food Groups with a wipeout. He does go down there. Rainmaker's about to reset. Great bomb.
They can't let it reset.
Healthy Diet Food Group.
They let it reset, and that's gonna be the tournament. They couldn't grab it. All the bomb. Healthy Diet Food Groups
threw, I go on to say, 30 bombs at that Rainmaker, so they couldn't grab it. Healthy Diet Food Group just punched their ticket in the Champions Circle for SAC.
Rainmaker is stuck in that bottom left drop. The brush is feeding for it, but the brush goes down. The splash goes down to the side of Democratic Republic, though. That's not a crowd for the push. And Democratic Republic just now reaching the checkpoint, but there are only 2 players alive. Maker gets the pick on the shot, though. That's a huge pick for Drago, and we're going to be going into an overtime here. Sia has to defend with all they have. This Maker is going to be getting through this checkpoint, but they have to be able to stay alive, and they are going to get wiped out. Sia, with the absolutely brilliant defense, is going to take this
pick. Awesome.
And the drip pick in celebration.
Goodness, that was just incredible gameplay. Like Ouroboros just refusing to die, and even when they do, they're just back before you know it. The incredible aggression coming out here. Data, the splash going down. Ouroboros is just desperately trying to stop. They get through down there. This is definitely their game to lose. But with this crab coming out, it doesn't look like they're going to do it. Finding another pick. Data has to make this all come together, but 2 down, it's just not gonna happen here. Dio trying desperately, but not enough time or people to make it come together.
My goodness.
And I don't know has 1 shot, and they need the clam economy here, but look at Gray. Look at Gray in his corner right now. Absolutely no one on the side of I don't know knows, and Gray is looking for the flank at the moment. Does a teammate have a jump? It looks like they're gonna try it. And overtime here, no one knew that Gray was in that corner, and this game is not over. As I don't know somehow gets a break a split second before Armageddon got in. That is so lucky if you are on the side of I don't know, but it doesn't look like their clam economy is going to be enough. Actually, it might. One more clam will do it.
QD, if they can find another one, this push will continue to go. The first checkpoint will be more than likely broken. How much further can Healthy Diet Food Group push this?
It's going to be tough here. Marsh is sitting back there with the squeezer. There is pressure. You do have to pop the Rainmaker shield.
Oh my goodness!
That's a 3-down situation, Genie!
Grab the Rainmaker! Grab the Rainmaker! Please, please, I gotta watch it for Yaru and Ender. They're gonna come jumping from the right side. Can somebody protect Wobbler? Can somebody protect Zip? They gotta go. Kermit on the Rainmaker. Somebody help Zip, please, please. No, Zip goes down. Such an unfortunate way to fall out for Healthy Diet Food. Watermelon, they played that game at the end so well in the clutch. It's tough, and Knives doesn't fall here. That would be big for Mercy, but they do. Watermelon, they should be able to get these zones, but they're not able to. Mercy's back on it again. And Apple gets those shots down so precise onto Ender. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, this 52, Apple has just been an absolute menace the entire set on this 52. I don't think Apple's even switched off this 52 as the crab tank is finally going to get popped on the side of Watermelon. Watermelon hasn't even touched a zone to begin this game at all. 2 members of Watermelon also are going to go down, possibly 3 here.
Oh my.
Teeny, I think this game is over.
Oh my goodness, Mercy. They are proving to be, even though they didn't play Tournament 1, they're proving to be the strongest team in SAC. They're proving to be the #1 seed. And that is exactly what they're going to be. Mercy take their 2nd tournament of the season, Tournament 4 for SAC Season 6. Congratulations to Mercy.
Our brackets live. There we go.
Heyo.
Heyo. I already know what that ad was. Okay. Alright, done. Awesome.
What are we going to? Are we going
to
to
Armageddon? Oh yeah, we're going into winners finals.
Okay, so
that's 3 sets? Yeah.
Okay, so after winners finals we go to the ad and then kill time for a little bit until we get taken over? Okay. Okay.
Okay, I gotta poke. Hello everyone and welcome to SAC Season 6 Finals. My name is Broken Pinky and I'm joined here by Weef here on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. Weef, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. You guys didn't hear anything before. This is the first time you've been hearing from us today. You definitely did not hear when the stream is unmuted, but I am incredibly excited. We're going right into it. SynRG versus Armageddon. My bird is very awake. She's excited too.
I mean, we're all excited for this. For those of you with a good memory, this is actually a rematch of SEC Tournament 1 Gold Bracket Finals, where SynRG got a reverse 3-0 sweep against Armageddon, so I'm excited to see this rematch here. You know, SynRG was leading for a lot of things here. Tournament 1, Armageddon has been a very consistent team. I believe one of few to make Gold Bracket 3 times this season, so this is going to be a great matchup, but these are all great teams here. We are in the finals, the 8 best of the best. I'm excited to see just every single match of this tournament, honestly.
Yeah, no, to make it here already means that you are a very skilled team. You know, we've been fighting since January to get this spot, and both these teams very much deserve it. But like you said, a bit of a grudge match here, and this grudge match is getting started on Flounder Heights Splat Zones.
Yeah, Flounder Zones is one of the most contentious map modes in this game. A lot of people really don't like it. There's a lot of awkward angles. It's kind of disorienting about the heights. It's a bit far, there's a bit of a long distance between the spawn and the zone, but on the flip side, there's so many movement options and so many ways you can express yourself in your playstyle through how you move around the stage, and so many options for flanks and just for sneak attacks and all that. I personally love the stage. I know a lot of people don't, but I'm excited to see it. I love seeing good players play on it because they can really take advantage of all the walls and the wall jumps and all that fun movement tech.
Yeah, I know, so this is the first tournament, or the first SAC since the new patch, I believe, and so we might see some try nouveaux here. I know that in tournaments like 20XX we saw, but even before the patch where it was only the vanilla try, we even saw some top teams bring out the tri-slosher just because it takes advantage of the stage insanely well. And with that better kit, I would not be surprised if we saw some try nouveaux here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because you have those nice fizzies to just paint the other side of the zone from so far away. I mean, I don't know. I'm a huge Tri Nouveau optimist. I think it's a pretty solid weapon all around. I'd be excited to see some, but here we go. This is going to be Game 1, Match 1 of SEC Season 6 Finals. Let's take a look at these comps here. We do see the Tri Nouveau coming out on the side of Armageddon, I believe. SynRG going to be rocking with that Heavy and Flinksa comp with the new Neo Splash as well.
SynRG is running a Crabless comp here, opting to run a Splash Nouveau over the Vanilla Splash. I mean, Crab can sometimes struggle on this map, so and those Tri-Strikes are already going to be coming out here and putting a lot of pressure on both sides of the zone here. Flinksa being brought out for the missiles, you know, never a bad choice to bring out, and it's certainly a good choice on zones here. And already SynRG has the first cap. Double zones maps are really weird in that, you know, it takes forever. Burst Bomb, almost double. It takes forever to get a good push going, but once we get a good push going on this map, it's going to be going. And right now, Armageddon is getting something going.
Yeah, Armageddon got SynRG 3 dead, and they're starting to get that hold here. Time on this V-Splash, very close to getting that Crab charge, and that Crab is a huge win condition when you have an advantage. Buoy Bomb's going to come out as well on the side of SynRG, and Armageddon really struggling to get back in here, but the machine on the side of SynRG goes down. Crab is going to be popped, though. Going to be chased out by these Tri-Strikes, though, that are coming out from all of Armageddon. Actually going to get the pick on the splash, and Armageddon starting to move back into mid slowly but surely.
Yeah, this Tri-Slasher getting pushed a little bit out. 2 down on the side of Armageddon here, but 3 down on the side of SynRG as well. So Armageddon is going to be able to start to get a good push going for themselves here. Heavy is going to be moving a bit up, as well as, you know, most of their team. 2 down once again on the side of SynRG, meaning that Armageddon is rapidly approaching the lead, and there it switches.
Yeah, and Armageddon has a really strong hold here. They have the numbers advantage pretty significantly. Finally, all SynRG is going to be respawning, and that Tri-Slasher immediately making its presence known by the Splat Zone, but Armageddon's still holding strong. They have some specials at the ready. That Heavy Splatling does have that Wave Breaker, but I mean, there's just so many options to defend the zone here. Flink's going to drop down, get a pick onto Pose there, and this Flink's is close to getting missiles, which is just going to push back SynRG even further. 96 does have that Kraken pop right now, and I'd imagine they want to use it to take this zone, but SynRG is really running out of time here.
Yeah, the zone might get stalled for just a little bit here as SynRG is coming back out. finally getting out of the lockouts that this map is known for. Getting that defense is an uphill battle, most certainly, and we're seeing that here. It's 2 down on both sides here, and SynRG looks like they're finally starting to get themselves back together. This Flingza does take a trade against the try over here, but it's still looking stalled. It's still not looking like either team has any major advantage here as the zone remains stalled, but the penalty, most crucially, is applied on Armageddon, which gives SynRG another chance to push. It's not over yet.
Yeah, SynRG effectively gets a second lease on life here with that massive 70-point penalty stacked against Armageddon, and SynRG's trying to set up a hold of their own. That Splash does have Crab the ready half on this machine. Just trying to keep track of these zones as the Tri-Strikes from Armageddon are going to come out. After popping that Booyah Bomb, it's going to get chased out by these Tri-Strikes pretty quickly. Half is able to survive, and SynRG is through that light penalty there. It's now below 50 points, and Armageddon's starting to sweat a little bit. They're realizing that their lead is not 100% safe.
The machine, unfortunately, gets taken out by those missiles there after they dropped it, try to be a little bit more aggressive. It's looking like SynRG is going to be 3 down here, unless this Crab, or unless that Splash, which does go down, could have held it out. It looks like Armageddon is going to start to get the upper hand here, and with 3 down, that means they're going to be able to move up pretty fast, and maybe initiate another lockout here pretty soon if they play the cards right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Armageddon has controlled the zones right now. SynRG forced to move forward, and SynRG only has a minute and a half left in this game to get to 6 points or lower, and Armageddon's certainly not going to make things easy for them here. Tri-Slasher does get a trade on the T-Tech down in the trench area, but that's a trade that Armageddon will certainly take here, especially on this map. But Armageddon's starting to go down. Kraken is in the zone. Respect is demanding respect right now. Now swimming up that wall into the cage, and all of a sudden SynRG has that cap on both zones. Only a minute left for Armageddon to respond, and Armageddon's starting to get pushed out a little bit.
I can see Kraken having a lot of value on this map, being able to just push forward down that ramp with really no thoughts, as long as you're able to get out safely at the end of it. Right now we're seeing the fruits of that. Armageddon had been held back for long enough to force SynRG to get almost through their penalty, and if they can hold back Armageddon for long enough, they might be able to start breaking through more unproven ground on their lead and start, trying to think about that final win.
Yeah, but right now, SynRG's starting to run out of time here. They do get through that. They're almost through that penalty there. They do have 2 dead on the side of Armageddon. Armageddon is really almost out of time here. They have to move fast. SynRG is about 15 seconds away from taking the lead back from Armageddon here, and probably not going to go into overtime unless Armageddon can contest things here. We're at the 10-second mark. Tri-Strikes are going to come onto the zone, stall things for a little bit longer, but SynRG is just painting over them. That's the lead. Armageddon's finally in zone, but they're 2 dead, and that's going to be SynRG holding onto the zone and taking a very nice game 1.
Yeah, amazing comeback there. It looks so hopeless for them for so long, but that's what happens when you play patiently and start, really just getting a solid plan back on defense and executing it perfectly, which is gonna get them that win for this game 1.
You can never count any team out at this stage of the game, and I mean, SynRG showing themselves why they're the slightly higher seed. These 2 teams are incredibly closely matched, but SynRG comes out just slightly ahead in that game 1, and now Armageddon gets a chance to counterpick in this best-of-5 series. Try and pick a stage that suits them a little bit better.
Yeah, and a mode. Splat zones is something where, when I always cast, I always see splat zones be just kind of a weird outlier in how the games usually go. It's with the objective not moving at all, and it being just you're basically trying to hold mid instead of trying to actually progress forward. It plays a lot differently than the other modes where you actually have to progress through the stage and use your specials and just coordinate very well to gain that space. But so you have to see it going a little bit differently. But we shall see if Clan Blitz on Scorch Scores makes a difference for either of these 2 teams.
Yeah, very interesting counterpick from Armageddon. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to change their comp for the stage. It feels like the comp that they chose was almost very specific to Flounder Zones, because Flounder Zones is a very strong tri-cycle map, and that's why they had double of that. But I'm not sure if they're going to keep the entire same comp on this stage, because, I mean, Clanless in general is a mode that really rewards some aggressive pushes and coordinated pushes, especially with the age of specials. So I'm interested to see how these adaptations are going to work, and obviously Armageddon feels very comfortable here. This is their first immediate counter pick. So clearly Clanblitz Scorch Gorge is a stage they know and a stage that they think will do themselves well against SynRG here. So very interested to see Armageddon's strategy here and how things are going to work out for them.
I mean, notably, Armageddon does have a dedicated Splatling player, which is unbelievably base, but Splatlings are a weapon that do really well on this map. You can use the Great to your advantage. It's not an immediate death sentence since you're stacking so much run speed on. And also, it's a map where you can hold a ton of space as a backline with those really long sightlines, and throwing down a ton of paint with the Splatling is never a bad thing.
Absolutely, especially on a mode as paint-centric as Clamblitz, because the more map control you have, the more access to clams you have, and the easier your pushes are going to be. And I mean, the name of the game of Scorched Clams is pushing through that choke point on the very far right side of the map, and we'll see how both of these teams fare at doing that as we go right into Game 2 of Round 1 of the season finals. Armageddon is going to be bringing out that 96 Deco, and it looks like SynRG is going to be keeping their own and bringing out the double crab here.
Anywhere where backlines are going to be good, a crab tank is also going to be great. It's basically a Hydra and an Explo combined with the strengths of both and the weaknesses of neither. And so we're going to see immediately a crab tank come out from Gray on the side of Armageddon trying to get mid. And already Armageddon is making a good show of trying to get mid. However, they go 2 down for it, and that looks like it's going to be it as their last player jumps out, and it's only the Splatling left. SynRG is making a very, very fast first push here.
Yeah, and notably the first player to die on Armageddon's side was that 96, which means they'll be incredibly delayed in having that Kraken here to get SynRG out of their territory. Meanwhile, SynRG is perfectly content to score. Here comes SynRG's own Kraken, just pushing its way in. Of course, Respect just absolutely dominating the space here as SynRG continues to score below the 40-point marker, and now at 38, and that basket is still open. SynRG is still there and has clamped. Now with 35-32, the 96 is going to go down. Armageddon's starting to push them out, but this is not what Armageddon wanted to see. A push to 32 in the first minute is absolutely incredible for SynRG.
Yeah, if you were going to comment on it, I would. That is absolutely insane. Such dominant control for such a long time, and gaining that control in such a short time bodes extremely well for their prospects of winning this match. However, it is not over with, Clamblitz is a map mode that can flip pretty easily if you play your cards right. And, Scorched Gorge, as once you get out of mid you can push through that choke, it's something that, you can really see get flipped on its head here.
Yeah, absolutely, and Armageddon is trying to do just that. They have a lot of pain control in mid right now. It's 96 trying to get set up with that wall about halfway to that Kraken, and that Kraken is a massive asset for Armageddon once it becomes online. The 96 is probably going to build for a power clam, and there it is. Once again, still goes to that Kraken. As SynRG are now 2 dead, it's just the 96 and the Machine left on their side, and Armageddon has a lot of specials to play with. Kraken and Crab duo is going to come out, but the Machine is there to stop the Crab and get the pick, and that push is starting to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just weren't able to clear the area enough to get a solid push going, and with only the Splatling, who just went down left in mid, it's looking good for SynRG to maybe start thinking about another push. We see half over there on the Machine already going for a power clam. The Kraken is online. The Booyah Bomb is online. It's looking really good for SynRG once again.
Yeah, and Respect once again with this tried and true 96. It's going to push in, trying to find the pick on the Crab that is actually going to run out of duration, and they're going to get focused down, but that's 3 of Armageddon forced onto 1 player of SynRG, and that allows SynRG to get even more points in. Now down to 26, and Armageddon does not have a point to their name, and their counter pick is not going as well for them as I'd imagine they'd hoped, and they're really going to have to start making some magic happen if they want to take this game.
Notably, though, SynRG going all out for that push went 3 down at the end of it with only their Splash Live back out. That gave Armageddon so much room to play with here in thinking about a push of their own, and they only got 10 points on the board to show for it, so that might have been a blunder for them, as it looks like Armageddon gets their first points on the board here.
Yeah, finally, with under 2 minutes left, Armageddon has some points, and SynRG is 3 dead. It's just the Machine. Other players are coming from spawn, but Armageddon's starting to get a good hold across. Point total is now at 41. They are about 6 clams away from getting this lead from SynRG, and clams are being tossed up into the basket below 20. It's not 29. 2 clam difference from this lead.
Oh.
At the tied score, Armageddon not quite able to get the lead from SynRG. As it is a tie, SynRG keeps the lead because they got there first, and that amazing push for Armageddon comes up just short. SynRG still has the lead with less than a minute and a half left.
But there is a minute and a half left for Armageddon to turn this down once again. They don't need that big of a push to make a difference, but crucially, SynRG, it does look like they're gearing up for a push themselves. In order to further this board, they need 1 more clam, and it is looking pretty good as, actually, I mean, 2 of them are down. This Kraken is here and going to be able to get some clams in once they get out of their invincible form, and crucially, they miss the jump. That doesn't get in. That does put Armageddon in a pretty good spot here. They are going to be able to get control of mid here. They're you know, only they don't need that many more points to get lead, and these players are collapsing on this splash here, getting mid as fast as they can, getting their specials ready. They have a wave breaker. They have a Kraken. It's looking good for Armageddon to maybe make another push here and possibly take the lead in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, but this is Armageddon's last chance. They need to get a second power claim in. That basket is open. Starting to throw a few claims in. Kraken gets a kill. That's 2 dead on the side of SynRG. Kraken, balls are still going in. It's 26. Once again, they can't get another clam in for the second time this game. Gray is there. They don't know, but Gray does not have a clam to their name. That basket's going to close again. This Armageddon still has the pity. They have to break the basket one final time and get one more clam in, but Armageddon is starting to go down. 2 dead as we go into overtime here. All of the members of SynRG are up. That's 3 dead for Armageddon, and SynRG's going to walk that clam to that basket, get that score, and get game 2 by the slimmest of margins.
Absolutely heartbreaking loss going down to the wire. Both times that Armageddon managed to make a push, that just SynRG, you know, that one push that they did get that only furthered their point score like about 10 points or so, ended up being a great push because that is all they needed to secure the win by just that 1 point. Absolutely heartbreaking, but that does prove, that narrow loss proves that Armageddon is absolutely still in it, and we could definitely see the reverse of what happened in the first tournament here. SynRG won a reverse 3-0 against Armageddon, and I would not be surprised if we saw the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. This is now Armageddon's chance to step on the gas because they've had 2 incredibly close games that went down to the wire, down to the final few seconds of overtime. And I mean, I'm geared up for a set that's just going to have even more of that right now. So I'm just excited. These have been 2 amazing games, 2 incredibly close. SynRG has had that clutch factor by just a little bit, but I mean, Armageddon definitely proving that they are challengers here, that they are a very strong team, and they are absolutely capable of taking down SynRG. And I mean, as you said, we saw the reverse 303 week 1. Now Armageddon has the chance to show their stuff and to show that they are just as much the challengers here.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how once again Armageddon makes a counter pick. They're really gonna have to make it count. Looks like their first choice did not go in their favor, but maybe their second choice will. Maybe, you know, their second choice being Splatzone's Briner Springs. As a Splatling main myself, I can absolutely see the appeal here of having that incredibly strong backline support and just being able to hold onto the zone. It's going to be interesting to see what they make out of this, and I'm excited. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm definitely excited to see what they can make out of their Splatzone's Brinewater counter pick. Armageddon, I mean, as you said, Armageddon does have a backline by their side, but SynRG has seemed a bit more reliant on their crab tanks for their backlines here, and crab tank can kind of, you know, serve as a pseudo backline, especially on a stage with open side lanes like Brinewater. But I definitely think just the big decider of who wins and who loses on Zone's Brinewater is who can get the better hold on the enemy ramp, because once you start to push up, it can just be so constricting on defense for how you are able to move and how you're able to prevent that. And it looks like Armageddon is going to try and take advantage of that best they can, which is why they made this counter pick.
Yeah, this game can be so easily won if you just get a crab tank on the ramp, but if you also get a heavy or a hydra or basically anything on the ramp, it acts the same thing, and it doesn't have a duration that runs out. So it's going to be interesting to see, but like most crucially, getting to there, it's difficult, but not all that difficult. So whoever breaks out of mid first, whoever gets that big, you know, 70-point push that you can get from establishing a strong lockout is probably going to end up taking the game. But we'll see here, see if these teams have anything, any changes to the comp, most notably Armageddon running that Hydra here, not changing off. And we see a Squeezer, which isn't something you'd see too often out of SynRG.
Yeah, respect, switching off that 96 Deku, going to that Squeezer. Kipu going on the Hydra Splatling instead of the Heavy, as you commented on, Weep. And I mean, here we go, game 3. SynRG is at match point here. If they win this game, they move on through winners and force Armageddon into losers. So it's kind of do or die for Armageddon here. They have to get on the board in some regard. Kipu trying to hold down the fort here with that Hydra Splatling, and SynRG is the one that has a lot more specials online. Hydra just has that Booyah Bomb, but Machine is going to pop their own Booyah Bomb, and the Squeezer still has the Tsuka out there ready, just being popped right now. And members are starting to go down on both sides. There's clearly a team fight happening. It seems to still be tied, though, 2-2 on both sides, as Armageddon still has a small lead here.
Yeah, something interesting about that first team fight was there were barely any boots on the ground in mid from Armageddon, but they were still able to exert so much control over mid from all of the range that they have. That Flingza has range, but no, like that Hydra is going to be able to put out so much pain, so much pressure over the zone just from that snipe area. It's absolutely insane, and they're seriously benefiting from that. Already, they have the zone yet again. They narrowly escaped having their lead taken away from them, but right here, gonna get it even further out here. 3E taking the pick off of the Squeezer, who had the Zuka, and getting a double, or we might see a triple here as they go into this next team fight, but they do go down before they can snag that.
Yeah, they do get 2v1, but they do force the crowd to be popped by Time here a little bit earlier than I'd imagine SynRG wanted to, and now SynRG 2 dead is just the splash and the Squeezer, and the splash probably going to be forced to retreat here. Blue Bomb's going to come out on the other side of zone, and that's going to be the cap for Armageddon here. And Armageddon definitely has a very close lead right now. They want to extend it a little bit. Missiles are online from Luis on the Flingza here, and it's going to be popped right now, trying to find a few targets. It's going to be locked on to 2 members of SynRG all the way back in spawn. Armageddon notably threw that penalty themselves as well and still has control of the zone here, but that's going to be a double kill from the bomb off of Pose, and that's going to be SynRG getting the zone right back.
Yeah, it's looking like SynRG is starting to position themselves in a way that means they want to move forward, but Kipu on that Hydra is going to really deny that. If you're staring down the barrel of a Hydra, you're never going to have a good time. But SynRG notably is starting to take down their timer as well, rapidly approaching Armageddon's lead, and it looks like it might get taken here if it's not going to get narrowly stolen out of them again, of course.
What is it with this set and 1-point leads? It's been such a pattern between these two teams, just so neck and neck with each other, but right now SynRG has the numbers advantage. Armageddon trying to get the jump on the crab. 3 is able to get the pick on Time though, and SynRG has control of the zone, but they have a few less members in mid, but 3 is going to get found by the machine here, and it looks like SynRG is starting to set up a bit of a hold here. Half can move forward, but immediately gets taken out by Gray on the splash, and I mean, it's just been a bloodbath this entire game. SynRG finally gets that lead though, but it's only by 2 points before they're immediately contested by Armageddon. And I mean, it's been 3 minutes in this game. This score has not even gone below 50.
Yeah, the defensive power of that Hydra has stopped Armageddon from getting locked out at any point. They haven't really gone down at all this game from what I've seen. And now Armageddon is starting to take mid control way back, getting so much paint on the board, and it looks like I mean, these specials are going to come out, though, which are going to neutralize the zone briefly, but Armageddon did take their lead back, getting more picks. The Squeezer's down, the T-Tech is down. That Crab is going to get an insane amount of value here, as they're the only one on the field, it looks like. Half going to take out the splash, but the timer is still ticking, notably.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've actually seen a notable lead from either of these teams in this game, and it's going to be in favor of Armageddon. 24 points and still pushing it down. SynRG trying to cap the zone, get the penalty, and they finally do it. And Respect starting to move up here with the aid of that splash wall as the Zuka online to potentially snipe that Hydra out of the sky. And that would be absolutely incredible for SynRG. And SynRG here, almost through that penalty, there they go. And they're starting to get below the 50-point marker to be into the final minute of this decisive Game 3.
Hydra does get taken out, but not before they can throw the Bria Bomb out, but it didn't really do much. However, the missiles are going to go out onto the field, causing SynRG to be pushed back, be made uncomfortable. Crab Tank going out, but, I mean, looks like Armageddon is still in control of the zone. They did apply a penalty to SynRG, but the zone is going to go back to SynRG, which is incredibly huge as they start to approach. Only 10 seconds left before they start ticking down on their timer and really causing Armageddon to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a danger zone for Armageddon here. They have to hold on to their lead however they can. 25 seconds left in this game. Tri-Strikes are coming out from SynRG. SynRG does not have a lot of specials to play with. Right now, it's just the Booyah Bomb from the machine here. The T-Tech is taken out. Booyah Bomb is going to be popped. Where they throw it is going to be hugely decisive, but missiles are going to come out. That's 2 dead on the side of SynRG. Only 10 seconds left for SynRG to get into zone and get this cap, or Armageddon's going to be on the board. 5 seconds left. SynRG trying to move in. The zone is contested. The Squeezer gets a trade with the Zuka, and SynRG has control of the zone right now as we go into overtime.
Yeah, we are in an overtime scenario. About 20 seconds left on the board for Armageddon to scrape something back together, but with the machine and the Hydra coming back onto the field, it might be a bit more difficult to hold than SynRG expects. However, the zone is ticking down. These players are getting their specials back and just getting into positions where they can defend as best as possible. But the Hydra is going to get taken out. Looks like Armageddon is going to lose the lead. SynRG takes a 3-0.
SynRG takes quite possibly the closest 3-0 I've ever seen in my time commentating. What an incredibly composed and well played set from SynRG. Never panicked about losing the lead or about being close to it because they knew they could always get the run back, and SynRG takes it 3-0 and moves on through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, Armageddon, unfortunately, going to be knocked into losers so early on, but based on that incredible showing, they're not going to have too much of a struggle there, I mean, at least in theory. But right now, that is, like you said, SynRG is going to move on, is not going to have to make a loser's run just yet, but wow, insanely close matches, absolutely insane. They proved that they did deserve that reverse 3-0 in Tournament 1 in this revenge match.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're on Armageddon, you can't feel too bad about it, but I think we're actually taking a live look in here at one of the other games that's going on right now between Healthy Diet Food Groups and Rabid here, also in the winner's side here for round 1. And Rabid notably has a 2-1 lead right now over Healthy Diet Food Groups, and they're closing in on the lead of Healthy Diet Food Groups here in Game 3.
Yeah, notably this tournament is going to go incredibly fast. All of these players have each other at it. They've been playing each other through SAC, through just scrims, all that good stuff for so long that making the room isn't going to take a while as long as they get their force in a reasonable amount of time. So we're going to not be taking too many short breaks here as we go on. It's a pretty straight shot, non-stop action.
It's an action-packed tournament here with teams of this caliber here, and I mean, we're already seeing how closely matched. We saw that last set where all the leads were decided by between 1 and 5 points, and I mean here between Rabid and Healthy Diet Food Groups, no different. Healthy Diet Food Groups has that lead by 1 point on Splat Zones. It's deja vu all over again, and Rabid is going to be trying to push back in. They are at match point here. It's still best of 5, so if Rabid wins this, they take the set 3-1. Healthy Diet Food Groups wants to prevent that though and stay in the winner's bracket as long as possible. Both of these teams are heavy favorites here. A lot of people expected Healthy Diet Food Groups to make it far in the bracket, so they have expectations to live up to, and so far they're living up to it here with that wipeout on Rabid.
Yeah, here at SAC we asked these teams that we asked who they thought would win if they didn't take it home, and most of these teams are 4 out of 8 of these teams really favored Healthy Diet Food Groups to go, but Rabid is not a dark horse pick either. Very respected team. People know the power of these teams, but it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out here, as Healthy Diet Food Groups is kind of on the downturn, but not exactly in this game, as they're encroaching on the lead of Rabid.
Yeah, I mean, Healthy Diet Food Groups does have the lead right now at 19. Rabid does have to work a little bit harder for them. They might have to work in overtime here, but Rabid does have the zone right now. They're all juiced up. They can die without consequences here, and that aggression is starting to overwhelm Healthy Diet Food Groups a little bit here. They're 2 dead right now. Rabid continues to move forward. That's a delayed wipe on Healthy Diet Food Groups right now, and Rabid almost threw that penalty of theirs. About 2 seconds left, and they're going to be taken down on that zones timer. Healthy Diet Food Groups has to move. And it looks like that lead is going to be going in favor of Rabid here. And Healthy Diet Food Groups is really running out of time for this knockout. Rabid is 2 dead right now. They have to get the zone here and now. Healthy Diet Food Groups has that zone. They have to make a win in overtime if they want to stay in the winner's bracket. Rabid putting on so much pressure here. It's going to come down to the final moments of the match.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Healthy Diet Food Groups looks so close to taking it back, but we're just stopped by Rabid, and now it's in overtime. There was only a few seconds left, but it looks like the depth here on the slosher is going to be diving at the zone. It looks very, very bad, and Rabid is going to take it out, knocking Healthy Diet Food Groups into losers so early on.
That is a massive upset from Rabid here, taking the 3-1 victory over Healthy Diet Food Groups, sending them to losers bracket in round 1. What an insane play. I wish we got to see more of this set, because Rabid was clearly playing incredibly here, but Healthy Diet Food Groups only took 1 game off of them and drops the losers bracket incredibly early compared to what I'm assuming everyone was expecting here. Very well played to Rabid, and Healthy Diet Food Groups starting the day off in a way I'd imagine they would not want to. Now they'll have to claw their way through losers if they want to win this thing.
Yeah, thanks for to the folks at Splatoon Tourney who are also doing the broadcast, so we can see more of these awesome matches for giving us this live look in, and so we don't have to sit and twiddle our thumbs for 5 minutes as we wait for the matches to proceed on.
I mean, absolutely, it keeps this tournament action-packed. As Jeannie said a bit earlier, if you have the means to do it, please have 2 tabs open of Twitch, one of IPL Splatoon and one of Splatoon Tourney, because you want as many angles of these matches as possible. These are some great sets that are happening all times right now. You do not want to miss a single one.
Have the volume on us though. We're better than those ones over there. No, I just kidding.
You know.
Yeah. The other, both cats are absolutely great. The production value is off the charts, and we're just waiting here. Looking at this bracket though, it looks like on the matches that we have not seen, it's going to be Centopia taking a 3-0 against Silly Kitties, another favorite. The silliness famously cannot be contained, but they have been contained, clearly, unfortunately for them. Also, No Mercy, who is another absolute favorite to take this entire thing home, is down 1-2 against Sanctuary, so we'll see how that plays out as we go further on.
I mean, No Mercy isn't just a favorite, they are the favorite. They're the only team to win 2 different SEC tournaments in this 6th season. They won Tournament 2 and Tournament 4. The number 1 seed, the most points by far, and Sanctuary keeping up with them very well, having the lead in the game count. And I mean, Centopia, that number 2 seed, takes a predicted win over Silly Kitties, containing that silliness, and are going to move on to round 2 to meet up with Rabid, as Silly Kitties and Healthy Diet Food Groups are going to meet up down in losers round 1, where one of them will be exiting the tournament at 7th.
Yeah. Looks like, we see Healthy Diet Food Groups going up against Silly Kitties next and losers, as it looks like, Centopia and Rabid are a matchup, and we're just waiting on that last little one to get to see who SynRG has to fight next, so exciting to see. We're looking at some replays here from, I believe, Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Rabid, which is going to be really interesting to see how Rabid took that 3-1 against Healthy Diet Food Groups.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that Rabid was able to hold pretty strong here at the beginning of the Zone Splinter game, gets close to that lead, and I mean, Healthy Diet Food Groups has a bit of pushback here, has a bit of fight as the lead gets a little bit closer, but Rabid still has quite the hardy advantage here. I mean, Rabid is clearly a team to watch out for. Healthy Diet Food Groups, though, still has that defense, but I mean, Rabid taking out such a favorite so early on definitely established them as a threat, and I mean, that's something that they've been doing ever since they, kind of burst onto the SEC scene back in Tournament 2, making it all the way to Grand Finals of Gold Bracket in just their first tournament of the season.
Oh, that's how that went. Disconnect, unfortunately, way too late to do a disconnect rule here, as Healthy Diet Food Groups pushed too far, and that's how a game went down, which is super, super unfortunate, but also, aside from the unfortunateness of that, I just wanted to look at these teams' comps here. At least in the first one, we saw a C-Jet coming out from the side of Rabid, which is not something you see every day. We saw dualies, we saw Carbon, a super interesting matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, we're actually just going to be getting right into it here. I believe for our round 2 set in winners bracket, this is going to be winners semifinals between Centopia and Rabid here. Definitely excited to get a closer look at, what Rabid has to offer, because clearly they are, a team that people have been underestimating without good reason, because Rabid is a strong team for sure. Centopia, obviously that 2nd seed, heavy favorite to make it far in this tournament, so I'm excited to see how this matchup goes.
Yeah, Centopia has an absolutely stacked roster here. I'm not exactly sure who's playing today, but whoever it is going to be absolutely insane. All these players, very talented, but I mean, Rabid, some absolute bombshells too. Like we said, having the skill to take out the tournament favorite is not something to sneeze at. So we're gonna see how these players interact as we go further on into it. No breaks, no gods. We ball as we go into Splat Zone's Binder Springs.
Yeah, and another thing worth noting, just to clear up the confusion a little bit, Centopia is also known as Watermelon. We might use those names interchangeably here, but if you see Watermelon, it means Centopia. If you see Centopia, it means Watermelon. And if you see either, it means they're doing great in this tournament. And I mean, I'm excited to see, again, how the set goes. We start on Zone's Brine Water. We got a little bit of a look at it in our previous set that we commentated between Armageddon and SynRG. And I mean, we saw how SynRG was able to take that game and just how important a stronghold is on every zones map, but especially on a map as constricting as Brine Water Zones. And I mean, we might see exactly that as we go into game 1 of winners semis here in Splatoon Advanced Circuit Season 6. And I mean, take a look at both of these comps here.
I mean, the coordinations from Centopia is going to be off the charts, considering they thought about coordinating their splash tags, their banners. So as we go into it, we see the C-Jet come out yet again, which is something that We haven't really seen been proven yet, but the rain that is going to provide, the mist's always going to have some value. But overall, we see Yaru going for some kills, getting one before taking down themselves. Centopia is already 2 down, but they have the zone, which I mean, it might be swiftly taken away from them by Rabid.
Yeah, the custom Jet Sculpture kit was definitely one of the most underestimated in the new season, but it is just such a master of area denial, and we'll hopefully see Aaron use it for just that. They're now set up in the mid zone, and you can just see Centopia tries to approach. The Squeezer's actually able to get the pick on the Jet Sculpture, though, with the somewhat comparable range, though, and that's going to allow Centopia to start moving back in as we have, a pretty close scuffle in mid for zone at the beginning of the game.
Many people describe Zuka as a jackpot special, and it just got a jackpot, taking out one of the members of Rabid as they move in, which is going to allow Centopia to start moving forward and keep denying this area so heavily. The CJet may be the master of area denial, but right now that title goes to Centopia as their team play is stifling Rabid right now.
Yeah, I mean, Centopia still has control of that zone here. They are going to lose cap, though, to Rabid finally getting back into mid, but Centopia still here to provide a challenge. 52 is going to move forward with that wall. The Squeezer goes down fairly early, though, but that Tri-Sculpture is going to go down. Trade between the Tenantech and the Dually Sculptures, but the zone is now in favor of Rabid. The zone is just flipping back and forth as are these team counts. Just an absolute bloodbath of a match we have here.
Yeah, Centopia does go 2 down as the missiles go out onto the field, meaning that Rabid is going to start having the advantage. The 52 jumps out, meaning essentially 3 down. It's only the DS out on the field, and while they can survive a lot with their movement, they just don't have the ability to take anyone out with them as they go down. It looks like Rabid is already approaching Centopia's lead here as we approach the 50-point mark. There are 2 down on Rabid, though, meaning that we're going to see a 1-point lead survival yet again.
If I had a nickel for every 1-point lead on Splatoons I saw in SAC Season 6 Finals, I'd be a rich man by the end of the day, most likely, because holy cow, these teams are playing for keeps. They just keep taking from each other from the slimmest of margins, and Centopia still has this cap and almost threw that penalty there.
Yeah, Centopia taking advantage of the fact that they still had lead and going ahead and pushing it a tiny bit further, 2 points. But with Rabid going 3 down, their zone cap is not going to be very long lasting. Centopia is going to have the chance to move in even further. We're going to see Marsh on this Squeezer here, almost having their Zuka, which we might see really soon as they try to get a jackpot out of it, taking Aaron out, the CJet player, who almost had their reign, which is a pretty big pick right now. But Centopia is also 3 down. Rabid has the field, but not for long, I'd imagine, as the numbers just aren't there on either side, really.
Yeah, but right now, Centopia is making their way back into the zone here. Are contesting that capture and are able to get that capture. Rabid has been forced back a little bit too much here. Adapting the, super jump out with the added jump time, and it's going to get the pick on the Carbon Roller, but goes down to the Squeezer here. Marsh has been making absolute miracles happen, and all of a sudden, Rabid are 3 dead, and Centopia pushing up quickly. Marsh trying to find the pick on this T-Tech, but doesn't even need to. Centopia's been applying so much pressure, and they're below that 30-point mark of the zone timer.
Yeah, Squeezer may not be a weapon we see too often, but we're seeing it played to its absolute max here. These Zukas are a great special if you're able to land it. The walls are going to give you so much survivability, and you have so much good long-range pressure with that weapon. Centopia is reaching the 10-point mark. Rabid is going to be throwing themselves at the zone at any chance of getting it back, but they just aren't able to, as Centopia takes game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, just paint a picture of how close it was. Rabid has the zone after the timer at 0, but
oh no.
Centopia, yeah, barely held onto by the slimmest of margins and was able to take a very, very close game 1 here. And I mean, they're just incredibly coordinated, undulating on all of Rabid. And now Rabid has to respond with a little bit of, a bit of a chip on their shoulders. Doesn't feel good to get quad undulated on.
Quad undulated with quad banners and just a lot of team coordination from Centopia, which helped them just keep the timer ticking down and get that beautiful KO on Rabid here. Right now we're gonna see though what Rabid decides to counterpick on, maybe something that favors their aggressive playstyle, or maybe not. We'll see. Always hard to predict when we don't know these teams and like what they like to counterpick to yet. Oh well, yeah, we haven't seen a counterpick from these guys yet in this tournament, so we'll see.
I mean, yeah, and here are, the list of all available maps. I mean, there are some counterpick only maps here, but a lot of options for both these teams to, go with what they want. There are a lot of maps in this game, 16 total, and each of them with 4 modes. You're bound to have at least something competitively viable that you like, and some that just meshes with how you want to play the game. And these teams certainly know what they want to counterpick to, because, I mean, they've been in this tournament before. This is not their first rodeo. They had to have been, making it through these rounds to get here. So, I mean, they're experienced. They know what they want. So I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, like I said, Zones is always a hit or miss mode in terms of determining how the set is going to go. It's very weird, but we're looking at the bracket still. No Mercy is up 2-2 against Sanctuary, going to a Game 5, the first we've seen so far. Healthy Diet Food Group's up 1-0 against Silly Kitties. These teams are giving us certainly a show here. Wow.
Yeah, giving us a show without us even being able to see them. I'm super curious to see the ending of Mercy and Sanctuary here. Game 5 set in round 1, definitely pretty nerve-wracking, especially when you're the top team, the top dog with all the expectations on you. And
looks like our counterpicks rolling in. We're seeing Clanless Museum, DLP, and Xeno. I know this is a map mode that we both have a lot of appreciation for.
I love this map. I mean, personally, overall, Museum's probably my favorite map in this game. I think it's just so good on all modes, but especially on Clanless, it is just such a nice map. You do obviously have that massive choke point on the flat, but even still, there's so many options around that spinner for both attacking and defending, just how you want to move around and how you want to coordinate your team. And of course, you do always have the option to come around that left side on that block. So a lot of options you can do on your coordinated attacks, and a lot of places you can stand on defense to set yourself up for success. So, I mean, I'm very excited. This is a very tried and true map mode in this game. So these teams are familiar with it. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's hard to think of a map mode that I like better, especially as a backline player. I feel like I have a lot of presence without being too overbearing on the enemy team. They can still move if they play right, but it creates a lot more counterplay. They can, really, offensive players can move around the spinners in a way that gives them a lot of cover, a lot of stealth. But it's also just really fun to try to sniff them out on defense. It's an incredibly well-balanced map mode with a lot of ebbs and flows. You can get up on the plat without scoring and just try to hold it for as long as you can, or you can go straight for it. It's just super interesting to watch, and we'll see how these two very, very strong teams interact as we go into it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's gonna be fun, and I mean, we already saw how close that game 1 is, and these teams obviously strong to make it here. But I'm just excited to see more. I just want to see more. These are going to be great sets. I want to see them all the time, man.
Crucially, we're going to see as we go into this next game if Rabid is going to get quad undulated on again, or if they're going to pull something out for themselves. We'll see here. We see the return of the Squeezer and the Carbon and the 52. And Centopia, or not, that is Rabid going for a combo of a Rapid Blaster Deco with the Slosher.
Sorry, do you mean the Rabid Blaster Deco? I think you misspoke there a little bit, but yeah, Rabid is going to be on that Rabid Deco that was just brought about by the new patch here. What do you mean, what? Never mind.
You're making me scratch my head here. Anyway, looks like Centopia already has a really strong control over mid here. Yaru getting a trade on the plat, but Centopia does go 2 down, pushing a little bit too far. Adapting to go on that flank route, he can get behind Centopia and get into their heads, as he has a 1v1 with a Slosher that he ends up losing out to.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the Slosher dead, but I mean, these teams are just in a pretty stiff neutral right now, just trying to vie for some control. It's 3 versus 3 right now. We do see Sweet get the pick on Yaru here, and that's going to be 3 dead on the side of Centopia. Rabid starting to push up pretty aggressively here. It's just the Splash, but Splash still holding down the fort a little bit. Finally goes down to that T-Tag. Brings enough time for the teammates to respawn, but Rabid is still trying to push up, get a bit of control here. We do have a power claim unlock being held by Candy on this T-Tech here, and they're pushing aggressively into this plat, trying to get a strong push going.
Yeah, that wall just got shredded. It's a unstoppable force versus a very, very movable object here with Rabid. But however, the unstoppable force has been stopped, or at least put to bay. All but the Rapid, except the Rapid does go down. That's going to be a delayed wipe from Rabid here as Centopia moves in fast as light onto Rabid's plat, getting specials popped and plenty of power clamps on the board here. But it looks like these teams are in a bit of a stalemate here. They're just going down left and right. They try to make a push. They push in a little bit too fast and go down for it. But so many jumps are going in that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. Rabid was just left to 1 alive in that 52 from Centopia. Still on the plat, gave so many jumps, and that allows Centopia to get that power claim in, and they still have access to their other power claim. One is able to run back and get it. Barrier is going to go back up for Rabid, but Rabid is 3 dead. It's just the bucket left alive, and that bucket is going to get swarmed and taken out mid tri-strike, and Centopia still has so much presence. That basket is finally available again. Centopia takes full advantage, gets 2 power claims in, drops that score down to 50. Rabid is on a harsh defense right now.
Centopia still has clams on the board, notably. Maybe not quite the control they need to get any of them more in, but they still have control of the pot. They haven't really gone down on that much. They still have a very strong mid control, a very strong plat presence, as this Carbon gets a beautiful double.
Yeah, beautiful double from this Carbon. I've been seeing a lot more presence from this Carbon Deco in this patch, and I'm all here for it. It's a great weapon here. It's really fun to watch, and we're seeing Centopia make amazing use out of it here. They have a pretty commanding lead here. They have no points on the board in the first half of the game, but they seem to change around so quickly just because of how momentum shifts in Clam Blitz.
Yeah, momentum shifts, and it's shifting back into Centopia's hands here. They don't quite have the clams to make a power clam yet. We're going to see that very soon, hopefully, from them, but they have a very strong plat presence here. Players are going down left and right. Rabid is going back into mid, notably, but they are 2 down. This Carbon here causing a lot of havoc here, as just everyone is going down. Neither of these teams are able to get a strong numbers advantage for quite a while here. It's very back and forth, very scrappy. Love to see the scrappy gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. But even with all the scrap, there's been no more points on the board. Rabid's starting to get a bit of turf control here. They have a few specials online. They have the Tri-Strike and the Crab at the ready here, but they really need to be careful how they use it, and they get a bit too careless to go down. Rabid is going to be forced to retreat with their last 2 members, and Centopia gets the wipeout there very, very quickly and is already back on that plat. March has another power claim, quickly running it towards that basket. That's going to be the basket breaker once again, as Centopia all over Rabid right now, still in their area.
However, Centopia does not have a lot of clams to further this lead. They did get a few points here on the board and are going to continue getting some more as the squeezer comes in with 3 more, bringing them all the way down to 36. Now we're approaching the 20-point mark here, with Rabid not having a single push to show for it, and we're going to see the summation of this push by how blue mid is.
Yeah, and I mean, Centopia gets it all the way down to 12 points, and Rabid only has 1 push to respond with. Centopia is probably going to have to stop there, and I mean, that basket's going to go back up, but including overtime, Rabid has less than a minute left to make a push down to 11 or lower happen, and that is just an astronomical ask at this point of the game. Centopia just has so much momentum right now, and I mean, Rabid just has to keep it together. That pick on the 52 is a good way to start, but Squeak is going to go down immediately while holding that Crab. Marsh on the Squeezer has been such a pain for Rabid right now, and they are running out of time.
Yeah, Centopia also has a lot of clams, a lot of map control. They can instantly deny overtime if they just get into their basket one more time. So we'll see how this goes. The Tri-Strikes are going to get popped out. Inkjet at the ready, Crab at the ready. The Pity is picked up, and looks like Rabid is really going to try to go for this overtime win here. Just trying to do anything that they can to gain mid and then plat back, but they are 3 down. That is going to be a wipeout, all but killing Rabid's chances here.
Yeah, Rabid put up a good fight at the end there, but Centopia takes an absolutely dominant game 2 on Rabid's own counter pick, and all of a sudden, Rabid is 1 game away from going to that losers bracket. Centopia up 2-0 in the set of winter semifinals.
Yeah, crucially, we're going to have to see Rabid keep their mental up, not give up, and just keep pushing forward if they want to take this reverse 3-0, but it's going to be a long climb up. But first, this climb starts with picking another counter pick.
Absolutely, but notably, that counterpick advantage is very, very, very heavily in Centopia's favor. I mean, they have 2 of their own counterpicks to work with if Rabid even takes game 3, so Centopia has a hearty advantage here, but Rabid could start to get some momentum going here, and they're going to get that momentum going on game 3, hopefully on Zone's Mako Mart. Weef, what are some of your thoughts on this stage?
It seems like with how fast that counterpick got planned out, it looks like they were just saying, okay, well, we don't really have any particular strategy. Let's just go with a map we're comfortable on. And Splatzone's Mako Mart is going to be a map that most teams are really comfortable on. It's a very standard map with a lot of standard play. You can make anything work on it. And notably, I think that Adapt Slosher is going to work pretty well here.
Yeah, Slosher is an amazing weapon on this map. There's so many ledges, so many angles you can take advantage of. It's a very angular stage, a lot of just the terrain really benefits Sloshers here, and Adapt is an incredibly strong Slosher player. So I'm excited to see what kind of magic they can make happen on this stage. But this is Rabid's last chance to, start to get some momentum going, because if they can take Game 3 in a convincing fashion, that momentum might be enough to carry them to the win of the set and to be able to make it to winners finals. So
Yeah.
a lot on the line here between both these teams. Centopia obviously with the hardy advantage, but you can't count Rabid out just yet.
Will Rabid get undulated on one last time, or will they take it back and refuse the undulation? Undulation? Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Let's go with undulation, I mean, unless you want to, I don't even know what else you could go with, honestly.
We're getting updates that Mercy lost their set.
Yeah, Mercy lost a Game 5 clincher to Sanctuary. The #1 seed is in loser's bracket right now. Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to take the set 2-0 over Silly Kitties. Down in loser's bracket, it is best of 3s, even more volatile, and unfortunately, Silly Kitties at the wrong end of that, out of this tournament at 7th place. Still commendable that they made it this far, but Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to move on, and now Armageddon and No Mercy are going to be fighting to see who moves on and who's going to be out at 7th place. Absolutely ridiculous upset from Sanctuary, an absolutely ridiculous turn of events.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy that these two teams that people would expect to be taking it out in winners finals, grand finals, are going to be just taking it out in probably winners round 3 or losers round 3 if they even make it there, if they don't get knocked out in losers, which is absolutely crazy. But what is also just absolutely crazy is how we're getting right into this match.
What's absolutely crazy is that beautiful transition as we go into Game 3 of winners round 2 between Centopia and Rabid here. Adapt on that Tri-Nouveau. We do see the Neo Splash coming out on the side of Rabid as well. Double Tri-Strike options here, and Centopia back on that Dually Squelchers for just trying to lock the set away at 3-0.
Yeah, the most winnable weapon coming out in the game, really, is going to be brought out here. Squeeze are going to be going down. Splash is going to be going down. 2 down on the side of Centopia. This might be proving to be a great counterpick choice from Rabid here, as they already have the advantage.
Yeah, but comebacks can happen on Flat Zones so easily, as we've seen so many times. But, I mean, Rabid has quite the hardy amount of control here. Squeeze going to be throwing down that Wavebreaker here on that Junior, but Rabid right now is 2 dead. Centopia aggressively moving back in. 52 gets caught out a little bit too early, though, from Centopia, and that's going to really hamper their push here. The Zuka is going to get on Adapt here from this Carbon Roller, and looks like Centopia trying to move back into the zone, but Rabid still has a lot of turf control here. They do find a pick, though. Centopia still moving in, but don't have the zone quite yet.
This Carbon player holding forward, getting the picks necessary to facilitate their team to get a full wipeout, and already Dually Squelchers are moving in a very, very stealthy spot, going to pop out and take Adapt out with them as they go down. 2 down on the side of Rabid, and Centopia still has a very, very strong control of the zone here.
Yeah, and Centopia is really encroaching on Rabid's lead here, about 5 seconds to go until that lead is in their hands here. And I mean, there's that lead switch going in favor of Centopia. Rabid trying to move back in. They do have Centopia 2 dead. They have control of that zone, but they have to fight for that lead all over again. And I mean, at this point in the set, a lead is so important for Rabid here. You cannot let any chance slip away. And Centopia knows this, trying to take advantage of this Carbon, trying to go in, gets the pick on the splash with that beautiful angle there, and Centopia still pushing forward and actually takes the zone back from Rabid.
You can see the gears in this Carbon player's head turning. Okay, I gotta pick. Where's my next one? Where's the next blood? They get another pick on the T-Tech with their Zuka, which is gonna mean that their team is gonna get another wipeout. Centopia still has control. Rabid is right now just trying to respond. They have to play things very patiently if they want a chance at taking this back, because Centopia they're going to be taking their timer down even more and furthering their lead from just a few points to significantly more as they go on.
Yeah, we have about 2.5 minutes left, and Centopia comfortably has that zone. It's just the Tenatech left alive for Rabid here, and Centopia below that 30-point marker here as we cross the 2.5 minute threshold. Centopia just has such a stronghold in the zone right now, going for this knockout. Kirby just holding the stack with the Dually Squelchers, throws down the Wavebreaker. Rabid are 2 dead right now, and they have to move. It's just the C Junior left. That's the wipeout. That's the game, and that's going to be the set. going in favor of Centopia as they move on to winners finals.
Heartbreaking loss for Rabid, losing on both of their counter picks. It looked like this game could have gone in their favor at the beginning, but Centopia got control and just did not let go. And Rabid is undulated on one last time.
One last time as Centopia gets to move on to winners finals with a very nice 3-0. Rabid still in this tournament has a life in losers bracket, but they'll have to maintain that hope at the risk of elimination. They have at least 5th place locked up and a potential matchup with the winner of Armageddon and No Mercy, but Centopia is going to be the first team to move on to winners finals, and their opponent will be dictated by the other set between Sanctuary and SynRG.
Yeah, Sanctuary is, taking out #1 seed means that they are going to be a very, very formidable opponent for SynRG, but we saw just how strong SynRG was in that first game of this stream here, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that matchup plays out. But we're going to have a bit of a longer gap to fill as Centopia just took that 3-0 with spades, with plenty of time to spare, giving themselves some time to breathe before their next set.
Yeah, absolutely, but Centopia hasn't really been breaking a sweat here. They got 2 3-0s consecutively, have not dropped a game, hasn't even had a chance to make a counterpick here. Going into this, the heavy favorites were definitely Mercy and Healthy Diet Fruit Groups, but Centopia is saying that they should not be underestimated by any means. They are a strong team, absolutely the #2 seed, and they're in winners finals pretty comfortably here and could potentially be in grands after just one more set. So Centopia put themselves in a fantastic spot for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, the absolute dominance that they've been showing is going to be absolutely, it's something. It's certainly something.
It's a spectacle. You have to play it up.
It's
simply wondrous. It's chef's kiss.
Once again, though, I'm just still absolutely baffled at, #1 and #3 seed getting taken out round 1. Absolutely insane.
I mean, they could be playing for 4th place, and that's if they even make it that far. Rabid is going to be fighting the winner of No Mercy and Armageddon. No Mercy currently up 1-0, but Healthy Diet Fruit is going to be fighting the loser of Sanctuary and SynRG. I mean, both of these teams prove themselves to be really strong, and SynRG is actually making quite a solid run of this tournament. They got that round 1, and notably, they've been kind of struggling a bit in the more recent SAC tournaments, but they definitely seem back on their form with that 3-0 in Armageddon, and seem to have a pretty tight set against Sanctuary right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be real interesting to see. Interestingly, Mercy, if they take it out against Armageddon, is gonna be fighting against the players that they said would win if Mercy didn't win. So that's gonna be an interesting match to watch. We're unfortunately not gonna be able to see it, but can keep an eye on that score very, very carefully, as we might see one more upset there if Rabid can really take it out.
Absolutely. I mean, we got a lot of fun stuff in store here for this tournament, and we've already saw action. Even if both the sets we saw on this stream have been 3-0s, there's absolutely been so much going on, and we saw a bit of a sneak peek of it at the Splatoon tourney stream, where I believe they're currently casting Sanctuary versus SynRG. So, I mean, there's a lot of great Splatoon happening today, and we're seeing only just a glimpse of it, only a glimpse of the storylines that have been building up for the past few months. So it's a big day for Splatoon. Make sure you're staying tuned for it.
Oh yeah, definitely tune into Splatoon tourney right now, as they are going to be watching a matchup that we're not quite going to be able to see for right now, just with how it turned out. We're going to have a bit of time to kill here as we wait, so that's going to be interesting. We are seeing it right now. It's a live look moment.
Doing a bit of a live look in here. Game 1 between SynRG and Sanctuary. I believe actually we had a bit of DC problems here real quick, so things got a little bit delayed compared to what we initially wanted, but still a strong match nonetheless. Sanctuary seems to have the lead right now and has a pretty strong lockout on SynRG here in this game 1.
Yeah, Sanctuary, I bet, are feeling pretty confident here, taking out after taking out the upset that they did. Wind in their sails, lockout established. They are going to be going 2 down, and that's going to be SynRG getting the cap once again. But the Sanctuary absolutely proving that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the first time we're seeing Sanctuary's comp here. They're running quad shooter here with 2 splashes, the NZEP 85 and the 10-attack splatter shot. You don't really see much 85, especially in wake of the 89 that has the new Super Chump special, which is so nice for going in and giving yourself cover in team fights. But it seems that Sanctuary is really opting for the Tacticooler here, seeming to prefer being juiced up. And I mean, here they are juiced up right now, taking this team fight, but actually going to go in the favor of SynRG here, as SynRG threw their penalty and started to make a hold.
Yeah, they wanted that soda, and so we're gonna see as they go in how they're gonna be able to take advantage of it. I mean, it doesn't look like they are right now, as the lead is going to swap to the side of SynRG, but SynRG also has so many crab tanks and so many specials at their disposal to hold, but that doesn't mean anything if they're gonna get shredded immediately. Teme gets taken out, and the other splash is taken out as well. But critically, SynRG is still going, 2 down on both sides, and the zone is now finally in Sanctuary's favor once again, but they have a fat penalty if they want to continue getting this zone, getting this lead, getting this game.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, Sanctuary's comp really struggles with the squeezer that SynRG has in the hands of Respect here. Not a whole lot you can do to that splash wall with burst bombs, and I mean, the squeezer has such an insane range value compared to everything that Sanctuary has to offer here. And I mean, it's clearly been something that's been working in SynRG's favors. They have control of the zone again. They have that lead at 8 points here, taking through that penalty, but it's going to be stopped here. Sanctuary is still fighting in the zone. They have a quad frontline comp, so they're going to be coming at SynRG with all they got. And SynRG seems ready to respond here, but you can't really predict what's going to happen in the last few minutes of this match.
Yeah, no, something that's definitely interesting is Sanctuary's lack of range here. If Marsh on that squeezer has the paint around them, they can just hold backwards on this map. This map is so long range favored with so little cover to work around if you are one of those short range players. But Sanctuary is getting back in. They're using the soda to get back in and get really in to SynRG's base here, getting some picks, being very annoying, but going 3 down in the process. It's only that splash left on the zone, who is rapidly going to get collapsed on.
Yeah, and SynRG back in the zone, back in their element. Don't quite have the cap yet. There we go, finally in their favor. Stacking up another penalty up against Sanctuary here, in this crab tank from Teme. Going to hold here, going to put a little bit of pressure on the enemy crab. It is going to get... It's not going to get shredded though, as it's still there applying a bit of pressure, but not finding a pick. And Sanctuary has the cap of the zone right back, setting up for, I believe, their other crab here. Actually, no, I'm a liar, but SynRG gets that cap right back. It's just a cap back and forth, just changing hands so quickly here in the final minute of this match.
Yeah. It's looking really good for SynRG, but Sanctuary, as we've seen, can go in and hold, and if they're able to execute that right, they can definitely pull something out in the last 30 seconds of this match. But it's going to take a lot of coordination, a lot of team fights that go really well in their favor, and a lot of well-timed specials to get this zone not only back in their favor, but held for long enough to take this lead back in overtime. But a 3 down is exactly what they need, putting them in a very good spot to at least try to get something started.
Yeah, that was very close for Sanctuary. SynRG had 3 points left in that penalty and then 8 points for the knockout, but Sanctuary able to get that cap at the last moment and is going to bring this into an overtime here. Sanctuary threw that penalty, less than 20 seconds left for SynRG to make it back to that zone, but they're already here making some paint happen. They have the pick on the splash. Numbers advantage, 3 dead for Sanctuary, and SynRG going to get this cap and going to take that game 1.
Sanctuary, in the beginning of this game proved that they were a force to be reckoned with, but SynRG taking that game proved that they are as well. So just because you took out seed number 1 doesn't mean that you have it in the bag.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing is certain in this tournament. I mean, just the rise and fall of so many just different stories that are being told here between all these teams, just all trying to get that number 1 victory here. And I mean, SynRG definitely making a strong case for themselves here as we take a look at this replay.
Yeah, running it back, seeing exactly what happened for SynRG or Sanctuary to fall in these last seconds, as they definitely had the chance to take it back in overtime, but unfortunately the cards were not in their hand, the stars were not aligned, and they did go down in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty close there at the end. Not that many points were separating the teams at the final moments. I believe it's a 17-point lead, which is, I mean, equivalent to like 12 or so seconds, but I mean, that's the time that SynRG had and Sanctuary didn't, and now Sanctuary gets to make a counterpick that will suit them a little bit favor and a little bit better. We might actually see a score that's not a 3-0 on the stream.
Yeah, that would be absolutely insane. I don't know if it's in the cards the 3-0 curse is real. Looks like I'm not sure if it's going to be us or the other stream, but one of us are going to be watching No Mercy versus Rabid, which is something I said that we wouldn't see. I do a little bit of lying sometimes.
Yeah, No Mercy is going to take the 2-0 over Armageddon, knocking out Armageddon at 7th place. Very tough loss as they got so close for SynRG all 3 games. They're going to be out at 7th place, which is unfortunate. But, I mean, Rabid and No Mercy here, I think we're actually just going to be going into it ourselves here. Rabid and No Mercy. Eagle-eyed viewers will remember that this is actually a rematch from SEC Tournament 2's finals in Gold Bracket. Rabid and No Mercy both burst onto the scene, made it all the way to finals. And here they are down in Losers Bracket, fighting for being eliminated at 5th, which is absolutely ridiculous. Just goes to show how insane this tournament has been.
Yeah, once again, No Mercy, absolutely the darlings of this tournament. People were really betting on them winning, but it's going to be interesting to see who takes it home here. Once again, No Mercy voted that if they did not win, Rabid would, so it's going to be interesting to see if they're, maybe a little bit intimidated after, kind of having their, butts handed to them in that early game of this tournament. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, No Mercy has been very vocal that they have one goal in this tournament, and that is that they want to win. They will not be happy with a 2nd place, and they want to show that they're at the top of the skill level. But if they want to do that, they have a mountain to climb through this losers bracket, having to win, I believe, 6 sets back to back to back to back to back to back to back. If they want to take the tournament, and I mean, it's gonna have to continue here with this Zed versus Rabid, a team that stood up to them pretty handedly back in tournament 2.
Yeah, Rabid is definitely not to be counted out here, even as they stare down this giant that, like we said so many times, was really favored. It's gonna be interesting to see. I know people kind of, I don't know what to say. I'm excited. My words are not even, I can't even form sentences. That's how excited I am.
I mean, I mean, we've said it before. We'll say it again. It's a big day, and I mean, a best of 3 set is going to decide whether Rabid or No Mercy gets knocked out at 5th, which is just, it's wild to think, like, obviously there's only 8 players in this final tournament, but seeing any of them go out early just feels shocking because of how good all these teams are. And I mean, this matchup is going to start on Zone's Museum here, which is, I don't even know anymore.
You also can't think of any sentences, so you can't come on to me for that. Zones, we really both like clams on Museum, but I'm a big fan of Zones on Museum as well. It's a really interesting change up, or an interesting switch up with the access to mid, or access to the plats only being through the spinner and mid. You aren't able to go up a ramp, there's no block to climb up, so it means that if you see an opportunity to get onto their plat, you absolutely have to take it. You can't hold back. You're just not getting the lockout that you really, really want to see in spot zones.
Yeah, exactly here. And I mean, we talked about Museum a little bit on Clam, but it's just very solid on all 4 modes. We see a lot of Museum zones in these tournaments. It seems like people just really like playing splat zones in general. And I mean, Museum, one of the more commonly picked maps for that, just because of how the map is designed, how many options you have on both offense and defense.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a map where we can see a lot of long-range play work really well, but there's enough cover that even the weapons like carbons and stuff like that can also definitely make a huge impact on the stage. But we'll see what these teams decide to run here as we go in. Somebody in chat says Elemental is my favorite streamer. I agree. Elemental is a goated streamer.
Elemental, absolutely goated streamer, and these are absolutely goated teams as we go into game 1 of Losers Round 2 between Rabid and No Mercy. Rabid is going to be just bringing a pretty standard comp here with that C-Jet coming back out. No Mercy going with Double Splash, T-Tech Machine, the good old classic.
No Mercy, pulling out a comp that makes you think, if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? Basically seeing what was the very dominant meta in last patch here, but Rabid is pulling out, 2 new weapons, 2 old favorites, but the Tri-Slosher is going to get a ton of value on the stage. The Soda is going to be absolutely great, but right now No Mercy has a Crab that just got destroyed on the zone as Rabid goes 2 down, basically.
And I mean, No Mercy has that zone, or Mercy has that zone right now, but they don't have the numbers. Rabid does have a slight numbers advantage here. Mercy Splash finally going to respawn try and join the fight here as the Tri-Slash on the side of Rabid goes down. TJ on Mercy goes down. It's a bloodbath in zone here. Just in this decisive cap moment, he's going to try and get the pick. Just get the pick on the T-Tech. Sees the jump here on the Tri-Slash. He's going to get that as well. That's going to be a massive advantage for Mercy here in this team fight.
Yeah, looks like Rabid is going to take the lead very, very briefly. I mean, and they're still jumping in. That is the power of this very aggressive comp here, is that as long as they jump in, they're still having their impact be felt. But that Crab is going to force a lot of the players of Rabid to back up and give No Mercy some room to play again.
Yeah, exactly. And that Siege is going to go down to that well-thrown Splat Bomb from Eric here on the side of Mercy. And Eric already on this platform. Just trying to put as much pressure on Rabid as possible and trying to be as annoying as possible to make it hard for Rabid to get back into the zone, but it seems like Rabid took an off angle here to start to get a bit of pain on the zone. No Mercy still there to get that cap cleanly, but not quite able to get it without some more contestment from Rabid here from their plats.
Yeah, the Inkjet, the C-Jet's Rain is gonna come out, meaning that the zone gets briefly painted in Rabid's side, but No Mercy coming out with a Crab Tank and 2 picks, and a flood of players striking below and getting onto their plat is going to mean that No Mercy is in control once again, proving just how powerful they are and what a force to be reckoned they are. It looks like their timer is going to start counting down, and the lead is going to go further and further in their favor.
Yeah, No Mercy threw that penalty there, and they have Rabid 2 dead right now. It's just the C-Jet and the Splash all the way in the back. The Splash does have the Crab at the ready, but it's such an early time to use it for Rabid here. Adapt is going to be coming around this right side with the Tri-Slusher, trying to get some pick going as No Mercy's timer takes further down. Adapt gets taken down. 2 dead on the side of No Mercy as they get close to the target, but it's this machine, and that's going to be Rabid getting the cap.
Yeah, Rabid definitely has the chance to pull it back here as all of the members of No Mercy are responding. Adapt is already on their plateau here as their timer starts to tick down. They do have to make it all the way to 13, but this is where it starts. Cooler almost at the ready. A lot of specials that the T-Tech has their Tri-Strikes. I bet their C-Jet's getting pretty close to Rain, and you know that Splash is getting ready for a Crab as looks like the zone does go back in No Mercy's favor, going 2 for 2. Just a big scrap in mid as one of the last members of Rabid goes down, forcing this T-Tech to have, their last stand over there before jumping out.
Yeah, and No Mercy just very calmly took that cap back and stacked a pretty sizable penalty against Rabid. Rabid not even down below 50, and they have to get it down to 12 to get this lead. They only have a minute and a half left in this game. Tri-Strike's going to come onto zone pretty unceremoniously. Here comes the Inkstorm as well from the C-Jet. Just trying to stop No Mercy as best as possible as they're getting close to being through their penalty. That's going to be a trade on the zone happen, but No Mercy will take it. Still has the control here, almost through that penalty. 4, 3, 2, 1. There it goes, and No Mercy through that penalty, almost having this knock it here. Just have to hold it a little bit longer, just paint the zone as much as possible. Rabid coming in for the final bit of contestment, and it looks like they're going to get the cap here and hold on just a little bit longer.
They are 2 down, putting them in a massive disadvantage for the next team fight, but they do get a pick on the machine. Aaron on this Jet Sculpture, putting in the work, putting out the paint, putting out these storms that they need to just keep the pressure on the zone. The timer is ticking down for No Mercy here, but it's going to be difficult for Rabid to get back out on the field as they go on, just with just how strong No Mercy is at holding this zone.
Yeah, absolutely. No Mercy's been... No Mercy in this set is absolutely showing why they're the top dog. It's just so hard for Rabid to break through them, and even if Rabid gets a cap, No Mercy is quick on the retake. They have a Crab at the ready here to just push Rabid back if they're able to win this team fight, but it's 2 versus 2 by the zone here. 20 seconds left. The Tri-Slusher is below this Crab, but it gets taken out very quickly by the teammates here, and No Mercy setting up for a dangerous hold here as we're running out of time here. Rabid only has 10 seconds left to make it to the zone before No Mercy takes a game 1.
You have to be patient in these types of game modes, and all the specials going out, it gets them the zone in this set, it gives them a second chance at life and during this overtime, but that also means that they're going to really have to scramble to get specials so they can continue holding without too much issues. No Mercy has their specials, they have the Tri-Strikes that are going out, they have the Crab Tanks, and now the zone is neutralized, the timer is ticking, and if Rabid isn't able to paint the zone in enough time, it is going to be the game 1 going to No Mercy.
Quite handedly, might I say. No Mercy takes that game, had so much control, and was very good at dictating the pace of that match. It felt like Rabid was always playing Mercy's game there instead of the other way around, and that just shows why they're such a strong team, able to just control the pace of the match. so incredibly well. And I mean, now Rabid is one game away from being knocked out of this tournament at 5th. No Mercy, up 1-0.
Yeah, No Mercy showing absolutely no mercy in this first game, but Rabid proving that it's not quite over. They managed to pull it into overtime. They managed to take the zone back in some critical timers, and as we can see the gears turning in their head, going for a counter pick, we'll see if they're going to be able to take this reverse sweep in a best of 3 loser situation, or if they're just going to get knocked out right here and now.
I mean, this is less of a reverse sweep, more of a reverse jog, I guess.
Yeah.
Get some nice 2 games back to back, but regardless, that's what Rabid is gonna have to do. And I think we're doing another live look in here as SynRG is up 2-0 against Sanctuary.
Yeah, Sanctuary once again beating Mercy, being the one to send them into losers. Gave them some good win in their sails, gave them some confidence, but it looks like SynRG is just absolutely squashing it here. 2-0 on the board so far, and this third game is looking like it's pretty handily in their favor.
Yeah, SynRG has also not dropped a single game here. They won their first set against Armageddon 3-0. They're up 2-0 against Sanctuary, trying to tie it up at 3-0 and meet Centopia on the other side of winners finals here. Sanctuary, though, not going to go down without a fight. Has that tower and is moving it towards the first checkpoint, but Sanctuary is 2 dead right now, and SynRG is going to probably try to collapse on them. That crab is going to get popped to defend that first checkpoint, and Sanctuary goes 2 dead right now, 3 dead at that.
And that's going to be a wipe, meaning that SynRG is going to be able to push up so far, buying them time to get specials like this Kraken that is insanely broken in tower control, and buy them a lot of space. They have a crab up on the snipe, which is a massive position. Their tri-strikes are at the ready. Kraken going out, buying so much space for this team as they continue to approach the end at the second checkpoint here, and still have so much momentum under their wings.
Yeah, and I mean, SynRG has a lot of control at the second checkpoint. That's Sanctuary 3 dead. SynRG breaks that second checkpoint, going for this knockout, delayed wipe on Sanctuary. The splash is coming from spawn. SynRG just has so much control in all of Sanctuary's area right now. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the knockout, and that is game, set, and match. SynRG takes a 3-0 win over Sanctuary, and it's going to move on to winners finals, and is going to meet up with Centopia to decide who makes it to winner's side of Grands.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane from what we saw here. Showing no mercy to the team who gave no mercy. How many times can I fit that in a sentence? Who knows?
You can do it a few more times, I believe.
Yeah, I lowballed it there. But, we didn't get to see a lot of that set, but from the looks of what we did see in that Game 1 and this Game 3, it was absolutely brutal for Sanctuary, who are going to be knocked into losers to be put up against healthy diet food groups.
Yeah, but the question is, can Sanctuary take out another favorite of this team in this tournament in healthy diet food groups for a potential rematch against No Mercy to settle the score once and for all? Meanwhile, in the winners bracket, it's SynRG and Centopia just fighting it out. 2 incredibly strong teams. Centopia got really close to SynRG's, No Mercy's point total. SynRG going on another great tournament run after winning the first tournament of this season. So it's great to see them back in good shape and back on the top, trying to get the win in this tournament and avenge themselves from Season 5.
Yeah, we're gonna see, though, if SynRG can really stack up against Centopia, who has been kind of is shaping out to be kind of the favored team to win this tournament after taking out so many powerful teams. So, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see as we go on even further.
I mean, yeah, both of these teams have been just absolutely ridiculous in this final. Neither of these teams were predicted to make it far by the other teams in their group, but neither have dropped a game and are meeting up with each other for the first time in this winners finals set, which is definitely going to be one to watch as we have 2 more sets coming down in losers bracket to determine which few gets 5th and which are going to move on.
Yeah, we're just kind of waiting here, twiddling our thumbs for these last few matches to, not necessarily finish up, but we're waiting for things to start going. Maybe? Question mark?
I mean, enjoy this break while it happens, because we've just been absolutely just hammering nonstop with action up until now, and we're finally getting just a little bit of a breather here. These teams get to, just collect their thoughts a little bit. The TOs collect their thoughts a little bit. Everyone's just trying to get things in order to give you guys the best show possible.
Running 2 streams at once is absolutely no easy feat. Absolute mad props for our streamers, our TOs, everyone involved in getting both. Once again, 2 streams are going on right now. Go be sure to have the other one open in another tab, because when these matches are going on, you absolutely do not want to miss any of the action.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this has already been a pretty insane tournament. I mean, favorites and losers, upsets out the wazoo, incredibly dominant winners runs. It's about everything you could ask for in a tournament. I mean, other than maybe a game 10 bracket reset in grand finals, perhaps that might be that might be in store, just depending on how things shake out.
Nothing is out of the nothing's off the table. Anything can happen. It's absolutely fantastic. It's a beautiful day to be watching SAC finals, as these matches have been so great so far.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're going to be going right into winners finals here. This is going to dictate who gets to grands and who's going to drop to losers finals between SynRG and Centopia. Both of these teams guaranteed top 3, but they want to go for that number 1, and the first stage of that is going to be beating each other here in winners finals.
Yeah, both of these teams proving they have what it takes to make it this far, you know, not even just in finals here, but throughout the season, just pulling out some amazing sets. And now they have to face up against each other as we go on. Both these teams, once again, incredibly powerful. Really great matches we've seen from both of these teams so far. We've seen both of these on stream, and we'll see how it goes even further.
Yeah, we saw a lot of both of these teams on the stream today. We know a lot about them. We know exactly their strengths, and I mean, a lot of what we expect to see here as we go into Game 1 on a very tried and true map mode, Splatoon's Mako Mart. What do you think we're going to see here?
We've already talked about it. I mean, we've been seeing, I believe from Centopia, that the Squeezer come out and get a lot of mileage, so I would love to personally continue seeing that. That's always something fun for me.
I mean, yeah, I love to see, you know, a bit of Squeezer, bit of you know, the fun action of weapons you might not see every day. And I mean, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Squeezer this tournament. I mean, a lot of times we've seen Squeezer and it's been coming up big against a lot of these short-range weapons, so maybe Squeezer was a bit of an underestimated weapon just because of how effectively you can wall out something like a Splash or a T-Tech.
Yeah, Zuka also did notably get buffed to take out crabs really nicely now, so we can see some of that, see some of the Splashes struggle against it, hopefully. You love to see a Splash player squirm in their boots sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, we have even more people in this Twitch chat from the raid of Arashi. Thank you very much for the raid party of 106. As we're going to just get right into it, winners finals of SAC Season 6 finals. There's a great set in store for you all. Take a look at these comps here. This is going to be awesome. SynRG with that 96 deco, and Centopia with that tried and true Squeezer, Carbon deco, and DS comp.
Very, very quirky from Centopia, like we've been seeing, but it's been a joy to watch, and they've absolutely been tearing it up with these weapons that you don't see played too often. Already the 52 getting a pick on the machine to go down on the side of SynRG, meaning that the zone is very solidly going to be in Centopia's favor as for right now.
Yeah, and Centopia has the numbers advantage too. SynRG's pushed back a little bit, but I mean, the numbers are just going down left and right. The 96 from SynRG is going to be respawning here. They're probably going to try and build towards a Kraken to get their team back in, but meanwhile, it's just a bloodbath on this left side of the map. It's 2 versus 2 left alive in mid. Centopia still has control of the zone, though. SynRG trying to move in with this Kraken on the 96 gal, chasing this dually squelcher, not able to find him just yet. Jumping around, not getting a pick, actually gets taken out themselves. SynRG gets the cap, but that's a massive advantage for Centopia right now.
Yeah, the Kraken does not fare too well against the absolute movement and agility of a dually squelcher's player. And that just kind of bought them time. It kind of wasted their special in terms of buying space against a player that, you know, you're not going to have much of a chance of taking out. And that means Centopia is going to continue to hold and continue to further their lead. We're reaching the 50-point mark. They're halfway to KOing here, and SynRG is in a tight spot if they want to take this game.
Yeah, Centopia is absolutely proving that you can still do so well in tournaments without a single crab. And I mean, here they are against SynRG in winners finals, not dropping a game this tournament, and they are absolutely dominating right now, below 20 points and still holding on to the zone quite handily. SynRG forcing themselves into the zone right now. Carbon gets taken out though. This zone is being contested. Kraken is in zone. Centopia has to be careful here. They want this knockout here and now, and they have the numbers. 3 dead on the side of Synergy. Centopia holding it. That's the wipeout, and Centopia takes an incredibly strong game 1 here in Winners Finals.
Watch out. SynRG is about to get undulated on after this timer ticks down. It's very, very dominant. Did not let go of the zone hardly at all. And here it is. Here's the undulation we've all been waiting for. They deserve it after such a strong performance.
Yeah, but they cannot celebrate just yet. There's still more in this best of 5 series here. SynRG loses their first game of the tournament, and now in an unfamiliar position has to make a counter pick here up against Centopia, who's just been incredibly dominant all day. I mean, Centopia's been a very proven team for a long time, but things are really lining up for them so far today. Let's see how far they can keep this momentum going.
But for right now, SynRG has to really think about what they're going to try to do to pick a mad mode that's going to stifle Centopia's quirked up goodness in its tracks. So we'll see what they pick here in just a few minutes. I mean, or however, take your time, take your time.
A few minutes? This tournament's too fast for a few minutes for counter pick, but I mean, yeah, this tournament's just an absolutely breakneck pace, and we're really back into it here in this Winners Finals. I mean, a lot is on the line for these teams. Getting in that winner's side of Grand Finals is such a massive advantage that neither of these teams want to let go, and that both of these teams are very keenly aware of. And I mean, here we see all the counterpick options that SynRG has available to them. A lot of things to pick from, but they have to find their key to success against a team that's been looking unstoppable so far today.
And right now, they counterpick to a very interesting choice, Rainmaker on Mincemeat.
Rainmaker Mincemeat is definitely an interesting counterpick. I mean, it's not one of the most beloved stages in this game, that is for sure, but it is certainly a stage that, you know, SynRG feels is going to work out well for them, and they feel comfortable here, and maybe this awkward stage is going to throw Centopia off.
It may not be that they feel comfortable, it may be that they think Centopia will be uncomfortable. There's not a lot of flank routes for that Carbon to take advantage of. The DS is going to have to kind of struggle to move, but SynRG hasn't been running a comp with a lot of range to take advantage of the openings that can create on this map. So we'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of things both these teams can do. Both these teams have shown the ability to change around their comps and be incredibly diverse with it. And oh, here we go with another live look in here, I believe. No, never mind.
No, ignore that. Disregard that.
Disregard did not happen. I mean, it is happening right now on twitch.tv/Splatoon Tourney if you want to go over there and give a live look in yourself. So
yeah, once again, while these matches are going on, be sure to be tuning into Splatoon Tourney as they have a lot of action going on. We're seeing Sanctuary, the team that took out the #1 team against Healthy Diet Food Groups. So
but that's the other stream. On this stream, we're just gonna get right into game 2 of this Winners Finals here between SynRG and Centopia. No comp changes from Centopia here. SynRG is going to be bringing that squeezer on instead of that 96 gal.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the range that they need. Maybe it's the crab tanks that they're going to be taking advantage of here on this stage. But right now, the mid is painted very, very green, and we'll be seeing how these teams run as they have to beat out the absolute stallfest that mid can become on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the stallfest here. This is probably going to be a very long game. Get your popcorn ready, ladies and gents, because we are in for a ride ahead of us. Right now, Centopia is one person down with that dual splinters, but the squeezer goes down on the side of SynRG, and we're still stuck in this tug of war here for control in mid, but it looks like it's in the favor of Centopia. Tim A is here, gonna pop out right in front of that Carbon roller, and is actually gonna get a pick on the Maker.
Yeah, now they're forced into ball form just to survive, but they're in some weird positions here, getting into situations as just, once again, Rainmaker has been picked up exactly once, scoring exactly 1 point. Time is still going on an absolute kill streak, getting a lot of really good picks against Centopia that could definitely open them into doing something if Centopia keeps diving at the Rainmaker like that.
Yeah, Tim A got 4 consecutive picks there and is able to pave the way for SynRG to grab that Rainmaker, get a very nice lead, and start to move to that first checkpoint. He's going to get stopped at 71 though, but it's just the dual splitters left for Centopia to defend this, and that's going to be an easy checkpoint there for SynRG, and they're still there, ready to keep pushing forward to Pose able to get that pick on the dual splitters.
This is looking to be a very wise counterpick so far. They pick up the Rainmaker enough to get, I believe, 1 point on the board, which, I mean, is enough to make it to where that SynRG is going to have to push, or Centopia, sorry, is going to have to push a little bit farther if they want to get the lead back. But Rainmaker being left behind, except the Carbon's gonna go grab that, and looks like Centopia is trying to cook up a push of their own here.
I think Centopia understands that Carbon's not amazing on this map, so it might be worth it to have the Carbon be the Rainmaker carry, but that Rainmaker not quite making it to that checkpoint, incredibly close though, right in front of it. Centopia gets a quick pop, but it's being contested by the Crab Tank, I believe, on the side of SynRG, and SynRG's able to save them up just a little bit longer, but Centopia trying to move forward. There's 3 dead though. The Squeezer is the last alive, gets surrounded. That's a delayed wipe. Dueling squadrons are coming from spawn to try and stop this momentum from SynRG, but SynRG is continuing to push forward here.
Yes, SynRG moving as one cohesive unit with a lot of synergy moving forward, getting picks that they need to continue their push and just running for it, getting just a few points on the board. But it wasn't worth it if they get wiped out in return.
Yeah, exactly. SynRG gets a few more points on the board, down to 54 rather than 58, but it's Centopia that's going to be trying for this first checkpoint. That's the wipe out on SynRG. That's absolutely massive for Centopia. If they can pop this Maker fast, that would be a massive push for them. Kirby is there to pop that Maker, gets the grab, gets the lead, and is holding forward for their life. Gets it down to 34. The 52 gal is still there. Yaru's still there to give jumps to teammates, but it looks like the teammates are not going to opt to jump in. Never mind, one is going to jump in right now. Yaru's still in this corner, sharking with his 52 gal. Gets founded by the
Gets one.
Gets the trade. And Centopia now in a very strong spot in this game.
Yeah, Yaru on that 52, lodging themselves into the corner and getting jumps in, just kind of allowed them to stall out SynRG's counter push once more. They weren't able to move forward as fast as they'd want to because they still had players to worry about, and that's going to be huge as we go back into mid. These players are going to be burning their specials to get a push started instead of using them to, keep one going, as these players are going to get pushed from all sides here. But it looks like they are scraping something out. They get 2 picks going, but somebody's coming from behind, could easily get the pick on the Rainmaker. Still waiting in front, still a lot of pressure, and it's by no means guaranteed that they'll get to the lead. They got so close though, but with only 1 player left alive, all the way back in mid, it's unlikely that this is going to continue.
Yeah, just barely got stuffed out, 3 points away from that lead, got a little bit stuck on the terrain, and that cost SynRG the time they needed. And now Centopia has a strong enough lead to where they can just defend it at this point. It's so hard to push on this map, and it's so hard to get close to that Maker. Tim A is going to try with any pressure they can, with the Maker still is safely alive on this snipe area, and it's an area that SynRG is really going to struggle to reach. Marsh is forced to drop it, is going to get taken out by Tim A here in the last 15 seconds of the match, but SynRG has to get to that Maker, has to get that pop, and has to get the hold in overtime to get this lead. They're poised to do so here. They do have to control the Rainmaker, but the Carbon is there to try and get the pick on the Maker. Never mind, it's just 2 left for Centopia. SynRG still has it, but the DS is there and gets the pick on the Maker. Centopia takes game 2 and is now up 2-0.
If SynRG wants to take this, they're going to have to do what they did to Armageddon in SAC 1 gold bracket finals and take the reverse 3-0, which is no easy feat, but they've proved that they've been able to do it in the past. Now SynRG has to make yet another counter pick that serves them not as well, but even better than Rainmaker Mincemeat did. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, but Centopia has been absolutely unstoppable this tournament, unwavering in their pressure and in their ability to push and pull a comeback out of nowhere in that game 2 with that last push. And Centopia is 1 game away from moving on to grand finals. SynRG has their backs against the wall here. They have absolutely no counterpick advantage to speak of here, and Centopia has still not dropped a game this tournament.
Absolutely insane. Once again, proving that they deserve the title of Seed 2. But once again, be sure to be watching this game on the alternate channel Splatoon Tourney as we see Healthy Diet Food Groups take it up against Sanctuary. Sanctuary is currently up 1-0.
I mean, yeah, Sanctuary is going to be trying to stop another Titan of this tournament in Healthy Diet Food Groups down to losers, but we don't have time to worry about losers. We have this winners.
We're running it back?
Are we running it back?
We are running it back.
Oh, we're running it back to Rainmaker Mincemeat. SynRG says we're not happy about that. We know we can win here. And, I mean, Centopia is going to accept the challenge, and try and get another dub under their belt. And I'm surprised we're running it back, to be completely honest.
I mean, it was a very close game between the two, with the lead going down to a few points. But I think SynRG, you know, if they're a bit more comfortable, they might make an adjustment to their comp. They might not. We'll see how they go, how they respond to this as we go into it soon. But yeah, super interesting choice. Centopia, we'll see if SynRG gets undulated on yet again in a humiliating loss after, you know, you don't want to lose on the counter pick, but you also don't want to lose on the counter pick that you saw that you just lost on. But we'll see as we go right into it.
Yeah, losing on the counter pick twice is absolutely crushing, but that's what SynRG's gonna have to prevent as best as possible as we go into game 3. The bucket is gonna come out for SynRG here in place of that sloshing machine. I guess they really want Post to try out this, you know, vanilla slosher to see what kind of value they can get out of it. Centopia, though, seeing absolutely no reason to change what's been working.
Yeah, this comp that they've figured out at SynRG, permit the pun, but they've figured out what works, and they do go diving in and get wiped out. And maybe SynRG had something cooking with the run back. Centopia getting a little bit overconfident and getting punished immediately for it.
Yeah, this feels like exactly how SynRG expects this game mode to go for them. I mean, I feel like this is exactly what they wanted. They feel comfortable on it, and they showed it with that very quick push of that first checkpoint in 30 seconds. Now the Zuka is online, but Respect gets taken out too quickly to get too much value out of it. And SynRG right now 2 dead as Centopia makes a push of their own. Do they see Half behind them? Half is still there, threatening this Rainmaker. Gonna duck behind this wall. He recovers. One comes and finds him, gets taken out. Half is still alive, being a menace to Centopia here on their push.
Yeah, really clutch from Half there. Not quite taking out the Rainmaker, not quite putting a push to a stop, but definitely stalling it, meaning it's going to take them a bit longer to get their feet under them. And the bucket does cancel the Rainmaker. It's going to take a bit longer for Centopia to take that lead back and get something going for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is a very tense game right now. This is do or die for SynRG here. They want to stay in the winner's bracket for as long as possible, make their tournament just a whole lot easier, because I mean, dropping down to losers finals makes things a whole lot harder if you want to make it to grands. And SynRG knows this, and I mean, they've been playing phenomenally around it right now. That's 2 dead on the side of Centopia. SynRG has a lot of control in mid right now, and Centopia really struggling to get their footing here, unlike everything we've seen from them throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, DS is going to go behind, but not getting much impact as they're going to get kind of soloed out there. They don't get taken down quite yet, though. It looks like they got the pick, and now it's only the Squeezer left alive on the side of SynRG, which is going to give Centopia a lot of room to move around here.
Yeah, Centopia has that maker, and it looks like they're opting to go for the brute force option on that left side. They have the numbers advantage, but the Rainmaker's being contested and actually gets taken out a few points short of breaking that checkpoint, but it's just the Squeezer. It's just Respect alive on the side of SynRG. Can Centopia get this pop fast enough to get this checkpoint? All of SynRG is back. So the duelist are trying to distract as much as possible, and the distraction works. Centopia is through that first checkpoint, but does not have that lead and are forced to back off. SynRG defending the lead, but not quite the checkpoint here.
It's definitely not worth understating how rare it is for a team to go for that right checkpoint over the Great Bridge there, with just how disadvantageous it is to have to push over that Great, and you're in a spot that is very easy to defend. But I mean, Centopia made it work, but we're not able to make a sustained push out of it. They still are down. They still are 3 down. It's only the DS left alive, who is going to get the Rainmaker cancel and before getting taken down. But SynRG is looking like they are on the up and up. Even though they're jumping down, they still have mid in their control, and Centopia is going to have to fight for the lead once again.
Yeah, but SynRG cannot get complacent here, because Centopia has that checkpoint cleared. They can just swim through that route and get that lead from them at any time. SynRG has to play so carefully and so, I mean, meticulously at this point, because the rug can just get pulled out from under them. It's going to come down to this team fight here. This spot bomb is going to get the pick on the Zuka, on the Carbon. That's a massive first pick for SynRG here. The bucket gets taken out, though. This team fight is going to be so telling for the rest of this match. 2 dead on the side of SynRG. Centopia has all members up. They're going for it here. They have that Rainmaker. They're going for it all.
They lost the Rainmaker, though. All they had to do was touch the, their toe to the very end of it, and looks like they might actually manage it out here if SynRG cannot apply enough pressure. SynRG does go 1 down, and that is going to be the lead for Centopia here. Very narrow, and SynRG is down, though, meaning that they're going to be able to push it even further here.
Another push from Centopia, down to 23. Centopia still has so much control, so much presence. You give them an inch and they take a mile, and Centopia takes the lead to 23, and SynRG has 45 seconds to respond or be knocked to the loser's bracket.
We're just seeing double from what we've seen from this map mode previously here. Oh my god, the Dueling Sculptures is still there.
Oh my god.
The Dueling Sculptures is gonna run it. They might get the KO. They get it all the way down to 6. Oh my god. SynRG is going to have to absolutely scramble in these last 30 seconds here. They have to play patient, but they don't have the time for it. They're going to have to pull something out of thin air in order to make this. They basically have to KO here.
Yeah, they have to get it down to 5 points, and they only have overtime to do so. They are 2 dead right now. Centopia, such a strong team, such a strong performance. Every inch you give them, they take a mile, and they're going to have to defend it right now in this overtime, but that's going to be 2 of them dead. Is the DS and the 52 gal left for Centopia
but
here.
The 52 gal is in a great spot in order to get a pick on the squeezer, making it even more less likely for SynRG to be able to take it out. The 52 gal gets another pick here. That is going to be game.
Game, set, and match. Centopia gets the pick on the Maker, the lead in the 11th hour, and they take the set 3-0 over SynRG. Their win streak persists as Centopia makes it to grand finals.
Yeah, wow. Absolutely insane there. Undulation cannot be stopped. It just keeps going on. The synergy between Centopia overpower the synergy of SynRG. Once again, proving how many times I can say a team name in one sentence here. But Centopia is absolutely shaping up to be a massive threat here. And we'll see if they can survive the wait between winners finals and grand finals here as we go further on. But, you know, oh my god.
What an absolutely ridiculous tournament so far. Like, it has been insane, but Centopia has been proving that absolutely no team is able to stand up to them, and they've just been so strong, and I mean, finally coming to life here in the finals of the 11th hour and are in grand finals convincingly. But with that being said, unfortunately, Weef and I cannot be the ones to take you through the rest of the tournament. I believe we're going to be signing off here and now, so I mean, I don't know. I don't even know.
I wish we could take you through the rest of it, or we're going to be handing off you into some very good hands here. We have a very stacked commentary block coming to you next, but like we said, that is going to be it from us. Thank you. Where can the lovely, lovely people find you?
You guys can all find me at twitter.com at brokenpinky_, where I just give, you know, some fun little takes here and there. But Weef, I gotta ask, where can the people, this Twitch chat, find you?
You can find me on both Twitter and Twitch at Weef Slider, like the Reef Slider special, which sucks so bad, but with a W at the beginning. I might be streaming later, but absolutely do not tune in if I'm still streaming during SAC Finals. This is way more important. This is so hype. But like we said, that's going to be it from us. But there is going to be a little announcement over this short break as we switch commentators, so be tuned for that. Don't be scared. Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, make sure you guys stay tuned for the rest of this tournament. It's going to be ridiculous. We're going to throw it off to a short ad. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss a single second of the rest of the stream. Take care.
See y'all next time, yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAC Season 6 Top 8 Finals. We're here in our Top 4. I am Genie7, joined by Skepadillions. And Skep, we've got a great Round 1 rematch coming on up.
Yeah, we do. We have No Mercy versus Sanctuary. As you mentioned, this is a match that did happen round 1 here of SAC Finals. Ultimately, Sanctuary did walk away with the W, going 3-2 over No Mercy. However, that was riddled with DCs, so whether or not Sanctuary can pull the edge here without those disconnections, unfortunately, on the side of No Mercy, we will see. Regardless, I am sure that they are sweating this set out, knowing that they did have to fight for the last breath in that round 1 set, but No Mercy, very eager to show that they can win despite those disconnects.
I'm so excited because we had no hope at all that anyone was going to even be able to touch Mercy at all. We didn't think that this was going to be a competition. We thought second place, silver, was the only thing up for grabs. And to have some internet issues and also some good skill, can't take away from Sanctuary, but they've been playing really, really well today, actually.
Yeah, the game 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize, Genie.
No.
Game 5, Sanctuary did win fair and square, no disconnects. Like, that was their game. So Sanctuary, a team that's very capable of pulling the W over No Mercy. But this is a little bit of a different coin, right? Because it's a best of 3 set now. So they're not going to have the time to wear things down and grind out the clock. Hopefully, no disconnects. Fingers crossed, because everything matters at this point, because whoever loses this set, Genie, is out for the count. That's it. That's their SAC Season 6 run.
Honestly, for Mercy, it would be a big shock to see them out in 4th place. For Sanctuary, our 8th seed, it would also feel like a shock today with how they've been playing for me to see them only get 4th. So, going at the start of the day, when we were on the podcast, when Raze and Jamin and I were all on the podcast, I would have said, this is crazy for Sanctuary to have a run like this. I thought they might have a chance at going for, them and Rabid would have good chances at doing some losers runs, but that was kind of proven that they didn't really need a losers run. They could just go on the top side. And here we are, Zones, Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, we are walking right on into it. We do see No Mercy bringing out similar comps to what they've been bringing out all day today. Running with that double crab, the Tri-Slosher Nouveau with that cooler, as well as that Splash Neo. However, Sanctuary, this is something different that we haven't really been seeing from a majority of other competitive teams. Sticking with that NZAP 85, a release day weapon with that Tacticooler. A lot of people slept on it, but Sanctuary here to show us what they can do with it.
Yeah, Zuna's been playing that all day today, doing so well. Gets one splat, can't find the second one. Gets taken out by Apple, who has that crab tank. Sanctuary is in control of the zone. With the crab tank and those tri-strikes coming out, the zone should be flipping, especially with members falling.
And there we go. No Mercy has control of that zone at this point. It is a look forward simulator, but Ozuna coming in on that right side, just gonna feed a little bit. Gotta get very quickly taken out by Apple, who nearly has that crab ready to go. This double crab trip strike comp just can be so devastating because of the long range pressure those crabs can put out, and then just the physical dislocation coming out from those trip strikes.
This is such an unfortunate disconnect coming out of Sanctuary. I believe they should be able to replay that because we're over the 50-second mark, but I'm not confident if they have used a replay already.
That DC, that DC occurred with 52 or 53 points remaining, so in favor of No Mercy. So that would be a replay, but this does seem to be the issue that occurred in our round 1 set. Right, this set was riddled with disconnects, and particularly within these two teams. As to my knowledge, neither of these teams had any issues with disconnects further down in the tournament, so this peer-to-peer connection might be biting them in the butt a little bit.
Yeah, it's something weird that I find happens with the Switch. Only, not just Splatoon itself, but I found it happen with Pokemon, that and even Smash Brothers. Sometimes you just don't connect with other people. There's just I don't know why. I don't know why. I've got 2 Switches, and sometimes the Nintendo moments just kind of happen, and it's weird.
Get a wire.
I have a wire. I have a wire. They have a wire.
Yeah. Well, I want to, since we have a moment for this lobby to reset, I do want to talk about No Mercy, or particularly Mercy. This is a pickup that did form specifically for SAC Season 6. They formed right before the second qualifier, so the fact that they are this far in the tournament is fascinating to me. Mercy, obviously a very established, top of mid-level kind of team. So they are the kind of team that you would expect to see here in SAC Finals. But regardless, you know, it's interesting to me to see whether or not pickups really do make it quite this far. Speaking of pickups, Sanctuary also forms for SAC Qualifier 2 as a pickup. So we do got the duel of the pickups here. Hopefully they stick around together, given that they're obviously very capable when united, Genie.
Yeah, I'm very amazed. And I'm also want to give a big shout out to Centopia, who've had an insane run today. Absolutely crazy. They have not dropped a game yet. Did not think that was going to happen. Did not even expect like most of this bracket how it's transpired to happen at all. And they're also a team that is a pickup. They've had a different roster every single tournament that they've played. Qualifier 1, 2, 3, 4, and top 8, which would be number 5. I'm honestly amazed that they haven't dropped a game. Gotta use this roster all the time now.
Yeah, you really gotta stick together, homies. You've ditched the funny pickup name. Now it is time to lock it down, make it official, make it Twitter official, you know, as you will. They are rocking with the Centopia _SPL Twitter. They did commit with the team Twitter. So you love to see it coming out of SAC as a team, coming in as a pickup. So, you know, I'm excited for this set, and I hope we're able to get back in soon, Genie, because number 1 seed versus the 8th seed in losers semifinals. That's a pretty big deal.
That is a big deal, and it's a revenge match against one of the best of 5s that went all the way to Game 5. The only best of 5 that we've had that went to a best Game 5. I'm realizing by looking at the scoreboard now, we only have one. We have a 3-2 and a 3-1. Everything else was pretty darn quick on that winner's side. We've had, I know for stream scheduling, it's been a little bit of a nightmare with how much we've been jumping back and forth. It's been so awesome though to have 2 streams, and we thank Falco for putting that on. But it's been a little bit crazy because our teams have been bouncing up and down. But here we go.
Here we go.
Zones, Inkling. Comps will have to be the same.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the last run around, Sanctuary did win that opening. Ozuna did manage to get onto Plat with that zap, traded out 1. So whether or not we see that happen again, or we see a little bit of the replay effect, is up for grabs, Genie.
I'm very interested to see. The specials can really, really, truly decide it. With that technical going out, you won't have any punish on your special card.
And then already we're seeing a different outcome than what we saw before. At this point in the previous game, Sanctuary had already capped and already gotten a significant chunk of the members of No Mercy down. And now we're in a 3v3 situation, Genie, with the zone being scrapped for.
Oh my goodness, Mama has to just run for the absolute hills. Sanctuary have got all this control now. They should have at least a tri-strike, and they do. Wait, as soon as I say that, they lost a tri-strike easily.
A little bit of commentator's curse, if you will. As that tri-strike comes out from No Mercy, this is going to be their Entrada here, with 3 members on that right side.
Wow, and the crab tank's out. The zone is being under congestion. Sanctuary piling up on the left side of the screen. Same with No Mercy. And the trades are out. The zone is capped by Sanctuary. What can Zacian find? Can Zacian find knives? No, luckily going back for the tactical. And you don't want to fight against somebody who's tactical it up, because they're just going to come right back in for the fray. More tacticals. Have not seen this tactical battle war in a long time. Zone under congestion now. Tri-strikes out for Sanctuary. Mercy are going to get the cap even with the tri-strikes on it.
Now, finally, No Mercy has managed to cap that zone and apply that sweet, sweet penalty onto Sanctuary. Sanctuary having scored a significant more amount of damage onto that in terms of points, given since the previous game, Genie.
Is he trying to go in? They have a crab tank. They didn't go down to the tri-strike. They're able to stay alive. Apple top ropes with their crab tank. You gotta watch out for Eric on the low ground. What can they get done with the tri-strike? Apple gets taken out by the members of Sanctuary. And Sanctuary, this zone is all but theirs.
And the fact that they were able to recap and get those penalty points on so quickly, that was Sanctuary, all of the members coming out of spawn and then very quickly getting that zone. So despite the fact that they lose that here, that does show that they are willing and able to work together. Eric here in a little bit of a scrap here, pinned between these members of Sanctuary.
Yeah, but staying alive and not being super heavily pressured. Finally, Zacian comes out for the fight, but he's going to take it down in a trading scenario. Mercy, this is a great spot for them. Even with that crab tank out, they've got their members alive, and they're going to be able to hold this zone down for a little bit longer.
I feel like Sanctuary is taking the time to take their scraps on both sides of zone, except not actually able to push into zone before they either lose that scrap or trade out. So that's going to enable No Mercy here to take that lead solidly, using that trip strike in order to just simply prevent Sanctuary from doing anything to stall their lead.
Yeah, and we're down to the final 20 ticks on that zone. I'm sitting top rope, has no charge on that special, but Apple beside them does have a crab tank at the ready. We have all these specials going out. We have that Tactic Cooler out for Sanctuary. These trades need to come through quickly if you're No Mercy. Hold that zone for just a little bit longer. That would be extremely good for them. The jumps are going to start being camped. Zone is still under contention. We have Tri-Strike and a Wipeout. That is going to be game in No Mercy's favor.
Ah, how breathless. Sanctuary unable to cap that zone despite the fact that they did manage to neutralize it, ultimately losing that 4v4. You could really see the impact. Look at that paint on both sides of that zone. How fanned out the members of No Mercy were able to completely look at the left tree, the right tree, and simply straight ahead. A very good lockout once No Mercy managed to plant their feet on top mid, particularly with that crab.
I'm thinking for counter picks. I'm not 100% sure exactly where Sanctuary wants to go, but I have a feeling they've been leaning. I've seen, from what I've seen, a little bit more Clam Blitz and a little bit more Rainmaker has been what they've gone to. I haven't seen too many tower control counter picks, but I could be proven wrong like instantaneously.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that round 1 game was the only game that we didn't manage to catch on stream at the beginning of SAC. So regardless, I don't have any notes regarding Sanctuary's counter picks in particular, but they are sticking with that Zap. I did interview Ozuna before this in order to put together my little document, and they are sticking with that Zap regardless. So, ooh, tower control, eel tilt. That's different. I was expecting Rainmaker or Clams.
You were just going on and talking about your little doc, which is not, let's be honest, not a little document.
Little doc.
It is a 68 page.
72 pages.
72 now?
Is it? You might
Is
be
it
right.
72? I thought it was 68.
I thought it was 72 now. It was 68. It was 68 before finals.
I'm refreshing. This is
Oh
more
my
important
gosh.
than the map counter pick coming in. I don't care.
You know it now.
Oh, it keeps going. 68.
Is it 68? It's 68. It's so close.
Yeah, could have got one more, but anyway.
Yeah, so anyway, tower control eel tail. But that is very different than what I was expecting, Genie. You were saying that I interrupted your train of thought regarding this counter.
No, I interrupted my own train of thought, because I opened the match chat and saw that I was gonna pick TC eel tail as a counter pick.
Cheated.
Immediately. I'm not cheating. I'm trying to get the information ahead. I've done all this work to go into weasel my way in everyone's top 8 DMs and all their Twitters and in the match chats. So I have all the information. I'm an insider, like one of those sports insiders who's always over there that nobody likes to talk to. I'm that, but everyone talks to me.
I see. I'm thankful that people talk to you, Genie.
Do I force them to talk to me? Yes. Anyway,
here we go. SEC finals. And this is it. This is match point in favor of No Mercy, right? If they move forward, then they are going straight onto their match with SynRG. So they need to win this here, right? And then if Sanctuary doesn't pull the W here, that's it. They're out for the count.
But that's been a crazy run if this is the end. I'm expecting a really, really good match from Sanctuary. Because they've had this map and they've actually played it before early on in the tournament and they've won it. So I know that they have a good game plan here. And it's a weird looking comp to have Tactic Cooler on tower control, but it's been working out for them.
No, I see what they would want to do with it, given that this map does tend to be very attacker-sided, particularly past that second checkpoint. If you clear that second checkpoint and you start heading towards that flat, especially given that that right drop is no longer an option, there's really only one place that you have to look as an attacker, and that is top left. So No Mercy and Sanctuary both going to need to do everything they can to keep their opponent from clearing that second checkpoint in particular.
My goodness, Resi tries to go in, but Eric gets 1, gets 2, and I believe they got 3 in that scenario with the Tri-Slasher and Ozuna. The last one alive has to back up. Gets a kill, though, on their way out. Great job to just stall the push just a little bit so their teammates can get a little bit more turf control before the tower starts moving.
And now is the moment that things start to get sweaty because we do see that No Mercy has one member up on that top right, Genie, and now they have this crab out. That's 2 members down on the side of Sanctuary.
Wow, and there's so many members over on that right side. They're gonna get pressed out by that tri-strike all the way down into Apple. Resi's popping that crap. Ozuna falls below tower. No Mercy. They're rocking forward to that 3rd checkpoint. If they can get this, this would be a massive hole, which I don't think would be able to be overcome.
I would say that was nearly a phenomenal defense here, but we can see that No Mercy still has that right plat. They still have this Tri-Slasher under bridge. Regardless, they are still well positioned to push this tower onto that left plat. Despite going 1 member down, here comes Eric on that top right, does get the pick on Ozuna, and only 1 member left standing on the side of Sanctuary. And they're rather isolated, Genie.
Again, but they get a splat. There's no way that this is how Sanctuary is going to be able to come back in this game. We need to see a big team coordination kind of reset. They're running in 1 by 1 and just getting taken out by No Mercy. Something has to change.
And look at that crab. That's a look forward simulator, as you will, as No Mercy does clear that 3rd and final checkpoint, barreling towards that KO. There's simply nothing stopping them from taking this game and taking the set. Moving forward to our losers finals of SAC Season 6 against SynRG, No Mercy walking away with the W.
What a match and what a game. No Mercy. They haven't been able to bounce back after a loss to this team in this tournament, might I add, just over 2 hours ago. Crazy to think that you can bounce back and 2-0 that same team later on in the tournament. Great job for Sanctuary to get this far. I definitely think that will sting a lot for them because they knew that they beat them once, they could beat them again. But No Mercy, they would not let that one happen.
And here we go. They're going to be walking right up against SynRG, a team that they've beaten twice in this season, both going 2-0. So SynRG has their work cut out for them in order to be able to deal with No Mercy here. This is the team that SynRG is looking out for.
As much as I like to say, yeah, in the past, No Mercy has beat SynRG. But SynRG, realistically, the only times I'm looking out here, I guess the Qualifier 2 holds some weight. Qualifier 2 does hold some weight because SynRG did get 3rd place overall in that one, and that one No Mercy did win. But SynRG hasn't looked the same since Tournament 1. We finally see the Tournament 1 SynRG playing again today. The SynRG that was our number 1 overall seed throughout the entirety of the regular season up until the final event. This is the SynRG that is the strong one. They're here today. It's not the ones who are sandbagging. It's not the ones who are throwing for content. It's not the ones who are SynRG washed. This is
oh my gosh.
SynRG champ.
Yeah, SynRG drink, it's an energy drink. You got your SynRG fuel. Regardless, SynRG is one of my favorite teams, ever. I was in a little bit of a toss-up this morning with SynRG versus Armageddon. Ultimately, a set that SynRG did win. Because SynRG did win last SAC Season 5. They were the ones who walked away with 1st place. And their whole goal this time around was to prove that they could do it again. And here they are, so close to that. I do know just a little bit of tea. People talk, right? And SynRG, I was informed by Half, the captain of SynRG, that a huge part of the reason why they wanted to go far is they wanted to prove a lot of that talk wrong. They wanted to prove that they are the competitors that they believe they are. And now they have this chance with No Mercy, regardless of whether or not they win or lose, they at least get 3rd place this season, but they want more, and they can do it.
I have faith in SynRG that they can go as far as they truly want to. We are going to be bouncing back into our best of 5s as this is Losers Finals, the final round of Losers. Team that moves on plays against Centopia in Grands. A lot on the line, and honestly, the most that these teams have fought for in a long time. I want to say big shout out to Respect, swapping off of the Spotlines and going to 96 Gal Deco. That is a swap that I am actually extremely familiar with, especially in the current situation that is happening in Splatoon. And it is proving to be extremely effective for SynRG overall.
Let's talk comp, things that we could possibly expect to see from SynRG. We have seen a lot of Half on the machine today, but as you mentioned, Respect on that 96. Seeing a lot of double splash coming out from SynRG, double splash T-Tech machine, double splash 96 machine. So that type of run it down comp, we are aggroing, we are in your face, is the kind of things that we can expect to see from SynRG. No Mercy, we did just see. They did run that triple splash. They did with that T-Tech. So that double trip strike, double crab type of stall. Use that crab to take space, use the trip strike to lock it down. Very similar comps that we're going to be seeing here from SynRG and No Mercy. The win condition that I would expect from SynRG is, how do you keep them from getting those trip strikes? You know you're going to have those crab battles, but those trip strikes are going to be the difference between whether or not you can get in or not.
Honestly, this is why I love having Skep on. Skep can just break it down and deliver it right exactly when the match is about to happen. So all I have to say is, here we are in game 1.
They have their answer. Respect with that Booyah Bomb with the Forge Pro. Very different from what I was expecting. And then No Mercy also changing it up quite a bit from what we saw the previous set, bringing out only one trip strike, instead using that Booyah Bomb. The Booyah Bomb going to be very useful in terms of capping the back of the zone as either team looks to break in, Genie.
I gotta say, the Forge Pro is a very unique weapon in this situation. I want to see what it can get done. It has to watch out for all those trip strikes. As we see this, the stack has already been taken by No Mercy. The high ground. Apple, they're trying to go in for the fight. Respect uses their range to their advantage. Great job. And the zone will start ticking down even further for SynRG.
SynRG getting the first cap of losers finals with everything on the line. They have been sitting for quite a minute, but still showing that they are warmed up enough to take this first engagement. These Booyah Bombs and trip strikes come down in order to be able to lock out the members of No Mercy from both that left snipe and paper towels, but it doesn't get any pick until the crab. They cancel the crab, Genie. That's huge.
That's huge, and the machine's gone as well. That is awesome. And Mercy, they've used Apple's crab so far back, it's very rarely going to get too much value sitting so far back. SynRG, they are rolling this timer all the way down. Under 30, they've lost their T-Tech, but that's okay. As long as they can paint the zone and keep it under their control, that'll be really good. Unfortunately for them, Mercy comes in with the cap.
Regardless of whether or not they get the cap, it's SynRG that currently is holding the player advantage in mid, near objective, and they do get that recap, applying penalty points, 10 penalty points onto No Mercy, essentially rendering that push null and void. But I really want to see them get some paint down on this left side, because as long as there's someone on left, the members on that left stack are going to find themselves in danger, and that's exactly what we see here with the bomb taking out the crab.
My goodness, and Respect pops a Booyah Bomb in front of a crab tank. Not something you ever truly want to see. Half is able to stay alive with their crab tank as No Mercy pushing in. Want to see how much value Knives can get from this machine on that left side.
Here we go, No Mercy finally getting some more points on the board as SynRG pops this Booyah Bomb. They have that double crab. You're just gonna plop one of those on snipe, one of those on stack, and then you're really sitting pretty. They get that there in a extremely clean re-engagement.
Oh, so they can get Mama here, that would be massive. And luckily, they're able to keep their teammate alive. Tri-strikes are coming out on his own for No Mercy. Staying alive is key for SynRG. Mercy, they're trying to fight. They've got a Booyah Bomb protecting it. It is the teammates on the body of Knives. Poise is having to run away back from that.
I was really impressed that they managed to live that long regardless. Pose running for their life. Two members of SynRG up on this top left. No Mercy is well situated in order to be able to extend their points here a little bit. SynRG does have that crab, but that crab is extremely isolated and very quickly picked from Knaves as they just continue being a ledge goblin underneath that snipe.
Tri-strikes out super early for SynRG. They can't use those to get back in the zone. They do have a Booyah Bomb, but Knives is going to be able to counter that with theirs. They use it early. Timmy's gone. There's two members gone from SynRG. This map is slipping out of their control now. Booyah Bomb has been out. No Mercy has the lead. They've all called back to go back to zone. Spots are coming out for both sides. Tri-strikes are out. Who can paint the zone? Who can neutralize the zone? Can the Tri-strikes do it? They neutralize it, but they need the spots and they need to paint the zone right now. No time, no mercy. Game 1.
Yeah, taking game 1, losers finals. It's best of 5. Now we're in a situation where SynRG gets to be the team to counterpick, but No Mercy going to hold the edge for the remainder of this set, knowing that even if they Even if this goes 2-2 for the remainder of the set, it'll be no mercy with that final counter pick. So SynRG gonna have to defeat them on that, even if this set remains to be as contentious and even fought as that last game was. I will say the special timing at the end there from SynRG ultimately is what I believe cost them that set. You could tell that they got nervous, you could tell that they got sweaty, they burned those trip strikes, and then that Booyah Bomb had no one to capitalize on it because they were 2 down. So SynRG can do it. They can do it again. Just gotta keep those fingers from getting too sweaty.
Yeah, I gotta see what the counter pick might be. I'm feeling like we might be going to a Clam Blitz on Hagglefish, because that has been a map that they have won previously. I'm not 100% sure. I've also seen them play, what was the map? I'm trying to think. I can't remember. I'll remember it as soon as they say what the counter pick is. But wow, I always get thrown off by seeing a DC at the end. It's a little bit of a salt in the wound. Yeah.
It does make your heart like skip a beat, but you gotta be thankful it happened after the end of the game, right? Instead of like during it, because that blows. So regardless, I'm thankful that the DSC occurred when it did, and just taking a look into the Battlefy chat because I can. Half is recalibrating their gyro. So yes, we're gonna see some fresh shots, some nice aim, hopefully. Half on that machine that last game.
While Elemental's so awesome and has our map pull up, I would like to remind everybody that the teams are allowed to go to the 2 new maps in the game, Manta Maria and I forget what the new one's called.
Umami Ruins.
Umami Ruins. Yeah, they're able to go to any of those zones, Tower Control, Rainmaker, or Clam Blitz, because Turf War is not able to be played in this tournament. If the other team is okay with that. They are counter pick only though.
I see,
so those are still on the board. I don't think we will, because not too many people usually want to go there, especially with how new they are. I kind of think that Manta had a chance today, but the new Ruins, no shot.
I mean, I would be excited to see it, but I think these teams have too much on the line to be willing to experiment. I know personally that I've only gotten a couple of scrims with maps in it, so when it comes to this far down in the tournament, like, you don't want to be bringing something out that you've only scrimmed once or twice. Regardless, SynRG picking Rainmaker Hagglefish as their counter pick. That is a bit different than the counter picks that they've been making so far today.
Rainmaker Hagglefish is a map that they picked previously in SAC. They've won this barely by 1 point here and there. I remember in Tournament 1, this was their semi-final match. I can't exactly remember who it was against, but their semi-final match in Tournament 1, it came down to Respect playing Vanilla 96. Against Silly Kitties. Thank you, Scout. It came down to a singular 96, and I remember seeing Respect jump from like the top ropes of the rail and hitting 2 shots with the Vanilla 96 to stop the Rainmaker at 1 point. I was like, in what world do you hit 2 jumping, falling 96 shots perfectly on the Rainmaker when there are 2 other people escorting it? And
you just gotta respect the gal. I see what I did there.
Oh, GG, there goes 80 viewers. Unfortunate, Scout.
Shut up.
I have no counter for that.
SynRG has only counterpicked Rainmaker, so it ain't pretty normal for them to choose this according to Elemental. I'm getting a little bit of subject-verb conjugation error there. Elemental, I'm a tad confused.
Anyway, I'm expecting to see Respect on either the Squeezer or the 96 Gal Deco.
Yeah, there we go with the 96 Gal Deco. It's again with that double crab coming out from SynRG, not really varying too much in the comps that they've been bringing out today. No Mercy, on the other hand, also bringing out that crab. Knave still on that machine. What's fascinating to me here is that we're seeing half on the splash instead of a bucket.
Yeah, I kind of see that. You want to have that paint control, especially with the 96 Gal. It is a shooter, but it does not paint like a shooter. I can tell you that right now. Early crab game already out. No Mercy. They've got the space, but taken away immediately by those tri-strikes. Good job from SynRG.
Yeah, and here they go. They managed to get one of those. No Mercy manages to get the pick on Timmy. 2 members of SynRG down does mean that No Mercy is going to have an opportunity to start looking forward. But that Kraken, the invincible Kraken, getting the pick on the Rainmaker and now looking straight at Apple.
And Apple says no more to that with the Gal. Great Gal play. Gets 1, gets 2. Great shots down from Apple. That was so exciting to watch as we see this 1v1, which is no longer a 1v1. Turns out to be a little bit more of a 2v1. Apple's going to try and run that Rainmaker forward, but respecting those first bombs coming out. Smart by Apple to take the Rainmaker left with the good smoke of the Booyah Bomb, using the Brim smoke to block off the sightline.
Look how quick that pivot was. You could see the members of SynRG throwing such bombs at pedestal. But look at this. Regardless, Eric quite literally walking up to the final checkpoint as No Mercy takes SynRG's counter pick of game 2. Oh my gosh, where were they looking?
Boy, what?
Yeah.
What? Sure. Yeah. It just happens. Sometimes it happens. You're fighting somebody else on the other side and kind of forget that objective, and Rainmaker is running its way to the final checkpoint in a tournament that you played in for 2 months. You know, that kind of happens sometimes.
It kind of does. I guess so. I'm a little surprised, I'm not gonna lie, that game ended as quickly as it did. But then again, Jeannie, we've commentated a lot of Rainmaker Hagglefish since the start of the new year, and those games are always a surprise. So Rainmaker Hagglefish does Rainmaker Hagglefish things, and No Mercy very quickly from checkpoint to KO in gosh, that must have been 15 seconds.
Yeah, I gotta say it, Skep. I'm gonna steal your line that you've used before. I stole it last time we commentated at a big event. You can say it before I say it if you want to steal it from me. Counter steal. All right, I'll say it. Rainmaker Hagglefish is the Rainmaker Black Belly of Splatoon 3.
It is. It just greatly is. There's no other. I honestly, like, in terms of, like, yes, like, competitive players can make the comparisons that they can about map modes to map modes in the previous game, but quite nothing like Rainmaker Hagglefish compared to Black Belly. It's so quick. And SynRG opting to stick with Hagglefish, going for Splat Zones Hagglefish.
Elemental did have a question saying that, is this the wrong mode? Because it is zones. It is zones. We do see SynRG picking zones. So I did like that one.
Yeah, SynRG now twice in this tournament opting to stick with the same map as their counter pick. This is something that surprises me. They are running that double crab, and then they also have to deal with that machine in terms of getting underneath that hut and sloshing up at those crabs, because that's something that can be particularly devastating on this map mode in particular, as well as that Booyah Bomb, right? To force those crabs off of hut and effectively you want those crabs on top of hut in order to be able to impact objective, and if the opponent is running machine with a Booyah Bomb, you have your work cut out for you. So SynRG, hopefully they know what they're doing here. I'm gonna presume that they do, because here they are in SAC finals. But regardless, I'm a little skeptical of this counter pick, Jeannie.
Skep is Skep. Okay, well, would have guessed. I'm terrified as well. I am in the exact same boat. They have not watched any events on Wednesday nights called Power League. They have not seen any of those. They've not seen No Mercy's play on Zones Hagglefish. Truly have not, because they can face up against some of the best European teams on Zones Haggle, who, in my opinion, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, NA, EU has you on Zones Hagglefish. They've got some secret sauce, and recent results have also proven that this is kind of EU's map.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. No Mercy is, if I recall correctly, a EU team, are they not, Jeannie?
Yes. If SynRG loses, NA's hope is gone. EU wins, which is hilarious because SAC, the one-off tournament of Splatoon 3, the final 2 teams were both German. Now we have 2. I don't know exactly where both these teams are from. We've got 2 more European teams. So back-to-back EU sweep ?
I believe No Mercy is a German team as well, because Centopia is, and they did mention in their interview that they want to beat Centopia specifically because they are another German team. So we'll see how this goes, right?
I have to be skeptical because I don't think Mercy is German. I don't know, but I also agree. I know that Centopia is German for sure.
Yeah.
Because they have results and their players have individual results in the German league. But,
so
besides that, we are just waiting
regardless-
on our zone's Hagglefish game to start up. Wall placements. I want to see if we're gonna have that 96 come out again for Mercy. The wall is always kind of nice on this map.
I don't see why you wouldn't run it here, honestly, in terms of brute forcing into their elbow and onto their plat. Like, Kraken can just do that like nothing else. Respect for the first time since early this morning, back out on that heavy. So SynRG changing up their comp, quite a big deal. And honestly, this is a very welcome change. With that heavy to 2 splashes and finally half back on that machine. No Mercy running a very similar comp to what they were running last round with that triple splash.
Yeah, those tri-strikes, they're going to prove to be so good with this Neo Splash. It's honestly amazing. I didn't think we'd see too much of that weapon over the T-Tech, but it's crazy to see, and it's getting the value.
And look at this
over
crab.
Apple on the crab. Wow, great positioning from Apple.
That is one of the best crab spots in the entirety of Splatoon 3 because it's a crossfire that it allows you to barrel straight into your opponent's tree, and Apple already working forward onto the members of SynRG's plat. This is going to be quite a devastating lockout, especially as No Mercy is building those specials.
Great tri-strike coming out, and they're going to punish that crab so hard. Actually, Tim is able to stay alive with it, but they lose their machine on the side of SynRG. No Mercy. They have lost their members. Half his crab is going in. But the zone is still ticking. SynRG have to find a way to cap it, and they do. They realize that there is also somebody on that left side flank.
I made a mistake. It's actually Pose on the machine and half sticking on that splash, so a little bit different than what I was originally anticipating. But it is No Mercy with the specials in order to be able to break back in, and we do start to see those come in. Getting a pick on half and neutralizing that zone as the second trip strike comes out. This is a clean and click there from the members of No Mercy.
Wow. No Mercy. They still do have a Booyah Bomb, which always helps snowball your specials up. SynRG, they want to get locked in position with their comp. Crab tanks and heavy spelling are not known to be great offensive weapons. They move slow.
They really are relying on that machine Pose in order to get the picks that they need to break back in after they burn those specials. And here we go with Pose with that Booyah Bomb, but there's no one left to follow it up. And then they have to deal with another machine right underneath them. Can they win the machine 1v1 against Knaves? But now they're in a 2v1 with Momet. This is almost an impossible position for Pose to come out alive. And they do get picks there as No Mercy clicks down their points here, Genie.
That's okay though, because look at that big distraction that Pose created. It took 2 members and stayed alive for long enough that the 3v2 on the other side went in SynRG's favor faster than that 1v2 on No Mercy that they had on their favor. Great position and great team coordination. Unfortunately, Knive just said, you know what, I got a Booyah Bomb and a Crab Tank coming out. My team's gonna roll you off this zone.
Yeah, and how quickly SynRG goes in back to 2 members down. No Mercy getting that cap and then following it up with a pick on Respect, so they lose that line. No Mercy has quite a hefty penalty in order to work through, but they have shown their ability to lock and hold this for at least a little bit of time, right? What really surprises me about this game is how quickly that both teams are able to break back into zone and get that cap, because that back and forth has been happening all game, and I fully expect to see it again on the members of SynRG. Hopefully, if half doesn't get called out by Knaves here, oh, half and Pose go down, so this might be it, Genie.
This might darn close to be it. You got 10 ticks to get from spawn to zone, and I believe we're gonna have a drip pick just celebrating it. It's not.
Was that on purpose?
Oh, Mercy is the crowd favorites. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, yeah, No Mercy taking the losers final set 3-0. That's it. That's match point. That's GG's, Genie. So Mercy will be moving on to face Centopia in our grand finals match. SynRG having gotten 3rd place in this season of SAC, specifically season 6. So fantastic job, fantastic run to them. I know it was quite a turbulent ride for SynRG, but now they can breathe easy, right? Their season is over. 3rd place, absolutely nothing to scoff at. It is something to be proud of. Put in your Twitter bios, if you will, homies. And now it is EU versus EU in grand finals, Genie, and I do believe that is your area of expertise.
Yeah, a little bit more. I haven't actually, honestly, I have not done a Dapple event since 20XX.
What?
Yeah,
What?
I know. Just school schedule. I know. That's where I started. That's my home. That's my home ground. Shoutouts to, if anyone wants Table Turf, I can't really shout it out on IPL, but I will. Table Turf tournament tomorrow. Come watch.
Yeah.
Anyway, while we do have our time, while these No Mercy is going to join Centopia's room, Skep, we have to thank everybody that has done an amazing job on SAC. And this is a long, long list. There's so many people that go in to put on these great seasons.
Yeah, there is.
You want to start with staff? You want to start with production? You want to start with vocal talent? Where do you want to go?
I'll start with production.
All right.
Because the production people, like, I know, like, we commentators, like, get a lot of credit for the work that we do. Like, it's our names at the end of the tournament. We get to shout ourselves out. That's great. I love it. It's hard work. Commentating isn't easy. But the production staff are actually the ones who really, they're the one mixing the audio. They're the ones doing the transitions. They're the ones, like, putting together these graphics like hunky-dory. I'm not tech savvy. I couldn't do it. I could hardly speak. So our production staff, I would like to shout them out for all the hard work that they do, not only within SAC, but within all of IPL. Kibazuna, Boing, Elemental, who's on stream right now, our current streamer, alright, gamers, Mr. Rookie, CAJ Man, you, Genie7, for your work on the podcast, and your co-host, Raze, and oh gosh, my name's on here, I guess because of the doc.
Yo, I was gonna say, 68-page doc, my gosh, Skep, could have done better. Every team on here could have found one more note to put on there, make it 69, but you know what?
I know, I really failed on that one, huh?
Just put that in perspective, everybody. It's a 68-page document on all of the teams that have played. Crazy.
That's not even counting the final stock, which
True.
I did solidify.
I'm gonna talk about staff. We have Toby, Skep, you're on here as well for being staff. We've got Rowdy, we got Cork, we got J-Man, we got Smash, and we got Nick. I gotta say to the staff, thank you so much. I got to, well, I'm over here pogging about what's going on stream, but you guys are over there getting flag matches, making sure splash tags are correct, making sure people check in properly, making sure little Timmy's in help desk.
There are no little Timmys today.
Get their popsicles. You sure about that?
There better not be.
There's other things to talk about with the little Timmys, but you know, yeah, the staff, they work so hard for no credit, and they don't even get any credit on their names. So
they really don't.
Huge shout outs to them.
We wouldn't have anything without the staff at the end of the day, really.
Yeah.
So thank you for all the hard work that you do and keeping things together and somehow scrambling to salvage your own sanity, because I know that last part particularly is hard work.
Yeah. With that, we got our commentators. We have to thank all the people. Yeah, we got to start with Broken Pinky and Weave, who were on earlier today. Those two have done crazy things all season. Same with Toma and Saf. They did such a good job as well, holding down our other blocks. Pinky Weave, Toma, Saf pretty much did our first and second blocks for all of our tournaments. It was unfortunate that we had to select one over the other, but it just worked out with scheduling that not everyone was able to be there, so we didn't have to make that hard decision. And I gotta say thanks to everyone who was part with me. I know you guys heard me here a lot, and all the people that I was partnered with. I know Greg was here. I know Knox was here. Raze was here with the podcast. I had Walkie on here as well, and J-Man. J-Man and I had 2 blocks as well. And then I forgot one last person who I am commentating with. Skep, can you help me on who that is?
I have no idea who that could possibly ever be. Is it me?
Well, whoever it might be, who was my commentator for the current tournament right now, I would like to thank you. And shoutouts to Falco and who was on? Glitch Cactus and OBT and
Gun and Saf.
Top Gun and Saf. We're on Falco's stream today. Thank you all for that. We got to do more of those things. More of those like multi things. I think people will really enjoy it. I know
I want to gas Reef and Broken Pinky real quick. Cause like they're like a new commentary pair, and new what I mean is like they've been commentating for like less than 6 months. To my knowledge, I might be incorrect, but they are absolutely killing it, and I can't wait to see where they go as commentators. It's so exciting to me.
Yes, I remember when we like our first tournament back in like late 2020, early 21. I think probably January. I don't exactly remember. I remember we kind of started like that. It's crazy how far it's gone. But
the future of the scene, right?
Don't say that. Because, like, it's been
We're
6 seasons since I played an SAC. Don't say that.
Alright, without further ado, our grand finals match of SAC Season 6. No Mercy versus Centopia starting off on Splat Zone's Inkblot. No Mercy coming out of the losers bracket. So just a reminder that this is a double elimination tournament. So in order for No Mercy to walk away with first place, they will need to defeat Centopia in 2 separate sets. Centopia having gone undefeated so far this morning, going 3-0 over Silly Kitties, Rabid, and SynRG, who just walked away with 3rd place.
Honestly, it's crazy. I was gonna say, wow, they beat a whole bunch of teams in top 8. My brain said you should probably say that on stream. This is top 8. This is top 8. And where else would you want to be? Please, like, tweet out, use whatever other socials we have. Somebody make a was it Miiverse? No, Splatverse post.
Genie. Tournament, yeah? We forgot to shout out Boing. You didn't put him on the list.
What? How did we not shout out
Boing is the MVP, bro!
Really?
Okay.
Oh, we also didn't shout out Elemental, but Elemental's doing today, so we're gonna shout out Elemental.
I did shout out Elemental.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah,
we
but
literally
we
didn't
forgot
shout out Boing. Boing did all the streaming for the podcast, except for today, and all the tournaments, except for one.
Which is fantastic. We stand Boing IPL MVP. But here we go with our comps. In SAC Season 6 Finals, we do see No Mercy rocking with that triple splash machine comp that they brought out on Splat Zone's Inkblot against SynRG just a couple of moments ago. And in Centopia, once again, bringing out the quirk with the 52 Carbon Decos, Foil Squeezer, and VDS. Quite an unconventional comp in today's meta.
Very, very, very unconventional. And No Mercy, they were able to beat Armageddon. Actually, I don't think we're playing Genesis. She wasn't playing Carbon today, so this is the first Carbon that No Mercy should be facing all day today. And that's crazy to say, because we had 3 Carbon players in top 8.
We did. And No Mercy does manage to get the cap, stalling Centopia out from their lead at 80 remaining. So Centopia's going to need to find a way in order to stagger out these specials that No Mercy is going to relentlessly be chucking at them. 2 members down on the side of Centopia as those specials do come out, and No Mercy pulls the lead here, Genie. Centopia does have their tools to break in here with those Zukas.
Moment, trying to stay alive on top mid with that Zuka. Good job to stay alive from Marshu's Reign of Terror with that Squeezer Tri-Zuka. Another Tri-Zuka coming out from Centopia. Splat will be found on to knives. But the Splat's being traded out. The zone needs to be painted in Centopia. Luckily for them, they do get it. But now, Crab Tank is out for Apple. Double Crab Tank out for Mercy. Great opportunity to come in. Knives trying to punish Aru, but get pushed back by Kirby on top.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about their back paint here. Centopia does not physically have a lot of room to remove. Yeah.
All right, let's check Twitch to see if we have a way to you get this up for you and do this old Splatoon 1 style of let's commentate this from a back point of view. I don't think any of them are streaming.
Let me see if that was a spectator DC or a host DC.
I'm hoping it's spectator.
I think it's spectator.
All right. Don't see any POVs at the moment.
I'm looking as well.
Scrolling the internet webs.
The interweb.
This is exhilarating. Just listening to us talk about this.
No, I'm a little bummed.
No way. Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch. Yep.
I love Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch.
I honestly do too. I love all of its modes. Most of the time.
Yeah, I don't think we have any POVs coming out for that, which is quite unfortunate. I
was hoping to be able to. No, seriously, I was actually hoping to be able to commentate while Twitch sees a black screen. There isn't really too much to talk about because the brackets already been decided.
So we're just vibing. vibing out the remainder of Game 1 of Grand Finals. We won't know who's going to win that until they report score and let us back in the lobby. However, Centopia is a fascinating team simply because of what they're playing, right? What's your vibe from that? How do you think? Obviously, they've been running it into Triple Splash all day, right? That's what they've had to contend with. What do you think is their game plan there, Genie?
It's mostly the fact that Marsh is a squeezer one trick and Ender plays Carbon. The specials just come past that. I feel like it's just a skill play. They splat you before you have any chance. If you don't have any special, because you're always being splatted, you can never charge special. That's kind of what Centopia is rocking with here. You're gonna have Kirby rolling around in your face, Yaru just absolutely shredding you in the front line with the gal, and then you have to watch out for a squeezer and a Carbon. It's overall, I'm looking like they've got a splat bomb, 2 walls, and a burst bomb. That kind of rolls out for them. Their paint also kind of rolls out for them. It's just the specials with those 2 Trizukas, which feels weird, but it makes sense because they don't have any other options. Because who wants to run Zipcaster Carbon without a burst bomb?
Yeah.
And Squeezer has 1 kit.
So I asked Centopia if any team were to win SAC Season 6 Finals other than yourself, who would it be? And their response was No Mercy. So this is a little bit contentious. And then just to like bring the counterpoint of when I asked Mercy the same question, they said it would be Rabid. So
that's funny.
Yeah.
That is actually mad juice. And Mercy was the one who ended Rabid's run, which is
Centopia took Game 1!
Oh. What?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That's crazy. And that's crazy because it's No Mercy that's been the buzzsaw today, right?
Yeah, because we saw No Mercy lose their opening game. Actually, I don't know if we can confirm or deny if there was no other spec and no other people that got kicked out of the room. That's another thing. Besides the streamer, it might have just been the streamer. But No Mercy, the only game they've lost today has been riddled with DC issues, and they've really been able to clean up today. So losing to Centopia is losing another game. It's crazy because originally it was like, oh my goodness, Mercy's not here. Mercy's not the team that they were last time. But then they had this crazy losers run where they are. Come on!
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I was saying wait, because I was watching Battlefight chat and when asked for their counter pick, No Mercy said same map mode. So we do get to see some Splat Zones Inkbot action after all, and what is with this today, guys? Everyone, you take an L on a map mode and you go, let's go back there again. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing multiple times and expecting a different result. So, what the heck, guys?
Bro, can I just have a finals without this? We've had it twice on stream. We go same map, maybe different mode once. And then we had it was Rabid versus Mercy in the first time that Mercy played in a tournament and they won it. There was the same map mode combination again. It's like, can we just like? No. We need to add this rule. We need to add the rule because like, I don't. No, we have big map picks. We have big map picks.
I think maybe it's funny.
Maybe if we have like small map pick, yeah. I don't know.
It is such like a wide map pool, right? But honestly, what I'm expecting people, what I think that they are thinking is that they know what the other team is running, so that maybe they can outwit it at this point. We do see Centopia sticking with the same comp that they brought last time. That very quirky 52 squeezer VDS, foil squeezer, Carbon, yes. That comp. And then No Mercy changing up nothing. So hopefully we're going to see some player behavior changes here that No Mercy is looking to walk away with the dub. But regardless, Centopia once again gets the first cap of the game.
Yeah, we're going to see Marsh trying to push Dimes out on this left side. The members of No Mercy are going to fight that together as a team. and was able to take out a Splat. Kerbe's running forward, tries to go for the Crab Tank with Ender, but they're going to be the last one left alive, and they know exactly where Eric is. Probably a smart idea to jump out.
Is the VDS running Thermal or Haunt? Can you flash that for me? Interesting, they are running Haunt. So that respawn ability that was made so popular by Chase 24/7, sticking with that VDS, what that's going to allow them to do is keep tabs on their opponents, particularly opponents that are prone to running Ninja Squid, and then also respawn punish them without the effect of the respawn on themselves, Genie.
Actually, I love the ability. Knives with a great pick off on a Yaru. The members of Centopia are being pushed into a corner. Ender and Marsh are trying to stay alive, but it's not looking good. Knives is going to be pushing that out with the angle of the machine, but Marsh might be able to come up with this fight, but that burst bomb, great team coordination.
You know, and look how much this changed so rapidly. No Mercy, very quickly here, barreling towards that KO. They have to deal with the Carbon in zone, but that's it. That's GG's. Their Carbon is not going to be able to outpaint 3 players of a team. It's simply not possible. There is the player behavior change, and I can't help but wonder what happened in the previous game to what transpired for No Mercy to lose the previous game. We will never know.
Okay, Google. Open up Google Docs SAC rules.
No, you're not.
Team cannot counterpick a mode they've already won on in the match. Team cannot pick a map they've already won on within the match. Okay, we cannot go to Splatoon's Inkling Academy anymore. Woo!
At least it won't be like that Nintendo tournament where a team was counterpicked against 2 Sturgeon for an entire set.
Yeah, my god.
No! Elemental, no! Stop trolling! Bro. What do you think they would pick, though? Because that was Centopia's counterpick, and they have a lot of quirk in that comp, right? If you would be so kind as to show us the map pool for a second while I hypothesize as to what they could possibly run that quirk on.
My heart. I was just about to be like, no! No! I was about to leave the voice chat, go get the GOs and say, they can't do this!
I don't know, it's grand finals. I think they can do whatever they want. Here we go. Yeah. So if I'm running Squeezer, Carbon, VDS, I want to go to Undertow. And we can see that 2 of those are counterpick only, but the Rainmaker one is up for grabs. The reason, I don't know, if I'm them, which I'm not, because they're way better than I am, but, you know, those who can't play commentate, like, I just like wave. I just think the Wavebreaker from the VDS would be very, very slay, and then obviously there's a lot of ledges for the Carbon to work with on Undertow, and then also wall on those choke points. So if I am Centopia, I want Rainmaker Undertow, but I'm not Centopia. So what do they want?
That is a big question. They haven't been able to decide. The Undertow, the 2 maps there that were Undertow that were able to be counterpicked, are able to be played because this is a counterpick. I believe it is going to be Rainmaker Mincemeat. I don't see that in the match chat, but Elemental might be playing another joke on us because they have been using the match chat. No, we are going to be going to Rainmaker Mincemeat as the map pick.
Oh, because they didn't put it in Battlefy chat. They just did it because they were hosting.
But I thought no. Oh no, they might have swapped. No, they wouldn't swap because it was just Elemental ADC. Anyway, I'm just trying to like pick through.
So
that happened. Anyway.
For the same reasons that I mentioned, the VDS being dominant on Undertow, similar thing applies here on Mincemeat. Those Wavebreakers behind the wall that leads past elbow towards, you know, the area where people KO, that's a very dominant Wavebreaker spot, as well as the little cubby that's like on the Uninkable to the right of your own pedestal. You can kind of pop a Wavebreaker there and it can't be shot by aggressing enemies as easily unless they Ferrari peek that pedestal. A very good Wavebreaker map. And regardless, you have those Zukas. Those Zukas very good at clearing snipe behind the opponent's cover, which is an area that you're going to need to brute force that first checkpoint without necessarily having to get bodies up there at risk, right? So this is a very, very good counter pick for Centopia, and I agree with this one wholeheartedly.
Here we go. Rainmaker Mincemeat. Let's see who's going to take this one. I know last time we seen this map, it was pretty close until the final moments where No Mercy was able to come away with that over SynRG. But let's see if Centopia have a different game plan.
And here we go. They're sticking with that same comp, right? On the side of Centopia, that's what they're running, and it's a beautiful comp. No Mercy sticking with what they've gotten so far in this tournament with. They have both of those crabs, and those crabs are just as lethal as an E-leader here. You just plop one of those on either one of the stacks, and then you're sitting pretty. So Centopia, the first team to lose 2 members. This is looking wide and clear for No Mercy.
This is good, but they gotta grab the Rainmaker. The Trizuka is able to get shot down. Marsh, good job. And they're still able to stay alive for a little bit as soon as they finds the positioning. And Moment grabbing that Rainmaker. He's gonna signal this right side, but I don't know if they see Ender. Ender's gonna be able to get a nice, good splat with the... Ooh, I thought they got windboxed.
Yeah, but at least they traded out, right? Because now they've stalled out the fish there from No Mercy, that the members of Centopia have time to get out of spawn. But now they're in a very deep stagger, right? Centopia consistently 1 member down, and this Booyah Bomb is Knives drawing a lot of attention, pulling that Booyah Bomb towards that left side, which enables the members of Centopia to stack 2 on that right pedestal. So No Mercy going to be forcing themselves to push into quite a defensive wall, and Centopia takes that W.
Yeah, Kirby's going to be going forward, trying to fight out Knives. Yaru has to stay alive as the last member alive for Centopia. The Rainmaker should be popped, and Yaru has to watch out so heavily for this crab. Wall's going to be up. Can they stop it? No, they're just going to concede that checkpoint and fall in the process as well.
Yeah, and now that fish is about to be popped. There it is. No Mercy can really extend their lead here, but they are 2 members down, so it might not be the safest option. They opt to go for a little bit of cheese, so now there's 1 member of No Mercy remaining in mid. They're going to be forced to fall back here, Genie. 48 remaining is a lead if Centopia never manages to break that first checkpoint, but getting past 48 can snowball very quickly. Think of this as Muscle Forge.
Yeah, I completely agree on that. It's that elbow, the ramp, where the bombs can just roll down at you. It's so similar. And you have to watch out, because that little bit of a push, it's more than just like pop the Rainmaker on the checkpoint and punch it forward about a yard or 2. It's actually a little bit more of a leap. And here we go, Centopia, their time to push. They have to watch out, the Tri-Strike's out for a moment. Eric's hiding on that top left side. Specials are going to start coming up, but not in time. The Rainmaker's going to get to that pedestal.
Yeah, they do manage to break that checkpoint, but the members of Centopia opt not to feed for it. There's just that 1 member there, Yaru, sharking in this corner. They manage to get the pick. No, they get... Oh, no! The BM from Knaves there. What a phenomenal shark if they had actually managed to pull it off.
Bro, when the first 2 shots of the Vandal, 52 gal go astray, it's unfortunate to see. You miss the first 2, and then they're just gone. Ooh,
yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Booyah Bomb time, Crab Tank out. I think they're going to be your left side because they see all the members on this right. They know that Marsh is in that corner, has a splash wall to their advantage, and enough time has been stalled that Centopia has taken away the position. Marsh, great job with the splash wall and the Trizuka. They really kept their team alive in this match.
Yeah, look how pinned they were up on that right side, and now the Rainmaker is in a phenomenal position for Centopia to very cleanly and quickly start pushing towards that right side. That's a frankly disadvantageous spot to die with the Rainmaker. No Mercy, 2 members down, Genie, as these trip strikes come out. This could be the moment for Centopia to get some more points on the board if they get this quickly enough.
Yeah, they really want to, but they have lost Ender. Ender's going to be able to jump back in, though. This is going to be good. The Carbon's going to want to find some space, but it's going to get pressured out. Knives is able to get 2 in that scenario and dodge the Wavebreaker as well.
Yeah, this is quite sweaty for Centopia. They have shown the ability to break that first checkpoint, but consistently being a member or 2 down is just fighting them very hard. We do see that Yoru and Endor do trade 2 members out, but regardless, Centopia needs their members alive. As long as No Mercy is getting at least 1 pick, that's less time that Centopia has to work with. I'm quite nervous for them here, Genie.
Yeah, under a minute remaining, No Mercy. They want to get some push, and they want to get some points. Good, now that Kirby's gone. Mars is going to be falling as well here, down in the... Killer Whale's out. Going to be pressuring on a moment. Yaru's coming around the backside, gets 1, gets 2. 2v2. Can Yaru get the members that are still around the Rainmaker? Apple falls as well, and Moment's gone as well. Centopia, you have a final breath in this match.
This very well could be their last chance, but they need to deal with this player on that right side. They lose their VDS. They now know that there is a player there. The Knives does jump out, so that's good for Centopia. Keep in mind that they only need 9 points in order to be able to pull lead here. But this crab and all of this chip coming out on the members of Centopia, they lose the fish, Genie.
And the fish is in a corner. Kirby can't pop it. No shot. Booyah Bomb out. Members of No Mercy are running forward. No Mercy. they get that map that they needed so desperately.
And here we are in match point, right? No Mercy needs to win this next game or the subsequent game in order to be able to force this set into a bracket reset. In order for them to have a chance at the first place title, No Mercy, not only a fan favorite, but also a player expectation of who would be walking away with first place. Every single team that I asked either said Healthy Diet Food Groups or No Mercy. Healthy Diet Food Groups was already eliminated, so realistically, despite the fact that it's Centopia on the winner side of the bracket, they're the ones who need to come in clutch here.
I want to. There's a big storyline that we have to point out here. We have two big cutoffs. Marsh's internet, as I can confirm from Yaru, who messaged me 2 hours ago from now, saying, I said, why are you doing an 90% speedrun of SAC top 8? We have no time. Marsh's internet cuts out later. Yeah, that is true. Truthful statement. We also have a time limit for Elemental. Elemental has 1 hour from the moment I am speaking before Elemental has to leave.
Yeah.
We have 2 time limits. I am hoping that Marsh's internet does not cut out at this coming hour, as it is 4:58 Eastern. I know they're European, so it's not, at the when 58 rolls over to 00. I sure hope that's not when the internet cuts out. I hope they have at least another hour.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, Jeannie. Because at this point, in order for all of these time elements to not, for the clock not to strike midnight proverbially and literally in the case of our EU compadres, Centopia needs to reverse sweep this, right? They won game 1, so reverse sweep isn't quite the adequate word, but it's their counter pick once again, and that was quite a sweaty set. So they need to win this, and then assuming that they do, it's going to be No Mercy's counter pick, right? And they brought us to Splat Zones Inkblot again for game 2. They won't be able to go back to Splat Zones or Inkblot Art Academy. So I'm nervous. I'm expecting a bracket reset here, Jeannie, and I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, I also want to know what Centopia's got planned. They haven't had to go to their own counter pick all day today at all. That was the first one that they had. This Rainmaker mincemeat because they just been 3-0ing. It's simple as that. So I know they've been rocking a little bit of a different roster for every tournament. But it's what roster that they're fielding currently likes what maps. I don't know if they've been practicing. I don't know their schedule. They've always been one of the more mysterious teams. Skep, your pick, the blob map.
Yes, I did predict that Centopia would take us to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway the last round, and here we go, Jeannie. I think I have a thing for this.
Okay. Yep.
No, I mean just like I'm kind of big brains.
Yes, you are big brains. Also, I don't know what to play this map at the time, so I'm excited to see what these teams are going to be rocking. Definitely Splash is definitely the same comp they had.
Centopia's comp was built for this, but they changed.
They changed their comp. Skip, what?
I'm crying so hard right now.
Don't cry.
He switched out the VDS for that T-Tech, which frankly is quite a surprise to me, given how cheeky Wavebreaker can be on this map in particular, and I have to wonder whether or not they're nervous.
Splash for instead of Gal. Gal's always had like a bigger place, in my opinion, on this map mode combination than Crab Tank, and that's saying a lot because Crab Tank has been insane.
I wholeheartedly agree, and not only that, but the Gal and the VDS, there's something to be said if you force the team of Quirky One Tricks to change their weapons so far into a tournament. But regardless, look how clean that pivot was from mid to that left check. Centopia showing very early game dominance here, and they get the repop. This is looking quite good for them, Junior.
Yeah, but they gotta watch that. Tri-Strikes are coming out with this section bomb. Gonna be dropping, going on to Ender. Great splat, but the checkpoint has fallen and got a lot more points. Mullet's going in, gets another one before going down. That's okay, and Yahoo falls. The jumps are coming in. Can Knives punish that jump? That is the big question now.
Ooh, yes, Knives landing a direct on Endor there in order to be able to stop that carbon from sharking and setting up, preventing No Mercy from breaking out into mid. That is a great pick there for No Mercy, but they do lose their machine thanks to Kirby on that T-Tech. No Mercy has 2 specials to work with on defense here, makes that 3, that is quite huge for them, but you can see the forward presence that Centopia is putting up. They have an excellent lockout over mid.
Kirby, they're just on this right side. They're getting a good recon of them. In a nice little safe spot. I want to know what their game plan is. Are they going to go this right side, or just go safe left-hand side? Because I see No Mercy. They're starting to pile up on that left side.
But look at this, the Zuga comes out. They have that crab as well. They have a member down on the side of No Mercy, but there is one in their zone. That one goes down, so Centopia going to be able to extend their lead here, especially if they get the pick on Knives. Knives gets the pick on the fish. That's not good for Centopia, but they win that 2v1, and now they are once again in control of the fish, but a phenomenal play from Knives there, Genie.
Knives double stopped the push completely. Wholeheartedly, completely. Huge heroic plays. Now Centopia is kind of stalled out. No Mercy. They need to use that space that was created for them by Knives. Well, they haven't. They've lost both 2 of their splashes. And the Rainmaker, it's making its way up this uninkable path. Going pretty darn quickly. Apple's going to try and start Curve, but Ender's here in the front line. Going to be getting splatted, and both the Rainmaker and the Carbon fall at 15.
That is a lead for Centopia, and not only is it a lead, but they still, regardless, despite that wipe, have control of mid. But No Mercy working their way and breaking in there. But look how clustered up they all are on that spine. They get the pick on Endork. That's huge, because that would have been quite devastating, especially having to deal with a roller there right underneath their feet, Genie. But this is No Mercy's first opportunity to push this entire game, 3 minutes into it, and they're already 2 members down.
Still no points. I don't think they're going to get too many points at all if they get any. I actually think Mama's just going to follow the tri-strike, and that's exactly what they do. Knives is jumping in, but this is so dangerous. I don't think you're going to be able to get out of here with your life, or even a spot. But my goodness, they did a really good job at stalling out so they at least get traded.
But this is a shift of the battle lines for No Mercy. No Mercy, I mean, Centopia simply can keep walking forward. They have one member down. They know there's Apple up on that top left. It is Centopia with all of the power in this game with 90 seconds left standing. No Mercy popping those specials in order to be able to try and break in, but they are on their back foot. Centopia just keeping them entirely on their toes here, Genie.
Knives is able to stay alive even though their Booyah Bomb are... Oh, great job to get that Booyah Bomb out in time. No Mercy fighting for this left side. They have the space, but they don't know that there's no members that are underneath of that pedestal. It's just Yaru, who does have a crab tank, and that is a scary weapon to be facing when it's locked and loaded and ready to go.
Yeah, and look how fanned out the members of Centopia are around this left check. They do lose that Carbon, but you lost your front line. That's fine. That's who you expect to lose in these situations. But No Mercy walking forward. We can see Eric brute forcing their way out, but here comes those trip strikes. That's huge. No Mercy breaks the checkpoint despite it.
Wow, I thought for sure that the checkpoint was going to fall because that chose Tri-Shark do so much damage. So Eric's going to be on this right side. Mars has to find some slots so that they at least get Knives down out of that Booyah Bomb. 2v2 scenario. Can Apple escort Eric with this 25 seconds remaining? Kirby's going to be jumping in, fighting. Apple wins it. My goodness, Mars is here all alive as well. Yard up left side. Knives is pushing forward, trying to go forward with the machine. We got under 20 seconds left on the clock. Rainmaker has some time, has some space. Apple's crab tank is out. Eric's running forward. The Rainmaker goes down at 27.
Can they get the repop? It is a 2v2 situation, but there's only one member of No Mercy left near that fish. It is just that machine Knives, and they are not in a position in order to be able to get that pop. Centopia tying up this set in a 2-2 situation as we barrel towards Game 5. Match point of the entire tournament, Genie. Centopia showing the power of a very good counter pick.
Oh my goodness. This set has delivered. Centopia, Mercy, our first 2 seeds. Last time these two faced each other, these Tournament 4, Qualifier 4, the final game. It was not close. It did not look close. It did not look anything like this. Centopia, they've changed their name from Watermelon, and they've changed everything about them. They are here to play. They are pushing Mercy to their limit, and it is exciting. None of us on the podcast expected this to happen earlier or on the pre-show. It is crazy to see what has happened with Centopia. And oh my goodness, Skev, just break down exactly what you saw in the last moments of the Undertow game.
I saw Quirk. I saw the impact of Quirk. And what I mean by that is the weapons were playing their roles to the greatest degree possible. We saw the Carbon was consistently the first to go down. That's fine. You want the Carbon to be the first to go down because it means that they're pulling the opponent's attention away from everyone else. The squeezer and the gal with the wall, sorry, it was just a squeezer with the wall, and just popping that on Uninkable to essentially force the members of No Mercy to have to take those grates in order to go around towards that final checkpoint. And then, you know, you have to deal with the Splash throwing burst bombs at you because they're painting your feet there, right? Phenomenal play. Regardless, as I mentioned at the start of the set, we are in a situation where because No Mercy or Centopia won game 1, but then No Mercy won the next 2 games, and now Centopia won again. Like this, we're ending this out on No Mercy's counter pick. That's a dangerous situation for Centopia to be in because they only need to win 1 more game to win the tournament, and you don't want to tire yourself out by going to a bracket reset. So if I'm No Mercy, I want as flat a map as possible. I want Hagglefish, maybe. I want, you know, Macomart, something that's going to eliminate this quirk aspect. Museum even, because of how wide open mid is. But they're opting for tower control eel tail. This is an even set. This is an even game for them, Genie.
I gotta say, to end the first SAC full season on the poster child map of Splatoon 3, kind of fitting. Is Eel Tail, or is it? I don't know, because Eel Tail was the first map we saw, or is it Scorch? I can never remember which one is the poster child.
I think it was Eel Tail. They were in the same trailer, but I think Eel Tail was the first map that we saw like actual gameplay on. If I recall correctly, it might have been Gorge. But regardless, I do think that this map mode plays well into both teams' comps. The crabs are just an immovable force on particularly top right or bridge. That's going to set No Mercy up very dominantly, but there's so many little cubbies and walls for the Carbon to just work their way around. I'm concerned about that. Yeah, I'm excited for this, and then particularly the impact of the Ink Zukas, which No Mercy is not running, but Centopia is. Given how snowbally this map mode tends to be, if that crab is popped on top left, which would be the central point for defense on particularly that 3rd checkpoint, but then there's a Zuka in your face, then there's 2 Zukas in your face, like that's not good. So whether or not No Mercy walks away with the W is whether or not Centopia manages to break that 2nd checkpoint. And that's Eel Tail typically, but that's particularly so with the types of comps that both of these teams have been running.
Wow, I'm ready for this. You don't want to miss this. Don't blink, because this map could go quickly. Either way, it could either be here for a long time or a short time. But I know it will be a great show. Grand Finals time, everybody.
This is it. This is tournament point. We do see No Mercy sticking with their signature comp, but Centopia also is keeping that Splash and that T-Tech out, removing that VDS and that 52 gal from their comp. Centopia, the first team to touch the tower, and very quickly gets a pick and very quickly pops those strip strikes, Genie.
My goodness, Marsh, the confidence. Bounce on the tower, go on to the other team's snipe area, and just pop 3 shots of the champagne bottle and get an elimination. Follow it up with a Trizuka on that right side from Ender. Great position. And another Trizuka shot, which would have definitely found a splat.
Yeah, that would have been a moment there. Apple up on that left plat, and here we go. This is the point where this tournament is won or lost. If Centopia is able to break this checkpoint here, all they need to do is look at top left, Genie, and here it goes. That's the 2nd checkpoint. No Mercy. It is time to sweat.
Oh my goodness, this is tight time, everybody. You don't want to miss this. Here we go. 3rd checkpoint has been achieved. Can Centopia get it? No, not yet. Zuka's out, gets 2. The checkpoint is going to have to be paused at the moment. And there's a 3rd one going down. Crab getting out from Yaru. Marsh is going to be sitting on the tower. Checkpoint is starting to go down pretty darn quickly. Kerbe's on the top left. Apple and Eric are just trying to stall this tower. 3 ticks left before it's going to be capped fully through. And it's fully through. They don't care that the wipeout. The checkpoint, all 3 have been taken out in 1 push.
No Mercy needs to spend the entirety of the rest of this game on edge, given the fact that Centopia did manage to clear that top left. Next time they push, which there will be a next time, they will not need to worry about having that Zuka ready for the perfect moment. They will be able to pop it when they want it. And No Mercy starting to burn through these specials in order to lock down their control of mid and break this first checkpoint. But they have a lot of work ahead of them, Genie.
So much work. Trizukas are going to be coming out. Naz wants to stay alive and pops up way in front of a crab tank. No! And unfortunately gets absolutely shredded. First checkpoint is gone. The second one hasn't even been touched. No mercy. Trying to fight around in mid. Trades are going out. Moment wants to stay alive. It won't. Apple fighting Yaru. Who's going to come out on top? I feel like Yaru's got a little bit of advantage in the clutch.
Yeah, and look, Centopia once again in control of tower, and now it is another opportunity for them to look forward. They have that crab. If I bet Yaru pops that crab right here, and they do. They know moments behind that basket area. They do force that jump out. Now every single other member of No Mercy is up on top left, and they have that Zuka ready to go. This could be it, Genie.
Zuka is out. Tri-strikes are coming out defensively. Kirby's trying to go forward really aggressively. Gets taken out before they can find anything. Knives goes down to the Tri-Zuka. That's more Trizuka shells coming out. Both have been popped. Crabjing is out. Ender sees the crab here. Tries to go for it, but Eric goes into a ball form and gets taken out by Moment. Great positioning for No Mercy to get back out. They so desperately need it.
Yeah, Centopia just needs one more pick in order to be able to seal that deal for that KO, but regardless, they did extend their lead by 5 additional points. On Eeltail, that's something, despite the fact that these maps do tend to snowball. No Mercy does lose a member on their push, and look at this crab duel, look at those bombs, look at the way the members of Centopia are working together and cross-firing every single crab that is popped. This is devastating, Genie.
I cannot believe this. Centopia is looking so good in this match. They're pushing No Mercy, who hasn't been pushed like this at all. These two teams could have played earlier in the week, but Centopia chose not to play. Cannot believe it, and they're putting it up to No Mercy right now. We got under a minute 30 left on the clock. Can No Mercy find time to get through these two checkpoints?
Earlier in this set, I did anticipate that we would be looking at a bracket reset as No Mercy came out of loser's bracket, but at this point, I very strongly doubt that. We can see that the dominance that Centopia is keeping down on the table, 2 members of No Mercy down and Centopia maintaining the special advantage. If you're talking about a Zuka versus a Crab, just 1 member left standing of No Mercy, and Centopia has complete control of mid, but they have to watch Eric at their backs because if this gets any picks, that's devastating, and it doesn't. It's canceled. There's 2 more down again on the side of No Mercy. This is quite an exhilarating scrap, Genie, and No Mercy really struggling to even maintain their feet.
This is a big opportunity. 2 gone. Luckily, Kirby jumps out. They have the Tri-Strike at the ready. Moment pops theirs. They have to go forward. Centopia, they have to live with this Tri-Strike. Kirby cannot go aggressively with this. This is the final hurdle.
Yeah, but they lose that Zuka, right? That Zuka's instrumental in terms of countering those crabs, and 2 members down on the side of Centopia. I would be nervous if I'm Centopia here, because here is No Mercy clearing that second checkpoint. Undoubtedly, we will be heading into overtime.
Tri-Strikes are out early. They can get back on tower if you're No Mercy. This is crazy. 2 members are gone of Centopia. Top left is still in a contention. Checkpoint is going. Kirby's up in the tower. They can't get the. Can Marsh get the tower? No, the checkpoint is falling. 3 members of No Mercy on it. Can anybody get to it? No, we are reset. No Mercy says you are going to be staying here, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We got more action coming up. My goodness.
Absolutely unbelievable with frankly, the slogfest that was happening with Centopia there, the dominance that they were able to maintain for that entire game, and I'm gonna be real, Genie, I anticipated that it was lost the moment those trip strikes were popped. The trip strikes were popped with 6 seconds remaining. In that point, it's relatively easy. And you can see that they were all popped on the tower. You can see that that player was concerned. I'm worried I'm going to go down. I have to use these trip strikes now. I have to count on my teammates. I'm concerned. I'm scared. And they popped those trip strikes straight on the tower, all 3 of them, right? And all that's going to do, if you're popping them in rapid succession like that, is force the opponents off. And then they're just going to twiddle their thumbs on your plat. And that's exactly what No Mercy did. And then they just hopped right on. So we're not going anywhere. This is time for a bracket reset, and I'm already tired, Genie.
We have a ticking time bomb to get this set done. We have less than 45 minutes to get this done. In a best of 5, I sure as heck hope it gets done. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, because if Falco's on a treadmill, I don't know what we're gonna do. But besides that, we gotta go back to zone. Bro, what?
Yeah,
no!
They fixed this. Yeah, to be clear, like the bracket reset didn't have a set map mode to begin with. All of the SAC's final sets did start on zones because it is anticipated to be the most neutral setting. Despite that, we didn't have one set for the bracket reset. We assumed that it would just roll straight into counter picks. But both of the teams have won Splatzone's Inkblot, so this is still a very neutral setting. We did get to see No Mercy clobber on Centopia on the one version of Splatzone's Inkblot that we were able to witness. So Centopia, hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, we get to see what they brought out in that sauce the first time around.
Yeah, this is gonna be honestly crazy because we saw both these teams win it. I feel like it could go either way again. I feel like we're going to see it back-to-back again. I'm just going to be straight honest with you. But we will see. No shot on my prediction doesn't count. Darn it. Anyway.
Well, yeah, look what comes back out, right? It's Centopia. Keep in mind that they ran that VDS the last time around. This time they're not. They're sticking with the comp that has been working for that previous set, being that Splash and that T-Tech. And in No Mercy, changing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no need to change anything at all. They did so well last time they played this map. The first time, just the composition, more of a mental swap than anything. And Apple, not able to find anything but space with that crab, which space can actually be a lot of value.
Both of the times that we saw Splatzone's Inkblot, it was Centopia that got the initial cap. So this is already a change. No Mercy getting that opening cap, having that crab in order to be able to stall things out on top mid. As the remaining members of No Mercy jump in, here comes the Scrap Genie.
Here we go. Tri-Strikes are coming out. Can Apple stay alive in this situation? They will. Tri-Strikes are out from No Mercy, but the zone cap will be Centopia's favor. Great try, Zuka, to be able to find some spots. And oh my goodness, lots of action going down. And Ender gets one. Apple comes in from the bottom. Gets one, gets two, but can't take out any more. Wipeout coming through in favor of Centopia.
But this is the Uno reverse card. No Mercy had 2 members left standing, and then they had their teammates jump in. That is exactly what Centopia does here. So we are very likely going to see Centopia pull the lead here. No Mercy has that Booyah Bomb, but Centopia has those Trip Strikes, and we know where those specials rate in terms of their competition against each other. Those specials come flying out, but it's No Mercy with the remaining specials behind their back. They lose their Machine Genie. Centopia, unbelievably so, despite all of these specials being burned, maintaining control, at least for now.
As soon as Yaru pops that crab, the zone flips into No Mercy's favor. Apple's going to be running that top side. Ender knows that they're going to be somewhere. They know, actually, I don't think they know that Apple's on that top side.
I don't think they know.
No, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. And Apple won. Can they find a second on Curve? Curve's a lost alive. The fight has been won. The fight is over. And that's a wipeout in No Mercy's favor.
No Mercy manages to cap, and now they are sitting pretty because it is the first time a 4v4 engagement has ended with one team having 4 members left alive, and those 4 members all have specials, and that is a brute wall for Centopia to be forcing themselves into. Here Centopia goes, burning those specials, but No Mercy very quickly has those counters, so they simply have to go. This is an ultimatum of commitment, and Centopia chooses to commit. They get 1 pick, but they go 1 member down, Genie. They get another pick. This could be their cap. They have won that ultimatum.
They have Apple's still alive. Apple's still alive. They got a splat. Eric's running in. Can they find the splat as well? They need on Kirby. The zone has not been painted. They need to paint the zone. Making me very nervous. Yaru's running in to try spots, and the zone will finally be capped. Triple strike is out. Apple does fall. Eric's fighting on the left side with Yaru. Ender comes in. The spots are going around. 1 point. 1 point. Can Moment cap the zone? And they do. Moment caps the zone in a 2v1 scenario. Jumps coming in. Falls down. Ender get on the other side. Apple's there. Apple's there. Apple gets 1. Can Apple see the jump? Apple gets the jump as well. Ender's painting the zone. They need to paint this. Get the penalty applied, and they do.
I'm having flashbacks to the Splatzone's Inkblot that we did witness the previous set where Centopia would really get in. They would get the picks, they would have the space, but then they would just struggle to paint the zone, and their lead there, No Mercy's lead there is entirely at the fault of Centopia for simply the inability to paint that zone there, and that's going to find themselves in a precarious situation, but they do manage to get the pick on the machine and take out the Booyah as well. Hopefully, this time around, something goes differently for Centopia.
Ooh, I think that Tri-Strike might be able to get a good punish on the jump, and it will. Knives actually stays alive. Can they get Kirby? No, they won't. Yaru sees that there's 3 members on the right side. Tri-Strike coming up. Pulls on that left side, going around a bit of a flank. Almost no penalty on the side of No Mercy. Eric comes in with a good splat, and that's Centopia. 3 down. Yaru's the last alive. Probably going to escort themselves by jumping out, but there's little time on the clock now.
And look, No Mercy at 10 points remaining. This is it, Genie. No, Centopia needs to be on the board now, and they're simply not going to be able to do it, as No Mercy brings us to a KO in Game 1 of our Grand Finals bracket reset. Centopia in their winners bracket, starting this off on the wrong foot.
My goodness, No Mercy. They have just flipped this series. It's almost like a best of 10 at this point. That's what it feels like. It truly does. It just happened to be like that with the best of 5s and how it rolled out. But taking these last 2 matches, my goodness. If I'm Centopia, you were able to take the matches like that previously. You were down in a hole. You were down in a 2-1 hole. You were able to bring it back a little bit before eventually losing. But I'm a little bit worried. I wonder if they go back to Zone's Inkling, and I'm not
Please
confident in
don't.
that.
Take us to Rainmaker Undertow, gamers. You know you want it. Like, you know it works. I want to see them playing their comp to the best of its advantage. Admittedly, their comp is not ingeniously suited to Splatzone's Inkling. There's just not a lot of geometry for them to play off of. There's not a lot of closed quarters. I want to see them play tight corners. I want to see them play Hagglefish, or not Hagglefish, well, maybe even Hagglefish, because if they're playing the sides, I want to see them play Undertow. I want to see them play Mako. Those are the type of combative, watch your back maps that Centopia needs to be counterpicking and winning on in order to be able to walk out of this set alive.
I wonder if we see even something like a Flounder. Elemental, why you gotta troll me like this, bro? I was just like, oh, there's a message in chat. They got the counter pickup. Never mind. I feel like Flounder could be something. Rainmaker Undertow. We're gonna be going back there. I think that was smart because Centopia, they really truly showed that they were. They played this match just better, and all the space that No Mercy did get was just at the end of the game saying, yeah, you can have the space. We'll punish you at the good choke point where we can truly.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you could see how dominant Centopia was. Keep in mind that No Mercy did nearly pull lead in the final moments of those games. It was 12-23, if I recall correctly, in terms of points remaining. So Centopia needs to be careful not to slip up and let that happen again. Regardless, for those 4 minutes, they maintained complete and total dominance of Spine and in effect objective as soon as the Rainmaker reset. So Centopia, No Mercy, they know what they're running into from Centopia here. They know what to expect. They know that was a slog. They know that it was brutal, and I'm curious to see what they're going to do, if anything, to change that up to even have a shot at winning this game.
No change up from Centopia, but they won it last time. Apple's going to be on the 52 gal. That is that's a weapon. I gotta say, no tri-strike coming out from No Mercy this time. They did have the triple splash machine last time. And this is going to be a contestant bomb. My goodness.
Now, remember what I said last time that this map mode was played? The team that forces the team of One Tricks to change their comps is showing that other team is nervous. No Mercy is nervous. And look, Centopia very quickly clears that first checkpoint easily.
Yeah, very easily. This is so far an extremely good counter pick. And Marsh sees that Knives is on that top left. The pop is out. What specials did Centopia be able to get off that? They got a Crab and a Zuka, but they weren't able to use any of it. They got wiped out all in a corner.
That's very different from the way that this previous game played. We could see No Mercy painting up mid, but look how much yellow paint they left behind them. That's going to facilitate Centopia's subsequent pushes, and that is something to be concerned about. No Mercy, frankly, needs to be painting. They start shifting this way left, but the fish doesn't have any paint to work with as these trip strikes come out, and they're going to find themselves with an inability to maneuver. They do get this pick. They do have this Booyah Bomb coming out that is going to make clearing this first checkpoint somewhat easier. Eric does clear it, but that was not easy. That was a scrap. Centopia, I would call that a successful defense, but look at Apple in their spawn.
Apple? Making applesauce in the spawn of Centopia. My goodness, finding the good fruit underneath of that tree. This is a good position from Apple. They did fall back a little bit. The spots are actually starting to come out in No Mercy's favor, especially if Ender falls. The checkpoint is actually the Rainmaker has been popped. Just grab the Rainmaker, put it forward just a tiny bit, and now you got lead. Great job. No Mercy has it, but Ender gets one from that carbon roller coming on from the top ropes, and they just have to find the machine. Knives is kind of in mid, just spacing out Ender.
Yeah, and that Knives forced to jump out there. Centopia going to be able to break back into mid, but now that we know that Apple flanks from right, that's something that you have to be concerned about for the rest of that game, because that pin will allow No Mercy to be able to pull a lead here. This feels very different. I feel Centopia is on their back foot. They're looking for opportunities instead of making those opportunities. I think the fish is going to go down here on right, Genie, and No Mercy's just going to walk right back in and walk them.
Aren't I supposed to be the genie? Aren't I supposed to be the prophet? But here's Skep is. God knows exactly what's gonna happen. There comes Apple. Apple's a smurf. I can confirm Apple's a smurf.
No, they're not.
Wait, actually, no, they're not. No, hold on. No. True. That's not true. I lied. That was a joke.
That was a joke. Apple, though,
joke.
we can see the effect of that gal in terms of that flanking, specifically from that right side, which is exactly what I anticipated. And now, like I said, No Mercy is walking right up on in there. They get to 33 remaining. That is just at the edge of Slick. So this isn't a lead that Centopia can recover from. But look how differently this game is playing compared to the previous set. And frankly, it's because of hesitation, Genie.
Yeah, it just feels different. You're right. I feel like there's a time crunch or something. Centopia, the doubt is coming in, and Mercy, they have none of it. They're showing that they're going to punish every mistake that Centopia makes. They have no mercy for a reason.
But Centopia holding the special advantage here in mid. These trip strikes are going to come out. They are going to force the members of No Mercy back, but they need to follow up with these trip strikes. Thankfully, they do get a pick. They do get 2 picks. This is the edge for Centopia. But is there anyone on left that they have to worry about? They frankly don't know, but Apple, once again, coming around and flanking. This is something to be concerned about. You have to keep an eye on this 52 gal, because they are relentless. And look at that, they get a pick and then they get the wipeout. No Mercy, this game could be different than the previous set, Genie. No Mercy very well could walk away with this.
Bro, the difference is Apple. The literal difference is Apple. 52 gal just landing all of the shots. There's nothing missing. Everything that they're missing is them painting the floor. There's nothing that they are trying to shoot at that they are missing. It feels just like the gal has changed it up, and it's Apple's just been performing so well. Even though the tri-strikes are out, almost able to stay alive. This is a crazy last 50 seconds we're about to go on there.
And they get the squeezer, right? And now we're in a situation where there's that player on left, but they're not able to get the pick. There's just that flings that carbon, but that carbon's not going to be able to do everything because they're having to watch both of their ends between the fish and Apple, and No Mercy extends their lead there. And this 52 gal was just entirely unanticipated from the members of Centopia. They're 2 members down. The fish is popped. Centopia does grab it and drop it into mid, but so much damage has been done, Genie, and there's so much ground to cover. Centopia, they need to put their feet in the fire.
Where do you go? Apples everywhere. Everywhere you try and move, there's an apple. Who would have thought that the apple's underneath of the ink? Somebody on Centopia has to grab it, and it's going to be Marsh. Eric and Apple are on this left side. Eric's causing a little bit of distraction. If they can be able to punish over here, that would be very good. They're going to go into Apple, and the Apple game's going to be over. Ender actually takes the bait. Ender takes the bait. Huge bait by Ender.
And Apple a day quite possibly keeps the fish away as Centopia is in overtime. Their fish has about 30 to 40 seconds left, and they have a significant chunk of ground to cover. Not only do they need to break that left elbow, but then they need to get to below 15 remaining. Granted, they won by 15 last time, so there is a chance, but this Booyah Bomb stalls us out even further. They're in a 3v3 situation as the fish tries to round this left corner, but that crab is out, and the wall is going to barricade them physically out from that pedestal. The fact that Marsh is still alive, but it is physically impossible to swim that far in 14 seconds, and that is a W for No Mercy as they get that peg, and we head towards tournament point, Genie. It could all be over in 5 minutes. This could all be over.
5 minutes, I feel like it could be over faster, depending on what mode we go to. My goodness. At the end of the day, like, if you don't read this book, if you just look at the cover and you look at the back, from how it's proving to be right now, Mercy, like, who would have guessed? The top 2 teams are the last 2 teams in the tournament. That's kind of crazy. No Mercy comes out on top. They have a 3-0 in the final bracket of Grands. But you missed all of the story.
Yeah.
You missed all of the juice. Mercy getting knocked out in the first round. Here they are in Grand Finals on tournament point, no less. They have 3 tournament points. Not tournament points. Competition points. This entire season points. SAC Season 6. They have 3 opportunities, and they have never squandered this. They have not squandered this. I am honestly concerned for the tournament of Centopia.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned as well. They need to reverse sweep this now. Granted, Centopia is a competent and capable team, so there is a timeline where they do just clutch this up, but then they just lost on their best counterpick from the previous set, right? So now they need to counterpick again, but it needs to be better than Rainmaker Undertow, and they need to win it, and then the cards are on No Mercy's side of the table regarding the remainder of the set. Splat Zone's Wahoo World is not what I was anticipating, but I'm calling this game for No Mercy. Unfortunately, just in terms of a counter pick, just a double crab, you pop a crab on flat, you pop a crab on glass, you look forward, and the first team that really gets a good lockout wins. And just given the significant amount of paint that No Mercy is able to break back in with, they're not walking in with 3.5 players of paint. They're not running a carbon, and just they're running triple splash. And oh man, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the quality of this counterpick. We talk about them playing geometry, we talk about them playing quirk, and this map, in terms of where the fights are happening, is flat and linear.
It is kind of flat, except for the pole in the middle now, I guess. I don't know. I kind of agree with you. I don't see where the carbon has a fun time here. I do see that if you get the carbon and the squeezer rolling and cooking and absolutely making, well, for lack of a better word, mincemeat out of all of No Mercy, I don't see this. This match is going to be over quick for Centopia, or it's going to be No Mercy's. I don't feel like, if it's not 100-0, we're done. Don't
get me wrong, I think that Squeezer could be phenomenally dominant on top of their own plat. And look, here we are, Centopia running double splash. So whether or not I eat my words, we'll see, but those splashes might be a game changer. Like I said, one plat, one glass.
Skeptical Dillians, that is the commentator of the day. Here we go. Apple's gonna be going on this left side early, gonna fight a crab deck at point blank. Never seen somebody inside of a crab deck get punished so heavily, knowing who the threat is.
And look at this, it's a 3v3 situation for the zone. The carbon is down, so they're relatively even in terms of paint. Centopia does not get the first cap. That first cap goes to No Mercy, and then that Booyah Bomb is used to clear elbow. And look, Apple, Monet, and everyone really, Apple and Co. rushing down that left glass. It is No Mercy that gets the first really good cap here. And now the clock is ticking for Centopia.
I gotta say, what are you getting in? You got the Trizu. Can they find? They have to find value. They're out. They're 2 shots gone. There's 3 shots gone. 4 shots gone. 5 shots gone. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And Knives is in your back, ready to slay out on you and really just end this tournament right here and right now. So much going on. Yaru, last alive for their team. What can they find? A jump out. They go out with just a little bit of a whimper. Kirby finds one, but they need so much more. They need a team around them. They need some help. They need their team, and here they are. The fight. But will Apple be too strong? They get Apple. This is an opportunity now.
Oh, here we go. They have that crab out on their own plat. Now they have those double crabs that is brute force in terms of paint that they can get on there, and they actually managed to cap, remedying my fears for them about whether or not they would be able to break back in at all, and they do. Endor gets a phenomenal pick, and now we need to see a lockout. We need to see those Zukas up on plat. We need to see them looking forward. They need to see paint in their court. There is so much that we need to see out of the side of Centopia in order for this to be a dominant counter pick. And Knives up in that corner forced to jump out. That's good for them here, Genie.
Not gonna lie, I was on my closing remarks. I was closing down the thought it was done. I thought it was over. I had a whole preset speech ready to close this out for No Mercy. My goodness, I was already rolling through it. But Centopia, they came through in the clutch, but they can't find the splats. The zone is ticking down really quickly. The crabs are out. The Booyah Bomb is going now. Kirby's gone. Yaru has to paint this. Marsh is in a great position. They need to find a lot of spots here if you're Marsh. The zone is capped from Yaru. Endor's here, the jumps are back, the heroes are here! Centopia, when you need it the most, the heroes are here! The heroes of Centopia, they have the lead! Against all odds, against all doubts! The doubters are put to shame! Apple, trying to come in, find Marsh, or he's painting! Endor goes through zone! The zone has been capped! No Mercy, they still have some members, sharking in the corners, but I think there is going to be a little bit of dip in the action.
If Monet comes in clutch here, I will be rendered speechless. They do pop that crab up on that left glass for Centopia. They're trying to shred this wall and they're trying to look forward, but there's just a lot of contention here. And Monet loses that crab battle. Is Centopia going to be able to cap again? They are, but No Mercy has that Booyah Bomb to dislocate this crab after it's done burning. They lose their carbon, they lose their squeezer. That's down both Zukas in order to be able to deal with that double crab on the side of No Mercy. Centopia on their back foot again, but will things be different than they were last time, Genie? Because I have hope.
I actually do have hope this time. When it's on that top right, you gotta just play passive. You cannot fight that. Apple is able to get Marsh, Recurve, and Ender. They have to find some splats. They do get Apple. Knives is out. They see where Knives is on the bottom left side. Make that bottom right side now. Backing up in his zone. We are starting to see specials come up on both sides. Little time left on the clock here. We're getting down into the tournament area. We're getting down into the season area. This is darn close. If Centopia can't get in here now, they will never be able to get in. Here we go. Booyah Bomb out. Crab Tank out. Members are falling on the side of No Mercy. That on Centopia as well. Zone has been capped. Members are gone from Centopia. No Mercy. They're running forward. They're going to get this lead. They're going to get it. Marsh is gone. That's everybody. Every single member of SAC is gone. No Mercy had none of it for the rest of the competition. They are your Season 6 champions.
Walking away with not only tournament point, but season point for No Mercy, going 3-2 in the first round of our grand finals, and now 3-0 in our second with the wave. Oh, that's so cute!
That is overpowered.
Yeah,
no
they knew it.
Mercy. They showed no respect to their opponents. They squid bagged them to the way to victory. They battered them. They only lost against two teams all season.
Yeah.
I gotta say it again and again and again. Their name, we gotta take the brackets off. We called them Mercy at the beginning of the tournament, at the beginning of SAC. We have to take those brackets off. They had no mercy for any of the competition. They had no remorse for life. They took the championship by storm.
Yeah, a phenomenal run from No Mercy. A fan favorite, but also a respected rival amongst their peers. Doing a phenomenal job. Look, you guys just admire their run today. They lost 3-2 to Sanctuary in round 1, but then they went on their losers run: 2-0 Armageddon, 2-1 Rabid, 2-0 Sanctuary, 3-0 SynRG, and then against Centopia, their first time that they faced this opponent in terms of grand finals, going 3-2 and then again 3-0. Phenomenal job there from No Mercy. Just couldn't have done it any better. And they had quite a storied run. In fact, in terms of their top 8 performance, they faced other members of the top 8 more this season than any other member of the top 8. So they knew what they were fighting against.
I gotta say, it's nice for Centopia to take 2 games off of No Mercy. They got 2-0'd in Tournament 2. They didn't play in Tournament 3. They got 2-0'd in Tournament 4. They got 3-0'd in Tournament 4 as well. They got 3-0'd in Reset, but that first half of Grands. Those are the only 2 games all season. They played 5 times. 5 times! They only took 2 games off of this team.
Yeah, I mean, No Mercy lost, 5 games today. That's it. They lost 5 games. That's absolutely unbelievable. I'm tired, Genie. I'm 6. I can't count. I have no more water. I'm tired. But fantastic job to No Mercy for walking away with first place, Centopia for second, and SynRG for 3rd place in SAC Season 6. My name is Skepidillions, and I am here with the fabulous and lovely Genie 7. Genie, anywhere the good people can find you.
I gotta say thank you to IPL for giving me this opportunity to be on SAC, to work on the podcast, work in the production side, help with the clips, and have my pick of the litter at getting who I wanted on commentators for Finals Box the entire season throughout. So I just gotta say thank you to especially Nick, who's been accepting my DMs pretty much every day for the past 2 months. But with that, they can find me at Genie7, that is GEENIE7 _ on Twitter, no _ on all other socials. My Twitch has been popping off, and I can't wait to see everybody at LTC. That will be a blast. And Skep, where can the lovely people find you?
My name is Skepidillions. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok at Scavadillions. You can also find me at Low Tide City in Round Rock, Texas in 62 days. Thank you so much for having me on mic today, Jeannie. I really appreciate it. Phenomenal games, phenomenal sets. And without any further ado, I hope you all have a lovely evening and stay fresh.